Hello Matto and Chatto, it's Tuesday. Wonder what Wisła will do today. Hey fellow Chattos, sick mat jam. 3.5 years. Time flies.
Hello, Chatto! It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, Poland is chefing. We've been in the kitchen. We've got some help, some sous chefs, some line cooks. We've got Motor, we've got Gornik, we've got Jagalonia. They're all on the line. They're chefing things up, chopping it up, getting it cooked. We're ready for more Champions League points today. 3 games played in the Europe already, and we've already got, I think, oh, fuck's sake. It was going so well, too. That's what annoys me there. I got stuck on my own goddamn analogy. I got trapped in the walk-in fridge. It's the problem when you cook up analogies on the fly. It's never like to go well. Got the window open. Yeah, you're right. I opened the... Oh, I'll tell you what, the rest... Let me just tell you, the rest of it was going to be incredible. Like Carrick the End of the Bear Season 2, that was exactly where my brain went just then, yeah. Except, I'm not yelling at the door at some poor woman. Pog's not here, for example. It is, Anna. I'm out of practice, you see, that's what it is. That thing is an evil-ass picture. I must admit, I've not seen that picture in such large form. Oh, God, it gets bigger. Oh. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I was on a streak of 2, which by my standards is actually incredible levels of competence, the likes of which we've never seen. But just turn that down slightly. It's just one of those things. I think what it is, the second I mucked it up and said the Europe, all bets were off. And by that I mean it was over for me. There was no way to recover from that. It was a little bit like a little stumble in a hurdle race right before you get to the hurdle, and then you just go face first straight into the hurdle at that point. I could see it happening in slow motion. I just wish I'd been able to slow down and speak in slow motion, then maybe this wouldn't have happened. Ah, dear. Mushroom Man, thank you very much for the 3 months. That is extremely nice of you, my friend. And Portil Shrew as well, with the 12. You love to see it. How's it going, friend?
Hello,
He of the
Matter
wonderful
and
television
Chatter.
recommendations that you always
Yes, I'm
give me.
finally back. Not caught a live stream for about 3 months.
Well, it's lovely to have you back in as well. It's lovely to have anyone who's back in today and maybe hasn't been in for a while, including myself. I mean... like 3 days, but we'll take that. There was another resub as well, which I need to make sure we acknowledge. MD Games, thank you very much for the 6-month resub at 42 months as well. That is wild, my friend, and I very much appreciate you as well. There's another one. In fact, there's another 2. Christ on a bike. There's another. Yeah, there's 2. Fucking hell.
Survival
Back first.
almost
Thank you for
certain.
58.
If we win the Europa, unironically Vitor
so
Pereira
funny.
for Manager of the Year.
He's done a great job.
And all that.
That Forest squad was too good to not... Once they got going, there's too many good players in that team to be where they were for as long as they were.
Back once again with the FM right? Master. People
Mason!
down with a Builder Nation. Update for me. Asked to 10/10ths out and got directly told him a backup option. However, I did complete my first 10k yesterday. Send replacement knees.
Hey, like, that's the main thing. Like, the fact that you focus on you, right? Ultimately, the person is there for you. The person's there for everybody. You just need to... Sometimes you just got to let it be a little bit more natural and just like... I mean, hey, shoot your shot, right? You never know. Right? The worst they can say is no. Or there's a guy on TikTok that literally has this whole the worst thing you could say is no thing, and then just goes on to read like entire scripts from television shows. It's actually quite good. Oh, Youth and Take we get. No, this is the... We will get Youth and Take preview today, most likely, because I've structured it now that we're into this. I'm finally doing the structure I kept talking about for like 3 straight seasons. We should get Youth and Take preview today, because we're in November already, so we're heading through the rest of the sort of Champions League season up to Christmas.
Was going to base my resub on the success of the intro. Luckily, I changed my mind.
Yes, you love to see it. J-Levs, thank you very much for the 6 months, and apologies for my incompetence as always. Right, let me get your points paid out. While you do that, while I pay your points out, I'll just show you what was the remainder of the F1 leaderboard thing from the last month, essentially. The winner is an obvious one. No one could stop him, really. But you've got a full month to change him around this time, so it's going to be okay. Right, choose prediction outcome. Oh, it was 50-50. Well, 49-51, which is basically the same as 50-50. Pogs just sent me a message that just says photo. This better be a goose. Right, will he mess up the intro? Yes, he will. Rotislav as well. Thank you very much for the 2 months on top of that as well. New season, new me. Exactly. It's fresh, clean slate today. None of this matters anymore. But he's won the free one. He's not the free one. He's won the early start. But now we reset things properly. Exclamation mark fantasy, you can get involved. That's the wrong button. There we go. I'm just going to check this image that Pog has sent me. And it's a goose. The cheering could not be better. You'll love to see it.
Greets from Germany, mate.
Ooh, one button there. Get rid of that. Love to see it. Oh, Steve as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, my friend. Or should I say Danker? I will say it. Thank you, friend. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the 4 months as well. And slow down and breathe. We have a goose. Chat, a goose has been spotted. Let me get off of my big face so we can actually see said goose. And another goose. Double goose. I think Pog's out on the river again today. It's a double goose. Things you love to see. It doesn't quite beat the goose house from last week, but it's better there. It's better. Pog and I genuinely start our messages to each other these days with goose morning because I'm starting a trend. It's a twoose! That's only if they stop fighting for a bit. I don't know, the flooding can get pretty bad around here, just honestly. Not where I am, thankfully. I'm on top of a hill, so not much of an issue for me. I don't live that near the river, thankfully. Gooseception indeed. We got a long-necked fella and a slightly shorter-necked fella. Hey, our people. Love to see it. Right, off the geese. No, you leave them alone. So, a couple of things. Obviously, fantasy thing is loaded. That's all good, and it's working because we can see viewers in here. Little update. Before we get into anything else, you know what? Fuck it. I've got this for notes for later, but I want to show you because I'm gonna do that. I've been busy on Friday before I went back to my parents' house. I had a little bit of a mess around with some changes to the transfer requirements generator thing that we're working on. And I think I'm nearly going to be at a stage, maybe one more sort of session of work on it. I should have a prototype that I can give to people. The last step because of this. Because the biggest issue was it worked for me, but obviously my coordinates for my screen and my text scaling and resolution were all limited to what I use on my computer, right? However, what I've done is I've now got this new thing here. These are all the coordinates for the default one. You can now have custom maps, such as my own one here. But what this does is it allows you to download a calibration helper, which is the bit I'm still calibrating at the moment. It's basically an auto hotkey script that tells you where to click on your screen. It lets you click on all the things it wants, and then it saves those in a file, which you can then import, and then it will then save that for you, and it saves between sessions as well, so you can just use the same one every time. Once you give it your screen requirements, it will then work for you perfectly. That's the idea. The only thing about it that is not quite right yet is I still haven't quite figured out some of the maths for certain sections, but once I've got that part locked in, it's going to be basically ready, and that's the last thing I need to do, basically. Once I've done that, I should have a prototype that I should be able to give to you, because it should, in theory, work on everyone's systems at that point, provided they've got auto hotkey, obviously, and things like that. But yeah, so progress is being made. It's there. Nearly there. Oh, right. And breathe. Big mistake. I don't know if sucking... No, I mean... I don't think it was going super. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not a Forest fan, but it just doesn't seem like it's actually worked out to be much of a big mistake at this point, right? It looks like it's actually gone quite well for them in the end. It just took a little while to get there. Hello, Dan. How's it going, my friend? Sorry, I was just showing chat my the latest update to the transfer room requirement thing, which should be nearly ready to go, which is awesome. A cool scar at least. Oh, I don't know if I can show this on stream. Let me just check. Oh yeah, we're fine. Bloody hell. Was that from the collision with the goalkeeper? Because that looked nasty. And I know there was another injury in that game as well to that young Chelsea player. Was he Derry? Jesse Derry? Because that looked nasty as well. There was a lot of like quite serious problems in that game. Jesus Christ. Hello, Ginger. I watched a video earlier about NEC Nijmegen. One of the football like analysis channels that I watched did a whole video talking about their style of play. And I was like, it's my guys. Captain Zeep, thank you very much for the 58 months. You love to see it. Yeah, I need to get a shave. I need to get a shave myself, my friend. I'll get a haircut the weekend, so it's all good. Oh. And same incident for Forest. Yeah, was that the same? So the same game. I did wonder actually why it was like, oh, half time, and I looked at my watch and I was like, how can that possibly be half time when it should have been ages ago? But I'm guessing because there was a lot of injury time, right? I don't think he did know it was literally this morning, Sama. Unless it was a guy called Purist Football, I think, or Football Purist or something. It was literally a video that came out, I believe, overnight. Or that's when I saw it, at least. So I think he said it, I mean, probably not correctly. Probably he said it like NEC Nijmegen, the way I'm just saying it now, which I know isn't exactly correct, but it's the closest I'm going to get, most likely. I have seen the eligibility thing in Dutch football. Isn't that the whole, they'd have to potentially, which most likely wouldn't happen, replay like 115 matches, which obviously is not going to happen. Yeah, have they had any updates with the Derry situation yet? Because that looked really, really nasty. Couldn't make striker work. Well, so actually, Anarith, I don't know if you were here at the end of last stream, we kind of have now made the striker work. We accidentally made it work. I'll just show you the squad stats right now so you can get an idea of where we're at. So, top goal scorer is obviously Naeem, but Vanetti is now the number 2 goal scorer in the team with 8 in 14, and he's overperforming his XG and linking up the play. Vanetti's finally starting to be the striker. In addition, you'll see that Duru has 4, so the strikers have got 12 goals between them. So it's starting to chef a little bit now. I'll show you what we did, unless you were... I don't know, were you around for that or not? I can't remember. I think it was late towards the end of the last stream. We made a little tweak, and it just worked. The replay, they'd have to, right? It's simply not feasible. Said it very well. I don't know how you could say it very, unless he was trying to say it really correctly and ended up coming across the wrong way, because I've done that a few times in the past. Hello, John. How are you, my friend? God, I might have to crack the window a bit. If you know, the reason that it's much lighter in here as well is just because I realised that as we're heading into summer, I was just basically making a rod for my own back by not having the windows open, and if I'm going to have the windows open, I may as well have the curtains open too, because I realised that my setup was quite dark as well, and I actually quite like this. I'm going to change things around a little bit. Food point. Oh, how are you feeling now, man? It is a gorgeous day. It's genuinely lovely. It's annoying that, what was it? Was it Sunday? Yeah, it was Sunday, wasn't it? Well, Sunday was the one day that wasn't, like, quite lovely. And that was the one day I was planning to have a barbecue. Typical, isn't it? It's just how these things go. Dan as well. Thank you so much for the tier 1. That is fucking lovely of you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. So thank you, man. Welcome in. I'll just sort of catch you up on this latest thing. Talk about the tactic, I suppose, because we've got a Champions League match. There was 2 games I played off stream. One was a cup game and one was a rotation match. So I just figured it was just easier to get us to today's match. But the change we made was literally back to target forward and offsetting the striker on the right while in possession. And for whatever reason, it just seems to do the trick. And I think it's because it's creating overloads and spaces in the right parts of the pitch. Naeem's now got a guy closer to him along with Hyota Dahl that he can link up with. Mana can get involved too. It then takes a bit of pressure off this area too for these guys to then sit in. And I think it's the way forward. And it looks horrendous. But great will also work. Dark Clouds, really? Damn, okay. That sounds like a really serious case of food poisoning then, if it took several days to recover from. I found that whenever I've had stuff like that in the past, you sort of feel like you reach this clicking point and it just works. And you just suddenly, oh, I'm weirdly okay again. That's it, you blame me. I was like, I'm going to have the friends over. Well, I'd be rude if I didn't have a swig of holy now, Don. Thank you very much for that. That's very kind of you. Apple again today. I just really like the citrus apple one. In our possession. So that happened to us actually in the last, not the last stream, when we were building the tactic originally, the ass man did pick some roles for us one time, and I think I managed to reset it, but it was very frustrating because it doesn't need to be a thing, or it should be a thing you can turn on and off. Oh, nice. Which one did you get? I suppose the starter pack, has that still got the same stuff in as before? Not that you would know, I guess, but I forget what's actually in the starter pack. Is it the big starter pack or the one that's just got a few sachets? Juggernaut animations. It does the job. It's giant and horrible. It's what I look for out of an emote. Is it giant? Maybe. Is it horrible? Definitely. Sorted. Yeah, no making barbecue predictions. Yeah. Oh, good lord. Oh, I see. Hang on. Kowalski there. Oh, it has, hasn't it? You're absolutely right. That's more like it. I'll tell you what's probably happened. Most likely, I've moved players around while having in possession selected while I'm changing the players, and that's what's cooked it. I need to just make sure I'm always on combined. I did wonder why the shape had suddenly changed to be super weird. I'm trying to think what else I could do to make that less difficult to use. And I'm trying to... I don't know what it would be, because it does seem like that happens a little too frequently. You almost need like a lock setting up here. Like a little padlock you can just tick. And it prevents... Like,
so I tell the swamp donkey to sack it.
It essentially means that when you move a player in possession and out of possession, it switches their roles over, I suppose, or something. Or like if you move two players around on the pitch that are both in the squad, it doesn't change the positions of them. It just literally swaps them over or something. I don't know how that would work, but that's the only way that like it could. It almost looks like it's a separate system. So I'm convinced that it might well be actually. Jin Toto, thank you for the follow. How are you? Welcome aboard. Who do you support? If you do, if you're a football fan at all, you might just be passing through. I respect it. 2 hydration, 1 iced tea, and 1 milkshake. Oh, okay. It's only been a few days, so I'm guessing, which ones have you tried yet, though? I'm always curious about this, because whether you share the same opinions on this as I do. Learn to read and pay attention. I'm here to lead, all right? Not to read. I'll leave that up to you. I cede that territory to y'all. Yeah, Kowalski's... Oh, he's just so good, isn't he? He's just so good. I still don't know where I'm sitting right on what his potential might actually be, but I also don't care because I think it's going to be enough. Like, I don't think he's going to be an elite world-class player. He ain't Monperouse. They're always going to be 5-star based on that, but I'm not suggesting he's going to be, yeah, he's a youth intaker. He's by far our best youth intaker of the save. I say that. Molski's been good as well, but I think Molski's star rating seems to fluctuate a bit more, although he is currently considered 5-star as well. But I do believe that he's not quite as good. I think, because after all, he is a year older as well. So, stream, I go from, usually, the plan is usually 11 till 3. Those are like my set hours. Depending on things, I sometimes go a bit longer if there's something we really need to sort out. And occasionally I'll drop a little bit shorter if there's something in there that we need to do. But very rarely. Today there is no plans to drop shorter. It will be 3 o'clock or longer, basically. So you may find that you actually come back after your lecture and we're still here, essentially. Depends on how long the lecture is. Molski's got that balance. I think he's not slow either. And he is at least a good passer of the ball. And he's getting there. And his mentals are going in the right direction as well. From Strasbourg. No way. That's awesome, man. Firstly, I guess bonjour. Welcome. Is that bienvenue? I can never remember. Well, welcome in, Fred. You must be bricking it, considering, what? It was 1-0 to Rayo Vallecano,
31
wasn't it?
months of you incredible people.
Wills.
Happy Tuesday at one and all.
Thank you for the 31 months, friend. That's very kind of you. Hope you're having a fabulously delicious morning. Dribbling could be... Yeah, his dribbling could be better. It's not... It doesn't matter as much. Because the role isn't being... Then again, we do have a bit more dribbles in the squad. I think you might be... The only downside of him being in one of the wide midfield roles, who's he wanted by? is the defensive side of his game would probably not be up to it. Because when we're out of possession, Monperouse is asked to push forward, whereas these two are asked to press. And I don't know how well he'd do at that, given his tackling ability. I mean, he's got, like, other attributes that could maybe work. What's his work rate like? 10. I'm not sure he's quite got the right minerals to do that kind of role. We need, like, workhorses, basically, in that midfield role. I think he's better to be carried here. Arguably, I don't think he actually suits us brilliantly, but I'll happily carry him through if we need to, right? Because he's so good. And Hour of Maths, ooh, damn. Actually, I used to like maths. I was one of those things I thought it was okay, but I was quite good at maths. still ended up in the second set of maths because reasons. Pear. I need to drink more of the pear one, actually. I think I have a couple of... Oh, I think I gave them to my mother. But for me, it's the kiwi one and the blue raspberry one, which I got over here. But the white peach one is kind of banging too. I had a couple of sachets of that when I was in Manchester because they had some in the hotel room. And it was pretty sick. I just realised we're not actually on the match day. So there's no point in me doing the squad just yet. We're nearly on the match day, but there was a reason... Oh, I'll tell you what the reason was. We're on the Wednesday game, but the other teams are playing on Tuesday, and I didn't want to progress through other Polish sides' European fixtures while we were on off stream because that wouldn't have been fair. Krista Backer, 33 shots. Scout him anyway. Don't think we always got a Belgium cap as well. Further maths. You sound exactly like two of my very close friends that did that, I believe, exact trifecta of maths, further maths, and physics. And what was I? Oh, and obviously computing, which I was in the class with them as well, just barely. I did consider doing maths at A level, but they were just like, yeah. I think concentration levels probably is what would have stopped me there. I was good at it, but I couldn't actually like stay focused enough to do it well. It's how I managed to pass a calculator paper without a calculator because I forgot one. It works on both levels. So, I think... Oh yeah, the 2 games I played off stream. Playing Counter-Strike. We did a lot of stick cricket. And a game with like a... It was like a stickman archery game or something. Molsky's developing very well. Both Molsky and Kowalski. If we could get a trifecta of goated players, it'd be dope. Remember, we've got a new head of youth development as of this season. So we should be getting the effects of him, who's better than Trippier, for this next round of guys. So that's sorted. Still exists. Right, so yes. The team report screen is actually in the match day because after all, it's technically a feature that's used for like pre-match reports, but we obviously misuse the feature. So it's in here, and that's where you'll find it. Unfortunately, the screen is much worse than it has been in the past. Shocker, it's 26. So no, you can't see their squad sizes anymore. So you will have to sort of, when you run it through the first time, or when you start adding teams to it, maybe have a little look at their squads. But ultimately, I don't think you're going to miss out too much by just having some that don't have players in. It sucks that you can't narrow it down a bit further, but it's, yeah. Where are we up to? We should be about 590, I think, or close to that. 585. I might need to bump that up a little bit more. I want to get it close to 750. That's where I like it to be, because that's about 2 years worth. New Star Soccer. I love that game. You'll see we put 8 goals past Miedź Legnica. This is the epitome of I still don't trust our goalkeeping situation. Because scoring 8 goals is fantastic. It's just, we actually did concede 2 goals, and they had some shots in fairness, but it was nice to score 8. Benetti was extremely good in this game, and I was just beginning to think it was going to be one of those games where it goes off a bit like the, what was it? The game against Djurgården. Shout out to a name in this game who I'm pretty certain got 3 goals and 3 assists. Or 2 assists. Yeah. Sorry, no, 2 assists, 2 goals and 3 assists. New goalie is coming at least. Yes, this is true. January, the new goalie joins us. So it should at least allow us options, if nothing else. And that then gives us the ability to potentially sell Diakite, given that as much as I don't rate him, other teams possibly will do, and he's got an insanely high value. I could see him being our highest value sale ever, frankly. Probably in the entire save, to be honest, because he's already worth, like, I think 120 million or something? It's a dumb amount of money. Oh, it's even more than that now. Okay, it was 120 before. So he could potentially go mid 150. He's super expensive. That inconsistency as well. It's weird because he's got really good matches, but maybe his inconsistency is just bad and nothing's just really worked for him. Watch the new guy come in who I've spent 60 million pounds on and be just as bad. Yeah, it'll bring in some money to pay for the new goalie as well. This is a very good point. I do not know why he's so bad. This feels like a Hadrian needs to spend 9 hours looking at stats to figure it out, because there really isn't anything for me other than maybe his eccentricity. But then the other goalie is going to have no bad eccentricity as well. Or say bad, but like low eccentricity. New goalie. I'll show you him. Maid Marion. My guy. This is the guy that I plunged a load of money into. He's a little older. I only won by 1 year. But I just think that there's enough here. Mostly the relishing of big matches that I quite like. The Fickle is a little sussy. But handling is goated, one-on-ones is goated, reflexes is decent, aerial reach is a little low, but he's got good agility. And the other thing I like about him is he's got ridiculous mental attributes. Decisions of 20, concentration of 19. The problem is his inconsistency. You'd think we'd see consistency sometimes. Like, in order to be inconsistent, you need to be good sometimes too. And maybe he is and we just don't see it. but it's the way that it represents itself in the match engine for me. This guy feels like, I mean, he could be bad as well for all I know, right? Bela Brajdic. I think Bela Brajdic went out on loan, which is a good thing for him because it will get him a chance to develop. So he's not actually declining at 22. What it is that when you've recently played a match or a player's a little bit tired from, I think, international duty perhaps, they tend to have downward arrows when you're really close to a previously played game. The game gives them like a little dip after each match, I noticed, due to tiredness. That and our tactic is quite intense. Not that the goalie should be really featuring much in that part of it, but you never know, right? So, Polish sides in Europe. I'll just show you who they're playing today, because I think they're all playing on the same day as us. Oh, sorry, day before us. Górnik are away at Basel. Motor are away at Porto, and Jagiellonia are away at Villarreal. And that's why I wanted to stop, because they're all playing away from home. And they're all playing teams that you feel like maybe, although Villarreal were in the Champions League final last year, so maybe not. Maybe they could pull something off. I mean, how many points have they got already? Motor have got 7. So 11 there. So yeah, they're already on 14 points between them after 3 games. I think I predicted 16 for the entire group. So this is way... I don't think anyone predicted more than 19, perhaps? The Dynamo guy. Yeah, the thing with the Dynamo guy, I'm still... The more I look at him... Like, actually, yeah. He's also quite inconsistent. I do like him. He doesn't have as good... He is better aerially. We'll have to say, I mean, City haven't even registered the poor sod, which makes it even worse for me in a way, because bro just, like, is now not going to play. And, I mean, his potential... Hello. There we go. Took a minute. I mean, it might be better than that. We've had players come in that say they have low potential and then nothing's... And then they've just become monsters. Think that Augusto guy. I still don't understand how that's happened, but I'm loving it. Right, here we go. Poland, come on. I want, like, 2 points, maybe. Maybe a win. One of them surely should win this. Okay. I don't think the others did, but it doesn't matter because Górnik have just gone and What the Basel 1, Górnik Zabrze 5. Poland is just quite good in Europe, really, aren't they? It's just... Yeah, Job's Górnik as well. And what a performance from Steinfeld. God, their front line absolutely cooked here. Goalie had a good game too. Yeah, we have kind of... They're definitely not as good without beat, but they do have Katoto up front. But even so, Bellingham scored in the 69th minute for the memes. Yeah, look at that. Let me move my camera so you can see properly. Look at that whole front line of theirs. Their entire front four just absolutely took over this game. Did they get a goal and an assist each? Yeah, literally. Their entire front four got a goal and an assist each. And then Steinfeld scored twice as well on top of that. If none of those guys get injured, to be fair, that is quite a good front line. Like, that's... That Aguirre you're seeing, that's, I think, Oscar Aguirre. Let me see if I can find the right page. Yeah. Oh, no, you can't click it from here, can you? You have to click it from... Or does that take you into the highlight? No, there you go. Iker Aguirre. So he's on loan from us. And that's good, because if he could stay there for a little bit, that's great. What does this Steinfeld guy actually look like? Julian Noah Steinfeld. Decent, but not crazy expensive. That's true. He could make Górnik Zabrze win the Champions League as well. Quintero's that striker they've got as well, if I recall. Yeah, this guy is absolutely prolific. He's banked 20 league goals in the past 2 seasons as well. Weirdly, quite a slow start in the league this season for him, but he has been waiting for a chance. This guy's an absolute, like, match engine menace, it would seem. It's just, yeah. And anyone else in there as well? Who's the other guy? Joe, Aguirre, Starro. Oh, there's all of them. Love to see it in Cherry Steinfeld. As for the others, I mean, they both lost, clearly. The question is, how close was it? Oh, wow, that's bad. Even worse is that it was Adria Arola that scored, not the winning goal, thankfully, but how much was... I mean, that's deserved, unfortunately. More in there as well. They gave it a go. They've done all right. Boussaïd had a bloody good game in spite of that, to be fair. Porto... Ooh, it's weird seeing them lose these games. And then Jagiellonia... Totally understandable. Villarreal got to the Champions League final last year. They are not a bad side at all. I think they beat us... Oh, they got a 2-2 draw with us last time around. They're a good team this season. Aranda? That's a different guy. I dread to think how many... Wait, is that Jeremy Frimpong? Oh, it is. It actually is Jeremy Frimpong. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a tough one for them, but crucially, they are all still technically in the top 24. Jagiellonia are probably the worst of the bunch, but now, with Górnik up here on 6 points, Villarreal, Motor on 7. Usually you need 9. So a win for Gornik in the next 4. A win for Motor in the next 4. Yeah. It's going to be tough for Jagiellonian to get 2 wins, I suspect, given who their fixtures are. Who are their fixtures, actually? Atletico at home, Liverpool away, Inter at home, and Ajax away. I think Jagiellonian might be the ones that don't quite make it at the end of the day. Doing the league this season, weirdly, not as bad as normal. It feels like there's some stability this time around, Thomas. So it was Motor, 3rd in the league. Jagiellonian 8th in the league. Gornik are down to 10th, so they're not like bad, but they are still a little bit perhaps not dealing with it as well as you'd like. But it's certainly a lot worse, or it's not as bad as we've seen. The one team I'm really upset about is Brookbet. They are in trouble. They don't concede. They've only conceded 18 times in 15 matches, but they can't score a goal to save their lives. Shout out as well to Pushchini Purmitsa. 7 goals scored this season in total. 7. They're 14th in the league and have managed to win 4 matches and draw 4 with only scoring 7 times this year. They are a very bizarre team. Basically, their goalkeeping tandem is already plus 10 saved above expected after half a season. Not even half a season. They are ridiculous. It's a little bit scary. We're finally back to the top again with a game in hand, but it's still quite tight up at the top. 54 years. Nice. Good for them. I actually already have a soft spot for Gornik in this save. They've kind of been slowly going for it. Yeah, that's the thing. Once a lot of these guys get knocked out, you'll think they'll shoot up a little bit and take some of these spots away. The one team that I think are really going to be good this year are PS, because they didn't get into the group stage of the Conference League in the end, and as a result, they've got a squad for Europe, but don't actually have the tournament to play it in, so I think they could easily cook into 2nd place. Too afraid to ask? I think it's just a random terminology thing, innit? There probably is a reason. I'm sure someone... I bet Inferno knows it. Yeah, ever since Marta left, they've been bad. Not GKS bad. They are getting rinsed in the 2nd tier. They're going to be... They're gone. Unless they turn things around, they are absolutely gone. They're not as bad as Pushcha are. This is generational numbers that they're putting up. The fact that they've scored 7 times and are overperforming their XG. Like, if you looked at any team after 15 matches played and saw they'd scored 7 times, you'd go, ah, shit, man, they must be underperforming their stats. No. This is an overperformance from our lads. If they stay up, it will genuinely be the biggest miracle in Polish football history, I think. It's actually wild. They are such an anomaly, I don't know what to do with them at this point. Yeah, and Gornik's numbers are okay. It's our numbers. We're actually 6 behind on our own one. It's... Maybe they'll take some more loans in January. I might be able to give them better players as well. They are only 3 points from safety. This is true. I think it's just the sheer amount of goals they ship. 34 goals in 15 matches is actually wild. Well, that being said, Rakov... I love Polish football, man. I just love it. It's so good. Like, where are they predicted to be? Yeah, GKS are not good either, which is probably not helping them there. I love that there's actually one of our players in there. Step up in our team. The Mumbler definitely needs to cook a little bit higher. These are the sort of shot maps, not shot maps, the XG numbers so far. So the Mumbler has to score a few more. Naeem's doing fine. Duru's doing fine. John's doing fine. The others are relatively on their numbers for the most part. Molski's, but I'm not really relying on him for too much there. It's basically the Mumbler that needs to start getting his act together a little bit. And then a sort of fluctuation of various members of the team that are all contributing small amounts. But yeah, Moperus, he shoots so much. That is the thing. He's had like 60 shots this season already. He's averaging 4 shots a game. Sometimes more than that. Way more, in fact. But Beat is getting there. I think the striker thing is solved now, for the time being at least. I'm really happy with our current exact tactical style now. I want to run with this exact shape for a little bit, because I think we've found the thing that really seems to do the job. Derek, thank you for the 26 months. That is super duper nice of you. How are you on this genuinely beautiful day? I'll send you out again, and let's go. Right, yeah, so exclamation mark fantasy. We'll get ready for our game against Shakhtar. It could be. I think what it is, Anarith, is that it's the low quality shots in high volume that is essentially what's causing that. So if you look at the shot numbers, Montperus has had 65 shots this season. Players I'd bring on in that role, Molski's had 11, so it could just be a bit of... And that position does have shoot less often on it as well. So when you look at who shoots the most per 90, Herrera comes in that position as well. Montperus at 5. It's not that much less than the others, in fairness, but his conversion rate is absolutely appalling. Shots on target percentages isn't too bad. It's just... Like his XG per 90 non-penalty at least is about the same as the others. So it's just about trying to figure out what to do with that. Because I feel like the numbers under there are right. It's just trying to make sure that he doesn't, because we don't want to reduce the numbers too much in terms of his creativity. But yeah, it's weird because he scored 2 pens in there as well. Andrew, we are about to be, I believe, anyway. Hello, Icarus. Dzień dobry to you, my two. That was what it was, Kima. I did that without even knowing they were going to play Basel. I just felt it in my bones. There's low consistency. It could be. It genuinely could be. And weirdly, with Montperouse, it feels like that's unlikely to change a great deal. Hello, you know. Brand new month for fantasy as well, which means, of course, brand new F1 league table that got sorted at 1-1 draw away at Villarreal. We take that, particularly as we played like ass. But our Maltese menace and goal, Ivan Baldacchino, still doing bits, which makes me happy. Okay, so Kwesi Alpud is unfortunately injured. Our next match only, this one, just so we can... how bad is the injury? I forget. Okay, it's not too bad. But that will require us to bring in somebody else. Probably someone like Lucinio, actually. I feel like he doesn't get anywhere near as much football. Oh, he's in the middle. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Everyone knew that already, Matt. Probably be Abdullahi then. Keep him in the shop window since he's currently wanted by Watford. First minute red card is quite an impressive feat. That's giving... Because you can't even really be angry at that point, right? You've just got to go in and just go, right, I'm going to leave my mark on him, and then very much leave their mark on him. Do I start Kowalski for this Champions League game, or do I... Do you know what? I think I've got to be sensible here. Jens goes into the Yenzi position, and that means that Henrique can come back in, and we get our actual strongest possible lineup for this one. And then we just bring him off the bench anyway. At least I can put someone else on the bench, though. Unavailables. So we can really only bring in... I guess Coffee's kind of got a knock as well as it stands, so that's okay. 12 of a Coffee. I believe so, yeah. It's just no foam allowed whatsoever. But the thing is, they put the foam on, and then it falls off randomly. Sometimes earlier than you'd expect. Only difficult games in Manchester City. But yeah, this is the thing. That'll be hard for them as well, as we already saw last night. They are... I was so surprised when they were 3-1 down against Everton in the first place. Fantasy should be open, yes. I find that sometimes you have to refresh your tabs, because I basically had to deliberately sign out and sign back in to make sure I could get it working today. But I've noticed there's 26 people in already, so I'm guessing it is working today. And, oh, interesting. Lots of Vanetti picks today. Some faiths being shown in Alvarez as well. A surprising number of Joao Carlos havers as well in there. But it's mostly dominated. 21 out of 26 people have Vanetti in their squad. You're right, it did, didn't it? Because I had it on the wrong one again. Oh no, that's fine. Wait, no, yeah, it's done it wrong again, isn't it? I must have had it on in possession. So is that now fixed again? Yeah. I swear I had it on combined when I was doing that, but I think that is a bit messy actually, isn't it? I love seeing a sea of green here. It's nice. See you later, Magnus. So, oh my god, you're right. Right, so Abdullahi Lucinio. There we go. Oh, thank god for that. Didn't want line dancing centre backs. Stops at 30%. Oh, as in the save file itself. That could be a corrupted save file, but I don't know. Usually the game tells you, not that it's corrupted, but that it can't load the save file. That is very strange. Have you got any, what sort of mods are you running, if any? 3-hour round trip around the M25 for a Project War. Enjoy that. I hate the M25 so much. I'm so glad I don't have to use it as often as I used to now. I can get to other places. But I got the abuse. Yeah, they sort of took the fall for that one for you, really, didn't they? Okay. Let me just lock the points now. Is everyone in? That way I can lock it for the match. I'm assuming so. M11. No. This is the great thing, Chris. If I'm going to a lot of places, I don't need to use either of them because I can go down the A10, out to the 414, and then down the M1 to like St Albans way, and I still have to use the M25, but I can skip through loads of the bad bits and then just go, well, I say the bad bits. I can skip out a lot of it, basically, which is really convenient now. And weirdly, doesn't take me that long. Even better is if we go to see Pog's parents, I don't have to touch it at all because we can go up to Birmingham and go down the M5 instead. Way better. Yeah, Forest just look like they're a completely different team right now. It's absolutely great. Right, I'm going to lock the points. Let's go. In it just. Do you know what it is? It's the chat you have with your missus's dad when you first meet him. You know, how was the drive? What was the traffic like? Oh, yeah. Oh, that road's always a bit of a nightmare. It's gateway chat, isn't it? It's like leading up to serious talk. Integrity concerns. I mean, I guess the problem with any of these things is the only way you'd have it is if that you're only allowed to make a certain amount of changes in a game, and at that point, who's actually managing the team? Do the Premier League want to manage the teams for people? It's people have other concerns. Like, ultimately, teams have got their own concerns. Forest and Villa are very concerned with obviously qualifying for the Champions League next year by winning the Europa. I mean, Villa less so, I suppose. They want to win it, obviously, because it's a European trophy, but I think they're going to be safely qualifying for the Champions League regardless. I don't see anyone catching them. Right, let's crack on. Get that in there. Oh, they got Ferdy Kalioglu. Isn't he the guy from Brighton? I think we played against him a couple of seasons ago, in fact. Oh. I would find it quite funny if Forest did win it, actually. But part of me also wants Villa to, just because that way we get the 6th Premier League team for the Champions League if they finish 5th still. And before the Arsenal game, I was like, oh, if we pull off something magical here, there is still a chance of, like, not just Europe, but Champions League still on the cards. You never know. Like, it's not now. We were absolute ass. I had such high hopes for that game as well, and we just didn't even show up. What a weird highlight that is. No, that's not onside. That cannot be onside. I refuse to believe that that one is going to count. I hope it does, though. He looked about 50 yards offside. Yeah, I thought so. Well, exactly, yeah. It's dangerous, and I think it would actually violate several laws, potentially, to do with working rights and stuff, right? Or maybe not. Oh, yeah, he's actually closer than I thought he was, to be fair. Yeah, Didn't Villa not have a single shot on shot in the first half of that match or something crazy? It was like they were the Montreal Canadiens of football. Except the Canadiens won. If it's Brentford that ends 6th, though. No, but I actually still kind of would, because at least it's interesting. As much as I hate to say it, it would still be interesting. Yeah, 60 minutes. And did they not create a single shot on target? Sorry, from what I remember, they had like 0 XG on target until the 90th minute or something crazy. That is like, as much as Fulham were bad, that was much, whoa, just wide. Oh, Fulham's managed Europa League. I just want another chance at it. Just give us a Conference League. It'll be like down to 13th at this point anyway by the time that comes around. Oh, Rufus is the right person again. Yeah. And notice his average rating is staying solid. That's the thing I'm noticing. Which means that he may not even be having shots, but he's linking up the play nicely. He's playing correct passes. The 3 roles that we were worried about in terms of ratings-wise, at least, were the middle centre-back, but that seems to be fixed now. Oh, hello. That would have been such a nice goal as well. Hate that for him. The offset DLP, which has now been improved massively, and obviously the striker role, which seems to have improved the most of the bunch, in fact. Baller in it the other day. So here's a fun fact for you, Andrew. I believe there were 17 goals, or is it? I think there was 15 goals in the entire Avs LA Kings series, and then us and Minnesota rock up. No, it was 16 goals, I think, in the entire series, and we rock up and score 15 in one night. What a goal from Jens again. Has he scored a long-range goal in every single Champions League game so far? I think he has, you know, because that's 4 in 4. I'm thinking Jens has actually scored a banger in every single one. 14 different goal scorers. Here's a little fun stat for you, Andrew. The Avs' top point scorer in the playoffs this season so far is Devon Taves. A man that was having a really bad season statistically for us has now got the most points for any Avs player in the playoffs so far. What? Absolutely mental. Scores long shots. This is the thing. Obradovic takes them, but he's less than the team these days. And Montparnasse takes them, but he just never scores them. There's something about Jens that means he scores them, and I don't really know why, because he's got 14 long shots. Montparnasse has 15 long shots. But I just rarely ever see Montparnasse scoring them, and I wonder if it's because of the positions they're taking them from or other factors about their play. But it is weird, the number that Jens has scored. That's his 4th already in the Champions League. Very bizarre. The last 8 goals. I'm just happy to get one off the line. Just get on the board, right? Because Minnesota, I mean, Quinn Hughes was exceptional in that game. Some of the little... He and Kale... I like watching him and Kale McCarr play in the same matches just because it is just like, oh, yes, these two are exceptionally good, like, just world-class players. And Jens has scored another one. I don't think we need the other 10 fellas. We'll just use Jens. He will be our striker in Europe. That's his 5th goal in 4 Champions League matches. He must have eviscerates big games as an attribute. I love him so much. As much as we've got, I'm actually really glad that our midfield has now grown in size because it allows space for Jens to continue his spot, even with the arrival of Joao Carlos and Paulo Henrique. Just, this is going to be one of these really long highlights, isn't it? We can't actually watch because it will take all day. Then again, I should make you watch them from time to time just to get a taste of what it's like when I have to record the match highlights after the streams. He is a match engine player, for sure. I think he's going to be one of those guys that's going to turn into one of those sort of 3-star, then 2.5-star fellas that eventually he probably will get phased out, but I don't see it being anytime soon because realistically, the player that's probably going to replace him one day might in fact be Kowalski, and he is not ready for a starting berth yet as like our main guy. But it's good to have a consistent player in front of him at this point. A hidden stat. Oh, interesting. I suppose the one thing that Jens has that none of the other players in our starting 11 do is that he is a real player. Which means we've got like hard data on other people. How many of you actually, interest, have had Jens in your saves? Because one of the reasons that we signed him initially was because when we found him initially, it was like, oh damn, this guy's really good. But also, a lot of you went, oh yeah, no, I've had that guy. He's awesome. And I see why. Frank, he's 29 now. Jesus. It might not even be a choice of him being phased out at some point because he's got 15 natural fitness. He should be okay. But he's already 2.5. He has 7 traits. That's a good point. Is one of them like something to do with shooting from distance? And he's Thompson. This is very true. Killables often. Comes deep to get ball. 1-2s dictates tempos. First time shots perhaps. And then shoots from distance. Whereas Montparnasse doesn't actually have the traits. He just does it sometimes. And maybe it's that Montparnasse is not... Jens is getting the shots away faster, perhaps. Runs with ball often, gets forward whenever possible. Maybe he doesn't take as many long shots as I thought, but he takes a lot of shots, so clearly some of them have to be from range. It certainly seems like it. As much as I'd want to put that on Montparnasse, I feel like that probably wouldn't be beneficial to the role he's playing. I wonder if Jens' starting position also being slightly deeper means he's getting the ball in slightly more... He's getting space on the pitch. Yeah, I don't feel like a lot of the ones he scores are first time, though, weirdly. I'll have to go and look at some of his goals this season and actually see whether they were first time shots. I would click that now, but I'm afraid it will fuck up, so we'll do it after the match. Because he's only got 5 goals. It wouldn't take us long to check. Head on the scoreboard. I didn't really look at the stats for this game. How are we doing in terms of pure stats? Yeah, just exactly what you want. Double-digit shots on target by half time. Like, usually, the way I sort of... A good game for us for this tactic for me is we got double-digit shots on target and we're hitting at least 2 XG. That's usually what I'm looking for from an attacking output performance. And I don't really see us not getting to 2 in the second half of this one. Be good to get the goal difference up a little bit, though, against Shakhtar, just because they are one of the more winnable matches we've got. I like how we've come back stronger after a little rebuild season and actually look now completely imperious, despite getting rid of loads of Scourge players and selling them to teams around us as well. This build-up player is looking a little bit filthy. We're being so patient on this. Oh, go on, Naeem. Haven't seen much of Naeem today. Okay, that was nice. That was very nice. How many left? So the only one... Technically, Naeem is one, but we've said we wouldn't sell him because he's too important to the story. I think there's a couple out on loan. But that's Naeem's 11th goal of the season. Just cuts inside and then outside of the right foot. An assist for Vanetti. Oh, what a strike. 11 goals this season for Naeem. It is not Christmas. We've only rarely had strikers get to 20 goals in a season in the last sort of 4 or 5 years because of how much our system creates sort of goals for everybody. Naeem might actually get there as a fullback, which is... I hope he doesn't get a serious injury because that could be devastating. Oh, look at this from John. Okay, hang on, wait a second. If this leads to something great... Oh, it should have done as well. That little... Did he just hit it with like a spinorama there? Incredible. What's his technique? Oh, it could be that his technique... I mean, Montparnasse has probably got at least 15 technique as well. 17? 13 on Jens. I think it's the PPMs and the position he's playing as well. What a strike. Carriero. Ooh. Jesus Christ. Didn't score inside the area. No, that's the thing. It was a whole meme on the channel at one point about Jens not scoring from inside the box and how it was illegal. And he scored 5 I mean, he has got one inside the box today, but his first 4 goals, I don't believe, came from inside the box. Okay. Abdullahi's complacent. Well, we won't have that. We'll get Hernandez on just because he's complacent. Montperusi's having another off day, which means... Is Molsky in the squad? We're 3-0 up now. I might as well give Molsky a run. And Alvarez. God, I love being able to swatch those two around. And it's 3-0 now, so we'll take Jens off, even though he's on a hat-trick. Do I take him off? Yeah, I want Jersey to get as much football as possible, really. And who else is on the bench that could maybe have a little run out? I would bring Michael Fieler on, but honestly, Vanetti's just crushing it right now. Maybe Obradovic? Obradovic for Joao Carl? No, Paolo. Those two have been really good in this game as well. Just mix it up a little bit. I would like to at least get to the 2xG. Because if you're having this many shots and you don't really reach that amount, it suggests that we are having some quite low danger chances in this game. Some of which have gone in, fortuitously, but that's the thing. We rarely put up the really stupid XG numbers. And it does mean that I think in certain games against certain opponents, we are definitely taking more pot shots than we were before. Which is okay, because I think having that as part of your tactic seems more viable in 26. We could do. Be nice if Kowalski could just start pinging them. I don't think he has particularly good long shots. He doesn't really have the best technicals at all, I don't think. But we'll find out. Is this the first proper highlight in the second half? What is Kowalski's long shots? 7. That would be tough to get that to be that good, I suspect, unfortunately. We're XG talk? I like me a bit of XG. Like, our own players' stats in terms of XG from the things I can extrapolate is about all I can really go on a lot of the time in this, because the stats outside that lie a lot of the time. Like the overall stat. Oh, go on. Anwar. That is so nice. Lovely goal from Vanetti as well. Like, that's Vanetti's 9th goal of the season. He's got 3 and 4 in the Champions League. Naeem grabs an assist. Who was this with the pass? Was this Mana? Oh, it was Obradovic. Look at that. First time over the top, but what a cross this is from, like, on the chest. And then just half-volleyed little chipped back shot. Ignore that. I mean, it's only Shakhtar, I realise, but that is just a lovely goal to see scored. Lovely to see Vanetti get on the score sheet. And that might have... Oh, he's not quite going to win man of the match, because Naeem will, of course, win that. But we absolutely take that. Chipped what you heard. A pro in the concept. I guess it's that what they're basically saying is that the player is in their prime, which, depending on your scouting strategy, might be what you're looking for. So obviously, if you're looking for young players that you want to improve for the future, then obviously that would perhaps be perceived as a con. But I guess the game is sort of looking at that, saying, this guy's in his prime, therefore maybe you should sign him, which would definitely be a factor. Well, League Shakhtar, that will be obviously the Ukrainian league. Playing in Poland, of course. So we're not, of course, because we're actually playing in the Donbass arena, apparently. Spurs just lost to Marseille. Marta just beat Spurs. Go on, Marta. That's our goal. Go on. Where are Tottenham this season, in fact? Wait, where are Tottenham? Oh, they're 29th. Because of course they are. They've fallen off hard since beating us in the Champions League final. My God. Right, before I forget, just grab this one. That way I don't have to faff around with it anymore. Get that on there. Do a little tweaky tweak. Copy image. Unlock that. Paste screenshot. Read the stats. I'm going to try to be quicker with these today, so we don't take up too much time with that, because I realise it's a different thing. But I want to make sure that, I mean, this is, at least he didn't do the passing error this time, so it should just be a case of do that, hit clean sheet and man of the match bonus, and we're good to go. And we just have to trust that the points are going to be correct. Apply the points, and boom. Naeem's just hit. Damn it! He did it again. Hopefully it's actually worked, and it's just like a random error we're going to get, so we should be okay. Controls, it's done all the things, so it should be okay. We'll be able to tell pretty quickly. Yeah, I think it did appoint them properly. Yep, you can join at any stage. Sick. Right. It still put all the points in correctly as far as I can tell, so we should be alright on that one. Nice. Yeah, it says top goal scorers again, so we did get that correct at least. Nice. Right, we move. Is it the Donbass? Exactly, it's good signs. Not in his prime, but still good enough for any day. I guess, but surely you wouldn't not like if you're just looking at players, surely you wouldn't like not want them in their prime. I mean, again, it depends on your scouting strategy, right? Mull, thank you very much for the prime, my friend. That's speaking of prime, we can summon them. Thank you so much, man. That's very kind of you. Exact same lineup. But remember, you can make subs. There are 3 subs allowed, so there's that as well. Right, nice. We take that. So we just have to take Daz. Yeah, Naeem is a captain. I mean, Thing is, he's not going to get you a lot of points in terms of goals. Well, he will, because he'll score some, but it's not like he's going to get the same amount of points. I actually don't know, Andrew, on that one. That is not something I'm privy to, that information. I haven't seen anything about it, but you never know. Right. So we're one of the few teams now. Us, Real Madrid and Brighton, strange bedfellows, are up there with our 100% records thus far. Good news. Right, that is that. Let me do a little look up for Dom Jale. Ah, interesting, actually, because they are one of our affiliate sites. Doesn't really get us a great deal, but we do have them at least. Actually gone bankrupt. Did it really? Wow. That's not what I would have expected. Jesus. So what's happening with them then? Are they being sort of dissolved and disappearing, or is it a case of like the license gets moved to someone else and then the club sort of exists but it'll have a different name type of thing? Because that seems to be, it seems to vary from like nation to nation what happens when clubs either disappear or don't technically disappear. Being dissolved, really? Oh, that genuine. I mean, it sucks anyway, but that really sucks. Past winners. Damn, Slovenia's been chefing a little bit here. A little bit of a period of dominance for Olimpia Ljubljana, but after that, Maribor with a couple, Celje with a couple, Radomlje. That seems unusual. I feel like I've not seen those guys win a title before in one of my saves for a while. In fact, have they ever won a title? No. No, they haven't. That's their first ever Slovenian title for Radomlje. That's cool. I'm glad we looked at that now, actually, even though it's not got the depth to go beyond that and find out what's going on there, but that's still cool. With 10 tackling, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's probably the long-term what we're going to have to look for those roles. Just basically wingers that can defend a little bit. 2 players in need of rest. Who are the 2? Is it the usuals? Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll rotate the squad for Zagłębie Lubin, bring back in... How are you tired? How are you tired? You're not even starting in the games. None exhausted and 2... Wait, so who's the other one that's very high injury risk then? Lucinho and Alfredo Mana. Oh, interesting. So it's just different ones each time. Names PPMs. Oh, I don't think he does, you know, unless it's just not on the screen. No, I think he's PPM-less. Traits, sorry, yeah. Oh, bottom left. So I'm so used to looking at the right-hand side of the screen. So yeah, he does have runs with ball often, which tracks with his, with these. That would make sense. Yeah, I don't think I've even really heard of them. Slovenia, is it? It's never really come across my radar. I wonder if it's just because they sit in that sort of, not the mushy middle, but they're sort of in that big group of countries that I've just never really looked into. I don't think I've ever managed there either. Get tired from not doing it. Oh, you can. Trust me. Yeah, I mean, he's the best, isn't he? He now leads the goals ratings as well. I mean, so Montparus didn't actually shoot as much in that game, I don't think. God, he's had 50 himself. Joao Carlos shoots quite a lot, but his shots are much worse. I actually don't think Montparus is the problem with his shooting. At least his shooting is creating XG. Joao Carlos is shooting from bloody anywhere, it would seem. Whereas Enrique has about the same likelihood of scoring, but doesn't shoot as frequently. But maybe he's played less minutes.
I am familiar with over
they played roughly the same.
And I am programmed to get
and they miss a lot. Just spouting them over the bar, it would seem. Ollie Evans, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. That's super kind of you. Thank you for joining us today. Who do you support? Let us know. Postcode, thank you for the 23 months.
Ik ben een kaartoffeln.
Never felt more seen. What is a kaartoffeln? It sounds like someone who is in prison or indicted for stealing go-karts. A Wolves fan. Ah, we've got quite a lot of Wolves. We have a disproportionate number of Wolves fans in chat as it happens, I feel like. Or like, enough that I'm like, potato. I don't mind a bit of potato. I'm not opposed to it. Oh, actually, that reminds me. That doesn't remind me of that in any way, but my brain has tweaked to it, and therefore I'm going to claim that it has reminded me. 68 players. Wrong one. So I did the Patreon recap on Friday, and I want to make sure we've got this set up properly again. Is it that one? Or that one? No, that's sure as shit, ain't it? What's the one I use? Is that one? There we go. Got them in the end. Forgets Ordnance Survey. I mean, that sounds like Polk. She's got an OS subscription through work. They got promoted. Ooh. So they're going top flight in women's football. Or they got promoted to WSL too. Oh, sick. That's awesome. Duke Nukem. One of our favourite voiceover actors.
There's a joke
with 69
with this
months
number,
as well.
but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Is it because they see me as like a relegation level streamer, Greg? I get that, to be fair. We're fighting against it, but don't worry, I'm going to appoint Scott Parker and it's all going to be fine. I love a bit of Ordnance Survey. I like walking around and seeing the little, this is nothing to do with Ordnance Survey, but the, you know when you're out and about and you see the little tiny trail signs, the little arrows, and they're just really cutely decorated, and you're like, oh, it's just, I like seeing that sort of stuff when you're out and about. Right. Is this the right one either? I don't think it is actually, is it? But it'll do for the time being. Wait, which is the one I actually use here? Is it that one? No. It's literally this one. It's written right there, Matt, you melon. So I think they are either on trial with us, or one thing I did do as well is I realized that I hadn't got it set to exclude our players. So the guys that joined us, like permanently whilst on loan, they weren't showing up in here. So I missed things. So my apologies. O2X league games. I guess so. I suppose it depends on which league you're managing it, right? Are there any women's leagues that have longer seasons? Because our women's team is, oh, I have to go through Sven, don't I? Easier. Interesting. I know. I was flustered. It's once I've had a, well, I miss a single stream and my brain just resets to, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. As if I do when I'm normally here. But, oh, actually, that looks quite good. Hello. Started strongly. Right behind Schlonsk. Is this the year that they finally win the title? Probably not. They'll get too many injuries. But we take it. Pretty sure. I would have thought so. I guess it's because they don't have the largest leagues yet, right? Cardoso leaves out. Who is Cardoso, actually, out of interest? Miguel Cardoso is the current... Wow, he's had a... He's been around. Well, mostly... Actually, no, he has been around. Jesus Christ, yes. Shakhtar, Rio Ave, Nantes, Celta Vigo, Icor, back to Rio Ave. He's managed... So he's managed in Ukraine, Portugal, France, Spain, Greece, Portugal again, Tunisia, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, and then Poland. That's cool. Hello, Lewis. How are you on this slightly cloudy day now, in fact? Times they are changing. Ogilvy could be on the way out of Stoke. Going 14 teams. That's a good start. That will... Because it just creates a bigger playing field for teams to be in a league that's going to earn them more money, right? International man of mystery in it. And the mystery at the moment is, why is he not picking Tomashevic? Probably because he's not playing. Ooh, goal 50. We get to find out if we owe Basel £3.5 million. My money's on no as a Liverpool target. I wouldn't really want to do that, but we may have to. Because we do have Gomez. And I get the feeling that now that we're one strikering it, we're a bit overstocked in the striker role. And it's Jamal Musiala. Then Saka, then Endrick, Bellingham, Junior. First region on there is this guy here. Ramadan Kurtishi of Albania at Chelsea. Oh, please tell me he's... If he's come from an Albanian side, I'll be... I reckon he's from someone's youth academy that's not in... I'm going to go an Italian club. Freiburg, okay. Not quite. Very much not quite. In fact, very different. Any other regions in here? Guy at Man City... I just want to see if there's a random player at a club that you think, oh, okay, that's a bit strange. Al Ittihad, Nico Paz, of course, he's going to be crazy good. Lando Lopez, a lot of Chelsea regens in here. By that I mean like 2. Declan Rice at Al Hilal now, 35-year-old, wow. Went 10 seasons in and it's still dominated by the real players just because of the reputations, essentially. Liban Elmi, is he? It's not a name I've heard before, but we'll know immediately because he'll have like a crazy nationality combination or something. Liban Elmi, he is just straight up French. Came through at Saint Etienne, so he's not a Scourge player. I don't know. Born in Tassin La Denelou. It's a great place to be born. In terms of its name, at least. Is he still... Lautaro Martinez has to have 100%, like, 21 natural fitness, right? Ill and worse. Got this tack to work no matter how much I tweak. Ooh. Building a defensively sound tactic that concedes 3 goals a game. I tell you what, Lewis, you'll like this. Hadrian in the Discord has been building what he's calling anti-football. It's his idea basically being to not score any goals, basically, but not concede any either. I think the latest screenshot I saw, he'd got 9 points from 11 matches, but has conceded 11 goals and scored none. So no matter how bad your haram ball is going, it could be worse. Or better, depending on your viewpoints on that one. On the plus side, though, if you want any help with stuff like that, feel free. We'll do our best to sort of diagnose if it helps. I wouldn't normally say that, but we've actually, as a group, had a reasonably good track record lately of actually helping people turn their saves around with tactical changes, which is not something we usually wade into, but hey, I'm feeling a streak coming. Nah, I don't have the proper, or do I? Hadrian's Getafe in it, yeah. Screw the wall. He's built Hadrian's wall right there. So there's Real Bedford, that's the women's one. So there's this one here. But I'm guessing this is not the badge you're on about. Hey, crack on, Lewis. What? Tell us the situation. Like, what season? Who you're managing? What's the expectations? And we'll go from there. Because there's usually a couple of qualifying questions I ask. Is that the non-updated one? You're gonna have to give me a link to the other one. I'm curious now. I'm gonna go mad. Well, this is the way we start. Oh, did they actually? Skull and Crossbow. Oh, yes, you're right. I've seen that. When I was looking through the lower leagues of English football, creating my list of suffixes and prefixes for that video, I saw their badge in there, for sure. Jesus Christ, we made a huge amount of progress there. Also, I need to check the other guys as well. So Milan will owe us another 6.5 million as well for the Pena deal, which is dope. What? There we go. It is kind of cool. Oh, wait. Estimated block. Is that a blockchain reference? I'm guessing because this is the Bitcoin thing, right? It's still kind of a cool badge, but... Oh, God, the B is a fucking Bitcoin. The pay is being played in crypto as well. Let's go my own identity beforehand. No, that's good. No. That honestly, Lewis, that's the kind. I'm that kind of person. I'm stubborn, but like, not immediately stubborn. If that makes sense. I sort of fall into the trench, and then I'm like, no. How dare you try and take me out of this trench? I live here now. That's sort of my establishment of these things. So, crucially. So yeah, what league are you managing in? Who are you managing? I'm guessing the Premier League. What season is it? Tell us the story of the season so far, I guess. Like, where are you in the league? Actually, the other thing is, look at the expected points table as well. Because that will be a crucial one to see if we are actually underperforming or overperforming. Those are the numbers we need. Because that's usually the best place to start. Also, chat, by the way, it's about time we changed our friend's name here, because it looks like they've got to him. Quentin Queenie has got a hip injury. That seems suspicious. HJK, we need double, yeah. Robert Robertson, done. That's nice and sensible. That no one will find him when he's called Robert. You know what? I can't spell, so he's now Robert Roberston. Let's go. It's Marley from Egypt. So basically, they're on my sort of team report list, with the meaning basically being that we want to have a look occasionally if they've got any younger players that might be worth a closer look. So let's actually do that now while we're here. Have I got this set up? So as part of the team report scouting system that I use to get team reports as an initial look at play. There you go. So actually, as it happens, yes, they do. They've got a couple of guys that might be worth a closer gander. Most notably, Mohamed Imad, who most likely won't be, but we still do the first one. See you later, J-Tux. Enjoy your maths. We'll be here doing our own maths, trying to figure out what the hell's going wrong. Oh, they do, yeah. We've actually got a couple already. We have a guy called Mohammed Ramadan. Who is currently out on loan from us, but he is, I forget who he signed from. He was from Z, actually happens. The downside being, of course, that despite being called Mohammed Ramadan, he is not fast. But he does have all the other factors about his game that we quite like. And he's got 26 caps for Egypt and that haircut. So, hey, what's not to like about the fella? And classy neck, of course. Yeah, the hips guy was intriguing. We did have a look at, speaking of hips, we had to talk about hips and Scottish football in general in a minute. For £4. Was he? Was that his contract? Jesus, I need to get bro a new deal. I think I am actually offering him one. He may have one of those starts at the end of the season type contracts. Maybe. Practice Ramadan. I mean, I guess he'd have to, right? Oh yeah, Egypt is... The problem with Egypt when you're a European side a lot of the time is that they do bring through great players because their youth rating is surprisingly high. The biggest issue with it a lot of the time, though, is that the clubs are going to demand decent cash, so you can't just punt all the time. They will want good money. Occasionally, though, you can find guys a little bit cheaper, and those are the ones I really do like to go after. Yeah, classy net this year. Sadly, I think this may well be his last year for Nacional. Although he's got 2 more years on his contract, but if he's not playing, he's not playing, right? Right, I will quickly read this. Right, so, performed pretty well season 1. Expect to finish. Also, you know you're like this. So not much of identity in Europe, not playing on the school fields, and a bit of money that we turned to a best team in England has ever seen. We finished 10th, which is about what you'd expect. Yeah. Change your tactic. Lack a couple of centre-backs. Might be a bit early because we have more defence than we can see now. Okay, cool. So, the first thing we need to know, so that's cool. So, season 2, what we need is essentially this table here. The numbers for where your team rank according to these numbers is where I feel like this is my first sort of like diagnostic that I like running, because if you looked at ours you'd be like, oh my god, what's going wrong here? More on that in a minute. But yeah, that's the first thing to say, I suppose. Now, other Polish sides in Europe, because we have had some Europa League action, I presume. And I'm a bit worried about them. I think they lost again. Yeah, Arca lost to Braga, so that's not hugely surprising. Brookbay got a draw away at FC Copenhagen with an own goal. It's fortunate points, but it is a little not suspicious, but worrying, I suppose. Because Arca are 34th, Brookbay are 14th at least, but they still need to pick it up a little bit. This is an Arca team that went to the quarterfinals of the Europa last season as well. Like, that concerns me a bit. And they won back-to-back trophies in our country, at least. NUFC Pro, thank you for the 21 months, my friend. How is your Tuesday going? Oh, right. I think they basically still have everyone they had before. In terms of, like, where they'd rank extra class-wise predictions and stuff, I think they're considered to be... yeah, third best squad according to the game in our league at least. So it suggests that they need to be doing better than they are, basically. I get the feeling that they may not make it. Then again, maybe they just had tough matches so far and they've got 4 more games to turn it around after all. We don't have to worry about the Conference League this year, which is a shame because this is the perfect season to be worrying about it, unfortunately. Let me just check in Europe what that does for us at the moment. This is very much a year of just trying to hang on to the top 5, or top 4 at least, because there is a chance that if we kind of balls it up a little bit, France and Germany could both get by us this year. And then after that, it doesn't get a lot easier, is the issue. Yeah, Korona Kielce, they should never have gone down in the first place. They got relegated while playing in Europe, if I recall. Like, seems to happen quite frequently. This year, I mean, how are they actually getting on? Yeah, they're right where you'd expect them to be. It does help as well that some of the players they've got are absolutely ridiculous. So, for example, they have Eloy Suarez up front for them. A guy that played matches as a starter at times for us a couple of seasons ago is now starting for Korona Kielce. So they've definitely got some bodies in the club that should be making them do better than they are. And frankly, they are. Right. This is full rotation, I would say. Well, not full rotation, but a reasonable amount of rotation. Just to get some of these guys rested a little bit. What I'll do is, like, slight rotation. Then in theory, he should move out the players that are lacking fitness, I suppose. Abramovich, Carlos, John. Yeah, I don't mind that as a setup. It does the job for the time being. And it's next match only. And in theory, that should have also sorted the bench too. Yes. I think. Or does it? No, they might kick off about this. Unless our new boy is actually now counted as a... by the new rules. Oh no, there's this guy here. Who's this? Yusuke Nakagawa. Okay, apparently he counts as another 22 trained in Poland player. Things you love to see. That's a good point as well, Anarith. I'm saying that the Polish sides in the Champions League they're overperforming where I expected them to be. I thought it was going to be a year of get in there. Maybe one of them does a brilliant thing and gets through. But the money they're going to get. And the great thing about them doing kind of well at the same time is means that not only are they going to get the money, but they're going to get extra money for the fact that they're doing well. So it's going to be good. And it will allow us to sort of consolidate a little bit there if we can do. Be kind of curious to see how João Carlos gets on in this next game, given that he's the one player that I'm still... or rather that role with the Montperu setup in there at least. God, Abramovich has not scored a goal or an assist this year. That's surprising, actually. We'll let Jens keep his backwards position as well there. Dennis, not speaking of people that we've helped with tactics, is Dennis. Or was that you, Dennis? No, I don't think it was Dennis. Actually, it was someone else. Never mind. Sorry, Dennis. Thank you, though, for the 6 months. That is extremely nice of you. Oh, my throat is getting a bit dry here. Excuse me. Ah, lovely. Right. We don't want to go into match because we want to go straight through. Nice. Didn't kick off for nothing. Did I have... Oh, I did say. The game still throws me for a loop sometimes when it does that. It will, like, randomly show a different menu. Wow, 1-0. Jesus, that was... Hey, Cracovia have sacked their manager. Things you like to see, although they may get worse. They may get better if they do that, unfortunately. Paolo wanted by... My guess is it might even be a loan, given that he's only just signed for us, so it'd be weird if he was suddenly being wanted already, but hey, I won't be selling him. Bro's going nowhere. Let's see who was wanted by. And also see what actually happened in this game. So Duru scored the one singular goal. Ooh, that was a bit of a scuffed performance actually from the lads there. But we'll take it. Diakite actually played well. Well, as well as Diakite does, at least. Just grab that. Why can't I click the right button? I keep clicking the wrong browser, that's what it is. Take that. Back in there. And I will paste that in there. Get the next batch sorted. Oh. Yeah, Brookbet, unfortunately, because they started winning a couple of games and have still got European results that are kind of moderately going in their favour, the downside of it is that they are essentially less likely to sack their coach, and that sucks because they need a new manager and they need one fast, basically. Right, that should have updated the points. There we go. We'll have to refresh the page, perhaps. And ooh, that didn't actually change things a great deal at all, as it happens. Hang on, sorry. Score 5, conceded 4. Sorry. Okay, what we really need though is the raw numbers for the actual like statistics screen that I was talking about, because that will give us an idea of where the problems likely are, and we can start to. Obviously, you're conceding more than you should be, perhaps, but maybe you're not. I mean, I'm guessing you are. We're gonna have to pay them for that, unfortunately. Liverpool spotted watching Duru. Can't heart about that one. I'm really curious to see what Coventry are going to be like in the Premier League next year. Adam Cleary had a really good video talking about how he thinks that they're actually going to be much better because of the way that they're not afraid to change up their systems and style of play constantly to adapt to their opponents even in the middle of matches, and I really like that. Swing back to that in a minute. So the way you'd find it is if you go into your like main stages page and then hit up here and then go to XG table. That's the sort of screen that we're looking for. God, we've underperformed over 7 now. Sorry, yes, Frank Lampard's Coventry City. My apologies. Wait. Pushta did lose 2-0 that game. It's happening. Although Brookbet looked like they might be making a slight comeback with a 1-1 draw or a 0-0 draw. My apologies. Pushta have still only scored 7 times this year. If they make it to 20 goals this year, I'll be amazed. They have to, surely, because they're not going to sack their coach, given the giant... Oh, Hamish Ogilvy's just left Stoke for Palace. A Patreon update right after I did the video. How much for?
In Germany we have the Schnaps like 33. Is there a name for that in English? Liquor number?
A Schnapszahl? I don't know. I'm not sure I completely understand. We have like ABV to describe like alcohol content, but I don't think there's any... I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not understanding, which is very likely what's happening. But I don't think so. Next match is Legia in the league, but with the fact that we've got Napoli... Oh no, sorry, we've got Tottenham straight after that. It's probably going to be a rotated squad for that game too. It's not yet, no, I don't think there's tactics in the pack at all at the moment. I haven't actually got it anywhere yet. What I could do though, if you would like it, I might be able to export it now and just whack it in the Discord or something for you. Because otherwise, I will put it in the pack properly, because I think I'm kind of happy with how it is now, to the point where I don't mind like throwing it to other people. As if Redondo isn't playing for Brookbet. Like, what are they cooking that he is not getting in their squad? Augusto's training report. Okay. I really like this dude. I just really hope we can find a loan for him. Or he just ends up playing for us soon, because at this rate, he's good enough, to be honest. Youth Academy only with Journeyman in South America. Oh, yeah. I mean, I actually think that... I still think you're slightly underestimating the difficulty of a Youth Academy Journeyman save, because Youth Academy saves are always ridiculously difficult in general because of the because of the disparity in random chance that you're going to get. Whereas doing it with one club is difficult enough, but having to move to other clubs I just think is going to be nigh on impossible to make that work. Okay, so -5 on goals scored. So you're -4 on goals against. So actually, what those numbers are saying to me, Lewis, is that you are definitely Wait, if you're -1 on that means you're scoring more than you should be. And conceding more than you should be for sure. But you are overperforming or underperforming? No, you're underperforming. Okay, yeah, you're underperforming a little bit. So it suggests that you're right. It's the defensive side of things. So I suppose now the next thing to look at would be goalkeepers, I suppose. Actually, no, the next thing is, what types of goals are you conceding? Is there any goal that you concede and you see it like, that's one that we concede quite frequently? Make transfers. Yeah, at the moment, the way that it works is that when you transfer a player out, you lose the points that player's earned for you up to that point. I think they are, Clayton, that are going to be changing that. I don't know for sure, though. I aim to go for clubs that have better than average youth recruitment. Oh, of course. But remember, we have the best youth recruitment in Poland right now. And you've seen the state of the youth intakes that we've had just here. If we were running this youth intake only, we'd have no chance. Because remember, no one else is doing that, they're all still signing players. So you are having to keep up with that, and it will take a very long time because you'd have to let the players come through and then develop them to a level where they can actually progress and be first team players. Now, obviously, with you focusing on youth team players, you will get them through a bit faster. Europe is way harder. Oh, well, yeah, of course. But the reason it's harder is because Europe is just better in general. But what I mean is that you're not going to get 10 usable players for your first team every single season. You're going to get at best 1, maybe 2. And that's going to take a while to even make a productive team, is what I mean. So you'll actually get a lot worse before you get better. So, I mean, that's the sort of way I would look at it logically. Advanced wingbacks, I like an advanced wingback too. And we actually do use overlapping centre backs as well. I think what it might be a case of is that potentially, for example, are you getting caught on the break quite a lot? Or passes down the box, or floated crosses, or shots in the middle of our centre back doesn't move. It could. Oh Jesus, loads of people getting caps now. Oh my God, loads of caps. How many wage rises? Okay, Zhang just got caps for Japan, which is a great sign. And Urquidez has just got one from... Really? Wow, he's looking like a better sign than I thought he was going to be. Don't mind a bit of that. Wilstermann as well. Are you counter-pressing or are you regrouping? I know you don't want to change things to do with the shape and stuff, but I find that I used to be a massive counter-press fiend, but I've recently started, over the last couple of years in FM, using regroup instead, as I find that it means that when you are playing a really high aggressive tactic like that, you tend to not get caught in transition as frequently because your players will retreat much faster rather than trying to win the ball back in dangerous positions. Players in the primes, for sure, yeah. 8 to 10 players, 1 per year. Well, we've had maybe 3 good players so far that are like actually good. 2 of which we've got more recently. Depends on how you do. Yes, absolutely. That is correct. It does indeed depend on how you do. But that applies to literally everything in life. But yeah, you're playing them will develop them, but it won't make them. It won't improve their potential. They will still be the potential that they are. You're still relying on random chance. For that, you're just sort of increasing the odds. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying it will be very, very difficult. And I think perhaps more difficult than you would imagine. In terms difficult, but also time consuming, I suppose, more than anything else. But I guess it depends on how many seasons you're expecting it to take and what the overall plan of it actually is, I guess. Right. Let's... Oh, this is the guy from Hearts you're on about, right? He's from the Philippines. I like that. Stewie, thank you for the 46.
Good afternoon, Matto and Grace
Hello.
Chatter. She with a big violin and clean bandit. How's Poland? We cooking? Got FM console on
We
the go
are.
now. Praise
Love
be
to see it.
PlayStation Plus. Still doing my Welsh Duolingo. This month's word is shickled.
Shickled? Is that Rael Shickled? For some reason it looked like Saucier now from a distance there. I want to look at this guy a bit more. Javier Schwarzer.
You see this?
Oh, he's fun. Do we
opened
just
my
randomly bid on
own
this guy? Because he's come through at Hearts. Philippines first nationality. Bought in Santo Niño. He's only 16 in fairness. I like him. Counterattack. So like counter press, because there's like 2 defensive settings. You can either counter press or regroup. One of the first things I would try is changing it from, if you are on counter press, to regroup. That can sometimes be crucial. Not first team ready. Yeah, I mean, most of the time with youth players, I will generally keep them... Obviously, it's different in this save because there's more loans available, right? I think he's just too young. Yeah, that's fine. He's going on the baby list, though. We make exceptions sometimes for players that either I just have a random liking of, or I feel they're going to be an absolute monster. Sometimes both. So, for example, both of our Polish guys are definitely getting... what's the word? Like, they are getting... preferential treatment from us in that sense, because they're getting access to a set of sort of football that they wouldn't get were they just random dudes. But obviously I want to give them a chance to sort of develop and come through, increasing the chance that they will be used with your team, because honestly a lot of time grab your best players and sit in the reserves their whole career. Oh, for sure. Playing them is fine. I wasn't so much talking about the development of the players. I was more talking about the actual getting of the players. That's the thing. Like actually having the players come through to be used to make your team good is the difficult thing. Obviously, every now and then a team will get blessed with a true golden generation. See our Tenerife moment, of course. But those usually are the exception, not the rule, I find. Teach the baby. Booked an induction tomorrow. That'll be cool. That's sick, actually. I've always wanted to properly learn another language, but I just don't know if I'd have the patience. It's probably one of those things that I would be like excited about, but then give up on too fast because that's just what my brain does. He is technically free, but I suspect given his age, he probably wouldn't want to join us anyway. No, that's fine. Finch and Floriel, my apologies, friends. Thank you very much for the follows. That's very kind of both of you. Who do you support, guys? Chocolate milk and pickup. Ooh. I've still got pickups in my cupboard, actually. We've got some of the salted caramel ones in there. Start the Cayman Islands of Bermuda. I mean, ultimately, it does matter, I guess. But hey, again, it's your save. I'm just saying that I don't think that's going to likely work the way you think it is. Because you still have to develop, you still have to get the players. But hey, maybe it'll work. I'll be curious to see how it goes, to be fair. Right. Hindrin Naja Xiong, or Hung. He's quite fun. But I'm a bit like... Go-to meal deal of choice. So I rarely ever get a meal deal, to be fair. But, oh, actually, speaking of meal deals, this is not my meal deal of choice, but you know what? Maybe it should be. I went to Co-op a couple of weeks ago to get some milk because I'd run out of milk for my protein shakes. And so I just grabbed like 2 or 4 pints of milk or whatever. But while I was there, I was like, well, you know, I might grab myself a little snacky snack to go with it and a couple of other bits. Or like literally a couple of bits. I got to the checkout, the self-service thingies, and for some reason, whether this is a glitch in the system, I don't know, but at Co-op, a 4-pint bottle of milk counts as a drink in the meal deal. Now, I'm as shocked as you are, chat, but there you go. Little pro tip for you. If you're ever thinking to yourself, I'm a little bit thirsty today, my bones are feeling a little floppy, just get yourself 4 pints of milk in the Co-op meal deal. I think it's just, I happen to have a snack and the other item in there too, and because that was the only 3 things I had, it just kind of went, yeah. I saw it come up on the screen, meal deal price. I was like, oh, sure, why not? So there you go. Try it the next time you're in Co-op and you fancy 4 pints of milk for lunch. Your teeth are going to be brilliant after that. So you know what? That's going to be my my preferred meal deal of choice. 4 pints of milk from Co-op. You heard it here first. I like this dude, but I just worry that his technicals are not great. He is professional. And he's got good physicals. What sort of budgets are we working with right now, actually? I've still got 30 million around. Not a 10 cars would agree. That's true. You're okay. Yeah, well, 100%. It would just be the one that happens to be here, I'm sure. It's probably just something that's glitched out the system. I don't know. Maybe because it technically is a drink, but it's also, you know, 4 pints of milk. Look at this X-ray. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. Look at them bones. You can't see through them or nothing. Is he going to win? He is. Their fee is going to be very high. That's the thing that worries me slightly. Like, it's just a bit... If they would... FM? Oh, bloody hell. Why does it do this sometimes? Sorry. I sure hope we know how much money we're paying. Come on. I like this. We get to find out exactly how much money we're going to be paying for this player. I don't think that's allowed to happen like that, is it? Right. Well, that's going to be a lovely surprise when we figure out how much we're paying. How very strange. Is it like a mystery box? You know, it rocks up on your door. You open it, bring it in, put it in the middle of the living room, and it's like Schrodinger's box. So either out pops of it is a footballer that you bought from Norway, or some person in a dress singing "Happy Birthday, Mr. President." You know, who knows? But yeah, I've just found, chat. I found my first loot box in Football Manager 2026. SI, what you doing? Don't start that crap. Yeah, it's like a car auction. I guess we're gonna find out when I hit continue. I want to know how much I'm paying. The thing is, it said suggested, so my guess is that, but I don't know how much the suggested bid's going to be. It usually, does it default to the low end usually? And then I'm guessing it does, so I'm hoping it's 4.8, because if so, that's actually okay. I'd accept that. And they didn't negotiate, from as far as I know, so it should, I mean, I'd like to think that logic says 4.8 million, and I'm okay with that. Who is this? I know he's on the shortlist, but it's the fact that he's worth so much at 18. And Zagwembe Lubin that makes me quite excited there. Football microtransaction. There you go. It always has. This guy's free. Yeah, go on, Milton. Never say no to a Milton. Unless I'm choosing a park and ride in the Cambridge area. We'll do a bit of that. Babram boys for life. Actually, technically that doesn't even work anymore because Milton is actually the one that I would have to use now. Take that back. That joke was a lie. I've misled you and I apologise. Right, we'll have you. At least we know how much we're paying for him, at least. If he evangelize, as long as he evangelises me with goals, I'll be content with that. This was the other centre-back we liked from a couple of years ago. He's suspiciously cheap still, but I quite like our backline currently. He stays on the shortlist though, just in case, but I really like our backline. I don't think I'd want to knock one of them out to bring him in. Another Norwegian fella. He's very young. Jörg Dreher. He's actually not that bad, his old Jörg. He's a bit expensive though. I might shortlist Jörg for later. Just to keep an eye on him and see where he goes from there. Nice. Yeah, I mean, we still not heard anything about the international mode stuff at this rate. Oh, let me scroll, Twitch. There we go. And not scroll too far, typically. Yeah, I mean, you'd think we'd have at least heard something about international mode at this point, right? It's surprising. So it was always Babram, but then now technically it would be Milton. And I used to sometimes, when I used to go to uni back in the day, I'd go through Trumping just because it was a bit easier. Cure your sanity. I think the first thing to try, Lewis, genuinely, if you haven't already, is the switching over to a counter-pressing. Sorry, to a regrouping approach. I think that alone might be able to cut down on the amount of times you get caught in transition. Oh, is this international break? Oh, it is. My apologies. It looked, for some reason, that threw me off. We want... Oh, can I put a friendly in here at the right time? So Spurs is on the 28th. Can I do it on the 22nd? Yeah, I can. I'll literally do one for tomorrow. It's the only one you can realistically do now that's not going to get in the way of like fitness levels and stuff. Negotiate contract. And 4.8 million. Turns out. They want to add international management. I think they can't afford not to add international management. There's simply no way that they can't. Yeah. One, there's clearly a deal with FIFA. And two, they can't afford the PR hit. They've been doing rebuilding for the past 7 months of that. And it's going okay, I'd say, in places. But another like false promise of a feature in the game would just completely eradicate all of the hard work that they've done to try to rebuild trust with the player base, right? Find loan move, future prospect. Cool. Because wasn't there the whole announcement of the like FIFA E Club World Cup thing from whenever I think it was? It was quite a while ago we heard about that now. And I feel like there hasn't really been many updates to that either. And surely that then again, it's club football, so it probably wouldn't require international mode, would it? If anything, that's the one thing it probably wouldn't need. But I've not seen anything to do with that for ages now. And every time I talk to people like England related, they've got no idea what's going on with it. So it's very strange that as well. Yeah, I guess maybe it is just... I would just wanted to have heard something. Just so we know that it is a thing, I suppose. But I just can't see it. There's no way it doesn't happen, right? Surely. That would be catastrophic. I don't know how to even recover from that one. International management. I think, honestly, 26 is actually in a really good place now. It's getting better, at least. But I also totally get the people that just can't be arsed with that as well. What I do think is that those same people, that same group that never came back and tried to learn it when it got better, are also going to have that same problem in 27, even if the game is amazing, because the UI does still take, the actual navigation does still take some getting used to, and I think that will catch people out with 27. Trust but verify, right? Oh yeah. And I have no choice but to trust it, but at least we found out that we paid the correct amount. I consider that a reasonable deal, actually, 4.8. I thought they were going to try and bid us up hugely. We got away with it more. Also, Japan Star thanks Harrison. Right, who is Harrison? Ryan Harrison, who is the manager of Japan in this save, apparently. Oh, wow. So he was actually Sorezo Osaka manager. Now he's the... That's kind of sick, actually. I like that. Yeah, I would honestly say, actually, if you've got it and you didn't refund it, give it another go at some point. You might actually be surprised that how much different it feels to where it was. Particularly with a couple of mods, too. Even if it's just the basic stuff. It starts to feel more like the FM we like, right? with Rocket League version of the Nations. Yeah, I know. I see all that sort of stuff because the same team that runs the sort of England esports stuff that I do, they also run the Rocket League team too. So that's fun. I remember when one time we were down at a meeting with England, and our England guy, basically our manager, was like, you know, it's nice dealing with you lot because you're all sort of like in your late 20s and in your 30s. I don't have to worry about like, oh, you're not going to respond because you're up too late in the morning and stuff like that. I was like, that's what happens when you have adults on the team. I mean, what I would say, Lucas, is I still find myself wishing things were in places that they're not and expecting something to be somewhere. And the amount of times I go, where is that screen? I feel like that never happened in 24 and prior. I discover new screens occasionally, but I feel like I wouldn't forget where screens I existingly use are, for sure. Adults is perhaps a bit of a strong word there, you're right, yeah. Yeah, regroup is the place to go with it, I would say, just for the time being, and just sort of see if you notice anything differently. Jersey's training like crazy. Love that for you, my friend. Oh, look at him. He's already getting tasty. The second he hits 2-star CA, that is when things really start to get exciting, I would say. I should not have played Naeem in that match, should I? So this is for sure, yeah. It's just longly entrenched muscle memory with a lot of these things. No, fair enough. Like, get it on sale or get it up on one of the free weekends to try it out, 100%, or like on Game Pass or whatever. What I think they will get hit with for 27 is a stupid decline. I mean, like the size of it with the pre-orders, because that would be now, you know, they had the F25 debacle where the game didn't happen at all and they took pre-orders and then had to refund them all. And then you had last year where people rightly felt a bit bait and switched in some ways about the game as well. So I feel like that would definitely be a struggle to get those pre-orders done, which understandably so. There's a lot of things that need to change and need to be revamped a little bit. Not even a little bit, quite a lot actually. But at least what I would say is it does at least seem like they recognize that, and it seems like every new update seems to make changes that go in the right direction for the most part. There haven't really been any updates to the game thus far that I've gone, oh Christ, that's actually made it worse, right? Collectively. Top 3 revamps needed. The biggest one for me, let me just press continue a couple of times and actually let my brain form a thought rather than just start speaking. I'm trying to get better at not just like taking a breath and letting my thoughts actually exist. First thing would be too many screens. This one actually used to be one like that. Are pop-outs when they should be full screen screens. So for example, this is not the best example of that, but I feel like too many things you click pop out like tiles, and then what it essentially does is means that you then have to interact with the screen further to actually see basic information. I feel like this whole thing needs to be binned, because all of this information would be more visible on a full screen layout, and that for me is the first thing. The other thing is, a lot of the news articles show this sort of stuff, but then have all this dead space. Adaptable boxes that just take up the space that you have on the screen and show the information in the boxes, rather than having to click into things to see it. It's extra clicks. The other sort of big thing for me is the immersion level of stuff. It feels like you're on rails sometimes. It's better than it was, but it needs improving. And that is that when you're like just navigating around a save, you don't see as many things happening from other leagues, other teams, just in the game world writ large, as you should do and as you used to. And I think that's the biggest thing that's prevented immersion from feeling quite as immersed as it has done in recent or previous years, right? Darius, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Who do you support? I'm asking everyone that today, apparently. The news pages, yeah, exactly. The news site thing here, this screen is so close to being useful, but it's the fact that you've got this weird For You thing, but it doesn't show you anything useful because it's not smart enough to do so. I reckon it needs to show you these screens way more frequently and just show more things, man. Because that for me is the biggest thing. The amount of times that we'd be streaming and someone in chat would spot a random thing come across here or across there or across there, because there was so much stuff going on and your eyes would just be drawn to it randomly. And the amount of things that would be pointed out by chat that would just be like, hey, this guy's moved there, or that team lost to that, or that trophy's been won by this random team, that would just kind of improve the world building elements of things. For sure. And bring back cup draws. I don't know. But honestly, just those two things for me. And improve the loan system. But, you know, that's more of a niche thing specifically. I was trying to think on the sort of macro level, I guess. And it does seem like we're heading towards less of those pop-ups, because have you noticed how a lot of the screens from the past have now started to become the full screen ones? which is a better sign of things to come, hopefully. But we'll see. That's what I also like to see a extend all loans button. But that is very much a... oh, that was a database lookup. My apologies. Nothing specific. I just realised that. For some reason, the little dash made me think it was a song request. I want to see what that song would come up with now. Amazonas. Bet all the players are in their prime. Oh, is it this one? So... Is that the one? Because that just kind of looks like the Premier League logo, but it's wearing a Stoke City shirt. Big fan of that. Okay, now I'm curious, Pepper, so what's going to come up here? Looks like Naomi Eto. That's their key player, and she's on a 5.55 rating. It's not ideal. Isn't that Salford? It could be, actually. Because Salford have changed their badge recently, did they not? I'm hoping that's the one. Nothing specific. I might actually refund your points, just in case it isn't. Right, so Hera. Hera was a goddess, right? Either Roman or Greek. Would I be correct in thinking that? Brave Rousey does look a bit like Brave Rousey, yeah. It's fine. We're being protected. No ads on that page for us. Oh, there it goes. Inga Rose. Her truth. Zeus's wife. There you go. That's kind of sick, actually, as a name. If they ever launched a men's team, they should be called Zeus. Just because the idea of there being a Dutch team called FC Zeus. Actually, that feels like it might already exist, to be fair. So yeah, here is their... I also like the fact that they're called Hera, but their top scorer is called Vera. Not quite. She should be called Hera Vendrickson. She's got 3 eyebrows too, and looks a little bit like a Viking raider, a little bit with the hair and the sort of strange bumps up here. I've not seen that haircut on a lady in the game before, but she's smashing it this season at least. So it would seem. I will. Yeah, I'm going to see what comes up with now. Right. Okay. Back in. This is full rotation. Actually, I might do pick youth prospects because that will make sure that we're not getting any of the big boys in the team. Although we do want to start... Where is he? I feel a bit sorry for Effie Onguche. This is perfect day for Kowalski. God, the fact that Alvarez and Coffee actually end up coming in here. So who's this backline? So we've got Kowalski, Hernandez, Augusto. So Augusto's a really good centre-back, isn't he? What's this Stajic dude? Oh, this is the 6'6" Serbian fella. Tell you what, his potential's actually... It's not bad. 18 years old. He's very, very tall. If we were more of a heady team... God, Kowalski's kind of knackered, actually. Oh, well, we move. Is it going to let me do it? Maybe. It will. This could only go badly. I actually do think we lose this game. Which sucks, because we can't really be affording to do that much at the moment. And 3-1 win, never mind. Turns out Legia are just ass. Still don't think it... No, it's not going to let me do it, is it? Because I have to click it from here. Duru, though. Yeah, the striker situation definitely seems to have resolved itself now, though. Because despite Duru not scoring a goal in this game, he did still get 2 assists as the striker in this system. Which is a really good sign of what's to come. So anyone that actually put Duru in their fantasy side today, I respect that. I doubt anyone did. Hello, Michael. Actually, did anyone have Duru in their team? I'm kind of curious now. I'm imagining no. But there's always that one person out there that's like, no, I want to be a bit different. And sometimes if you're going to win on fantasy, you have no choice, right? Let that one pass through. How are you, my friend? Also, Mike, I got your message last night. Literally had just finished playing Fortnite with the guys, which sucks because we need to get you in next time. Someone captained him. Oh, that's brave. Love it. No clean sheet bonus. Man of the match for Duru, though. Didn't change. Ah, you hate to see it. Right, let me just get those points applied because Duru's got 13 from that game. TSRT, thank you for the 49. How are you, man? I trust that you are well today. Get the bit of that. And just enjoying the mortgage. That's an interesting statement. That might be the first time anyone's ever said that. Now we're not scoring. Oh, well, that's it. Okay. It's... Okay. That's fascinating, actually. Let me just refresh the table again so we can see what we're up to. And it's actually still James. I suppose there wasn't a lot of changes there, except for the Duru havers. There you go. Rob's kind of cooking with that. And Keeney as well, with Duru as a captain. You never know. With the amount of games that we've got played for the rotated squads, this could actually work out in your favour here. Since most of you picked Vernetti. And no, like, giant tie for the top. In fact, the big tie is down here. That will probably swing back around, I suspect, in a moment. Right. We move. So you're not scoring. Okay. How many games have you played? Or was it just one match? What were the sort of stats like for it? Okay, we owe some money for that, apparently. Oh, no, that's why you don't do that. I've accidentally broken the inbox. That'd be another feature I'd like for 27. The inbox works. Is that too much to ask? Since last match. You may not have done. I don't know who... That was a weird one. We had a lot of rotated players in that squad, in fairness. So unless you were a doer or enjoyer, I think he was the one sort of starting player that actually did anything in that game. The rest were all youngsters. And like B team players that were probably not available for selection. Because otherwise the list would be a bit excessive. Lost 2-0. Okay. And what were the sort of stats like for the game? Underperforming, overperforming, XG against for, that kind of stuff. Because after all, one game is not going to be particularly telling. So it's good sometimes when it goes well, but if you've got the underlying numbers decent for the game, then it might not be the worst thing. To give you an idea, the first time we changed this tactic in this save massively and had like a bright spark idea, not the one we're currently using, the previous iteration, the first game we played with it, we lost 4-1 at home to Motor, who were nowhere near as good then as they are now. And the numbers that we got in that game, despite losing 4-1, was enough for me to go, right, this is the tactic I want to use going forward, and that's the one we won the Champions League with. So sometimes it isn't always about the actual result in that game, it's about the journey, you know? Another such waffle. I think we must be to the European set of scouting now if we're doing like Cooper. Piastri won again. Damn, they are keeping us honest in the Tata race this year, that is for sure. Arca. Back to the Shakhtar. It could have done, because remember, we've played 2 matches since then, but both of them have been heavy rotation, because one was everyone was tired, and then there was an international break, and then everyone was tired, and we had to rotate for the squad. So a lot of the first teamy guys haven't actually played since that Shakhtar match, other than for their countries and whatnot. Yeah, just don't stop. I'm just a small town girl, Wills, all right? You know? The world ain't that lonely sometimes, is what I've recently come to understand. Just get out there and live it, he said, adding inspirational music to the background for absolutely no reason. Because I've got to pull on them heartstrings. It's the only way to succeed. Polonia Beaton have just signed a new manager. Oh, they're not in our flight. We don't care about them. They're not in our division. It's none of my business. Yeah, it's because there was an international break in the middle, Sam. That and, what were we? There was something we were talking about for a while, and I forget what it was. That and it's also me. Like, our plan today is we want to basically cover the rest of the ground up till get into like January as well, because we've actually not that many matches. I might even be able to play a couple of league games afterwards once we've wow, our last Champions League game is on the 6th of December. We've got 3 further league games after that. I swear the schedule shuffles around so much sometimes, but that's fine by me. But sometimes our last game that we play is literally a Champions League match right before Christmas. But actually today we're going to do obviously Youth Intake preview to do. Yeah, look, 23rd of December. We've got a game on the 23rd of December this year. So the eve of Christmas Eve, the boys are in. Normally our winter break. But that's why it feels so strange today, actually, then, because the schedule is wild. Look, there you go. Last season, our final league game was the 3rd of December. Ironically, also against Arca. And then our last game before Christmas was on the 6th of December. This year, we have a Champions League game on the 6th of December, and then 3 further matches after that. I wonder if things have been moved around because of all the different fixtures that are getting rescheduled because of all the different teams we've got in Europe this year. So we may notice this happen more and more frequently in upcoming years. Defensively performing much better. Well, that's a good sign. It might just be that you're unlucky going forward in that specific match and it didn't really work. Let's see. Bit of that. Get rid of those. Back to this again. Oh, third final feature that I want for it is this screen to work. I thought his name was Jackson Paxton then. Jaden Paxton. He's very intriguing. 18-year-old centre-back, Scottish. It's called Jaden Paxton, which is good. Born in Edinburgh, plays for Hibbies. Yeah, you want like a good sample size. I mean, you can sometimes tell really quickly. If it's disastrous, then it's bad, right? But sometimes you just want like a run of 5 games or so just to kind of get an idea. Did I rescout him? I think I did. Who's this guy? Francisco Marabbit. Oh, I like him. I like him a lot. He's 18 and has these attributes. 14 tackling, 16 aggression, concentration, decisions, determination through the roof. Teamwork's a little on the low side. Work rate's decent. Marking's good, passing's okay, vision's good as well. First touch is excellent, great stamina, great balance, great pace, or like reasonable pace for a defensive midfielder. Oh, consistent already. Can't tell anything about big matches. Fairly determined personality. Bloody hell. He's very tasty. And he's called Marabbit. Being able to pull him out of a hat in a game would be quite a nice thing. And having an extra depth player that can play in multiple midfield roles for us actually would be quite good. And a crucial, expensive Belgian. We haven't had an overpriced Belgian in this save. Sign of an Easter. I might just see. Would the rabbit join us? Wages are fairly high, but that's minimum fee release clause. Oh no, that is his release clause. Get the wages down. Break into the first team in the coming years. So that's like breakthrough prospect. I might actually sign this guy. We'd have to pay the full amount, I think, because otherwise they'll just kick off. It's a lucky foot. I bet he does. And it would give us some more players coming through that pipeline. I've really lost the plot in terms of like just signing expensive players this season. Last couple of years, it was like we had all this money and I just never spend it. This time around, I'm actually finding players worth potentially spending it on. The only thing about him perhaps is that jumping reach, which I don't quite like. But he's a bit more diminutive. So he's no N'Tolo Kante type player for sure. Oh, that extra little bit there is quite nice too. Christ, there's another one. There's a second. Mr. President, a second defensive midfielder has hit the team. Actually, he's more of a... He is injury prone and fickle. Dario G. Do I just go for... Fuck it. I'm feeling fruity today. Let's go. Breakthrough prospect, lower contract. Hell yeah. Too slow. I don't know. The injury prone bit does worry me slightly. If he was the same price, I'd definitely not sign him. But I kind of... It's this extra little half star. This is the thing that's really... not worrying me, but winning me over. That little extra bit there is so rare to see that I wonder if that just means he's got like stupidly high... I think we should have the transfer budget for both. Roughly. Ooh. Yeah. We could structure this deal maybe. We may have to structure it a bit. Zygmundo, thank you for the 16 months, my friend. How are you on this somewhat overcast day now as it's gone? Let's see. So it is a release clause. So if I structure it, I'm going to have to pay slightly over it. Move a wage budget. Good point. I don't know how much we'd be able to move over. To the point where it would make that much of a difference. One more little chunk. 33. Is that going to work? Oh, wow. Bloody hell. We have way more wage budget than we needed. Jesus. Never mind. That's fine. That should be okay. I'll just pay the man. It's because they're both 18 as well. What's going on here? Make offer. Oh, there we go. Automation web app or something along those lines. Do it or not? I have. It's nearly done. Where are we? This is the latest version of it, essentially. It's... Let me just... do that so you can see it full screen. It's basically not quite ready yet. The last move basically is I talked about this right at the start of the stream, but I'll just reiterate. The problem was it wouldn't work on anyone's system except for my own because of the screen settings and like the text scaling, resolution, all that kind of jazz. So the thing I'm building into it right now, which is the bit that's taking a bit more time, is a calibration side of it that allows you to basically download this little thing and it will basically pop up a little thing on your mouse and it will tell you where to click to calibrate it yourself, and it allows you to then import your own calibration map. The maths is not quite mathing on it, so I do need to work on that a bit further, but that's the last thing I think that will need to happen before I can basically make a public beta available for people to test out if they want to. So it's nearly there. It probably requires like one more session of work, but I had a little bit of time before I went to my parents on Friday last week, so I thought I'd give it a little go just to see what I could do, and actually made quite a lot of progress on that part, but that's the most complex bit at the moment, unfortunately. Hello, is it working from home? You love to see. Oh, me too. Me too. Well, oh, the scouting report didn't finish there, did it? I need to go back to it. Oh, yeah, we're finally getting the South Americans in our team. It's taken a little while, actually. There's a Dutch guy here, but he's a bit more expensive. Arjen Janssen. 8 jumping reach on the centre-back. Never mind. Another Belgian. Oh, he's actually a bit cheaper. Elias van Heel. Oh. He's only 16, to be fair. It's one of those ones that I think maybe just keep an eye on. Paraguayan fella. Wait, I've not got it sorted by PA. That would help. Icelandic guy at heart. Okay, that's more fun. Christian Tor Simonsen. Scottish youth rating. Ah, wait. I just realised he's not extensive. That was my mistake. I'll send those guys around again. I'm curious about him, though. Anyone else in there that stands out? It's a Norwegian. A Norwegian. Oh, hang on. Who's this guy? Wait, who is this guy? Whoa, 1 second. Oh, Chaser, mate. I'm so excited because our plan is basically to get Aaron to play it on the Patreon episode this week, given that he'll have no idea of the context of anything. And I'm so excited to see what actually gets cooked by that. This other dude here, where's he gone? Where has he gone? There was a guy at Bodder. This guy, look at the CA on him. He's 16. Develop it to get rid of doing some of those other repetitive actions. Well, this is specifically, this web app basically creates auto hotkey helpers that do one very specific task. I haven't looked into anything else. That's the only thing it currently does, and likely the only thing it ever will do, because it's very specific. But yeah, I don't really know resetting coaching assignments and training schedules. It's not something I really take much interest in the game, and therefore I've not yet run into that as a pain point. But maybe I'll... If I start using training schedules more, it might annoy me enough that I have to make a way around it, to be fair. Right, who is this fella? It's the CA at 16 that makes me go, oh, wow, that's kind of interesting. I would like to scout him further because he's only 16. But I quite like the fact that he can play as a wing-back too. I mean, he's got like on the if he has 7 tackling, I would be... Look at his crossing and dribbling and first touch and heading. And aggression and... His acceleration is minimum 16 at 16 years old. He's called the Stig as well. Very excited about him. It's rare that... Sorry, his CA just kind of stuck out to me. And I just assumed he was slightly older. But then I saw he was 16. Much like the Hearts dude as well, actually. Damn. That's actually really, really cool. Right, who was left out of this? So mostly just those guys there that I'd kind of already decided I wasn't super interested in. But done. I'll happily take the rest of them. Quickly do that, just in case I forgot. Odd.
Fun fact,
32 months,
in
friend.
the base game of FM26 there are 371 trophies to be won.
Holy
Side
shit.
note, I have won 169 of them.
That's so many. That's insane. What's the most obscure... What is the trophy out of those that you don't reckon anyone else in this chat right now has won? I'm curious. Also, how long has that taken? We probably could have... I mean, can we, though? This is the thing, because remember, we've just dropped 22 million... 32 million on the other two. I mean, I will still buy the guy once I get some more money. But it's these guys I really... loan back. Nah. No, we need him in soon, actually, don't we? Because... when is he 19? In 2 days. Fuck. That sucks. Installments. You still need to have some money to do the installments, though. Because bear in mind, we have £33 million budget. He's 21.5. The other guy's 10.5. That would leave us with basically no money to do any installments with. You still need to have some money to do it in the first place. We'll get the money, not an issue, but it won't be like in this exact moment. When we sell Diakite for a stupid amount of money. God, the January window is actually going to have some arrivals, though. Right, Belgium caps. He is Belgium, right? His name suggests there might be some Moroccan-ness to him as well, perhaps. But either way, I feel like he's probably going to be good enough to get Belgium caps. I'm going to have to tie down a crazy large contract here, aren't I? I get the feeling he's... Oh, only 35. Okay, maybe I've overpaid him there a little bit. Hello, Steve. How are you, man? Good news. You didn't actually move to RZ and have now played a few games. It was very much on the cards, though. I do like Dario. He's asking for quite a lot here. Oh, my days. No, buddy, come on. Maybe I bin Dario off and sign the other fella instead. As much as I like him, Fickle is not a good personality, and he does have injury issues. And I don't really want him trying to be a squad player. Even if it is in like 3 seasons' time, I feel like he will end up being a pain in the arse. Do you know what? No, I'm going to pivot. He's lost his chart. The Norway guy actually is more fun as well. And after all, fun is why we're here. Stig. There he is. It's my guy. OFC Champions League. Ooh, I reckon that some people might have had that. MFL Challenge Cup. Oh, yeah, no. There's no way. Actually, maybe. I mean, I've certainly never won it. Anyone here won the Malaysian Cup? Oh, no. A cup for Malaysia. Oh, wow. I love random cups in other countries that just do stuff. Please, please, please. Yes! Leeds that you won. That's a good side. I mean, obviously, Leicester are presumably a newly promoted side in your save. But either way, were the numbers good? Different Bodder guy we're looking at. No, this was the Bodder guy. So I reckoned that Bodder had a golden generation because I noticed the team report for Bodder, there was like 4 or 5 guys that I scouted out of the same draft class. So this guy is just another member of those. Outpossessed you. I mean, outpossessed is one thing, right? But possession is not everything. It's about... Possession doesn't put the ball in the net. How much are we paying for him? Yeah, apparently 4.6. Let's see. Okay, a bit more than that. 6 million? About 6 mil. That's quite a lot for a 16-year-old. Which either means I'm about to get bent over the table and done again with one of these transfers, or he's crazy good. I guess we'll find out. There literally is rinse, for me at least. And Bodder look like... Look, let me just show you. I don't know if they've actually got the stats still. They might still have scout reports on them. They should do. Just use the team report one. This is Bodder's... Look at that. There's 4 guys... that's probably their most recent youth intake that we have scouted at 5-star PA, which is really rare that we find 5-star PA guys at all, mostly because I'm on Peruse. So the fact that Bodder have got 4 of them, 3 of whom are 16 years old, is destroying United. There you go. There you go. That would also make sense because United will have a different style of play and will be more likely to come at you, which means you'll actually find spaces and transitions a lot more, which might work really well with your tactical setup now that you're not getting caught in your own transitions. Hopefully actually get the win over the line if you do get in front, though. Got to make it count. Right, future prospect. 3 years. Yeah, I can only do 3 years because he's younger, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm actually kind of glad we pivoted away from the other guy. That's a bit much, Matt. What are you doing? Should be able to get 3x3, though. He might just agree to that, actually. Yeah, he does. Nice. Yeah, so that's what will happen. Leicester will likely, because of their newly promoted side, will likely play more aggressive. Sorry, play more defensive, which means that you've got to kind of break them down a bit more. Which obviously you did. Damn, that was fast. You normally get like an updated scout report, right? The second that you have officially signed them. So I'm hoping that gives us a bit more information. If he's got even 7 tackling, I'd be tempted for him at wingback one day. Let's have a look. Okay, we can't see his tackling yet. But it could still be 7. Pace is only 12, but he does have 16 acceleration and 16 agility. 14 crossing and 13 dribbling at 16 years old is insane. The first touch is wild as well. Don't know much else about him. Don't even know his personality at the moment. That could be a massive... What footedness? He's very strong right foot and 3 bars reasonable left foot. So he's sort of a winger, right-footed kind of player. I like him. He's fun. And it's called the stick. There's a lot of things I can do with that. Then again, there's loads of players called that in Scandinavia, of course. But they don't never to be good is the problem. Hoyland up front, though. I mean, I actually find that Hoyland tends to pop off in FM sometimes. Just reminds me that I really like that Napoli lineup. I was watching a random Napoli game. Don't know why. A couple of weeks ago. And just looking at the players that they have in their team and being like, oh, I'm just really happy for all of them. Seeing like McSauce obviously doing bits and De Bruyne in there and Hoyland. There's another former Premier League. There's quite a few actually, isn't there? I feel like there's another quite well-known former Premier League player that's playing for Napoli at the moment. I can't remember who it is, but I think he was in that same lineup. 13 anticipation. What was his range for anticipation? Oh, imagine if it was 13. Billy Gilmore. I forgot that he was even at Napoli. That's so sick. Another of the first name, last name players. Right. So I think there is Polish games tonight. That passed into the middle, it seems. That could be down to one of your out-of-possession midfield roles. Firstly, do you have DMs, or are you having CMs that drop a bit deeper? Because if so, it might be to do with one of their roles. They maybe aren't dropping enough. Oh, I forgot Lukaku's at Napoli. Wait, is he? In my head, he plays for Inter, but obviously that was before, right? And Zambo. What a guy. Right, okay, sick. This is... This one needs to be... This will be a big test. I know we beat Liverpool with this system, but how are you tired still? I may actually have to give up Anwar a proper rest once we get past like a little section of games. because he is clearly going to get cooked at this point. Right, so Kowalski will come back. So I'm on the right screen this time. Kowalski drops out. Back comes Paolo, Vanetti, John, Paolo, Lucinio, Mana. Kwasi Alpud is back again now, which is nice. Amazing. And then the bench, Coffee does return because we're going to need him in this game, I suspect. DM and CM, CM's rocked out to DM. Okay, interesting. So what sort of roles are they occupying? Because I assume it's these ball across the box, they're not cutting it out or they're not putting pressure on the man, right? Piatkowski needs a chance. He really doesn't though, does he? Like, he's many things, but he's not a very good right back. Particularly not against Spurs in the Champions League. He's he actually weirdly is one of those players that when I've brought on Piatkowski in games in the past, I've dicked this up massively here, haven't I? One sec. Somehow I've replaced the wrong players. There we go. Don't know how I end up doing that. Have I got them in the right positions now? Just want to make sure that it's not screwed us again. No, we're fine. Don't know what I was doing there. Yeah, Piatkowski went through a spell of me bringing him on in matches, and we would like be 3-0 up in games and draw 3-3 when I brought him on. There was that game against Legia. I think it was like our opening league game a couple of seasons ago. I brought Piatkowski on at 2-0 up, completely in control of the game. He had 2 mistakes leading to goals, and we lost the game 3-2. But he does keep his place around the squad, largely because I have no choice, because he's one of the few sort of under-22 Polish players we have, until our boy, Kowalski, counts as one of those, which will be very soon, I believe. Right, I might actually need an early pee break. I say early pee break, we're already halfway through the stream. How's that happened? Right, back in a sec. I've done some new whiz quizzes. I might find a way to automate this soon. Back in a sec.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Yeah, I suspect that one might have been a little bit easier than some of the other ones I did. I just saw his name and I was like, it's just nice to think about Sergio Rico, right? The other one, which we probably won't get into today, unless I start drinking loads of water, is a lot more difficult, like a lot more difficult. To the point where I actually went, wow, because the career, it's old and it's really limited in terms of clubs too. Right. Hold the fort, chat. Just need to enjoy myself some Cola Koala. Which I honestly can't get enough of. I honestly wish they did a non-caffeinated version of it, just so that I could drink it outside of times when I actually want to drink caffeine. Like, no cap, so to speak. Oh, Christ. No, I can't. I cannot get on board with no cap. It doesn't work with me. I'm far too 36 years old for that. Right. Bear with. Also, randomly, yeah, it just didn't work. It felt awkward even entering my brain suspect before it even left my lips. It's almost like my lips tried to stop it from leaving it into the real world there. Right, there we go. But yeah, randomly, when I got back from my parents, or whatever it was, I just checked my dashboard, and a load of you just bought Holy after the last stream, which I was firstly very kind of you. But it was just like a massive clump at the same time. DM and DM out possession. So you might want to consider having one of them do a bit more like screening or pressing, perhaps, and look at the role of the player. Basically, decide which of your players you'd want covering that area, just trying to cut that out, and then try to give them some kind of role that is likely to leave them there in out of possession to try to cut off that passing lane. Because you might find that one change can sometimes, one wins you the ball back more because you're intercepting those passes, and two, it stops them from getting those attacking chances. So you're essentially turning their attacks into yours. Disappointed him. Yeah, it felt weird. And I say a lot of weird stuff, as you well know. So even if I'm saying it, then you know there's a problem, right? Okay. Run off the back of a horse. I've not heard that story, but I feel like I would quite like to hear that story. Not because I want to celebrate his downfall. Absolutely not. Right, let me just lock in the players for today. I'll open it back again after the match. Oh. For a circle formation and a striker not joining the combine, perhaps. I'd love to mess around with shit like that, honestly. I might get a chance to, because I think I might potentially be doing something for the podcast at some point soon that may require me to do a random save due to a mystery cert thing, potentially. So maybe I could try that then. Still playing after that. That's amazing. What was the sort of injuries? I'm guessing, falling off a horse. That's what happened to Christopher Reeves, wasn't it? Off the edge of the box looking for a pass. Then you really want some player that's going to be... You don't really want one of your centre-backs being the player there. You want someone else, like one of your central midfielders or a DM, that's going to sit there and cut out those passes. That's generally speaking what I would try there. Almost died. Jesus. I mean, yeah. It's not that I don't like horses. I can happily, peacefully, on the God's green earth, coexist with horses. But I don't want to ride them. My levels of control freakery would not allow me... I mean, I have ridden horses in the past, but I've never enjoyed it as an experience, right? I'm happy to coexist with horses. Like, no disrespect to horse, but that's as far as it will go. We'll have, like, a mutual distance from each other. I will maintain social distancing from horses, especially. COVID may be long gone, but, yeah. Horses are listening. You don't know who's listening, Fry, all right? Someone might be listening to this while they're cleaning out a stable, right? Because that's the type of audience I have. Just mucking out, listening to this absolute melt. A coma. Half a centimetre from death. Is that presumably because it could have severed the spinal cord or the cervical? I don't remember exactly. We need Doc Paul for this. Like slow motorcycles with less control. True. And famously, yeah. Slow motorcycles with less control. Is that like a new slur for a horse? Slow motorcycle. Tell me I'm wrong, Mushroom Man. I believe that is a true fact. Train horses using the internet. Exactly. No one knows you're a dog, to quote that very, very old meme. Give me... oh my god. Yeah, I'd be in just pure fear of doing those situations. Didn't have the possession, but had more chances, which is good. 2.74... You created 2.74 expected goals against Manchester United, 1-2-0. Mate, possession isn't everything sometimes. There are some things you can do to bring that back if that's something you genuinely want as part of the ethos. But originally when we built this tactical shape, the very first, like version 1 in season 1, we had way too much possession. Wigan with a £1 transfer budget. Isn't that just the Wigan save? Sorry, Wigan fans, that may not even be true. I've just mugged you off for absolutely no reason. I don't know what Wigan's financial state is right now. Have we got no other Polish sides playing today? I like how they give us our own day. It's like, today is Wisła Day. Would you play in the boats? Oh, hell yes. I love that Tom Scott video. That, for me, sort of took us back into what I was really enjoying about these series. These, like, random, silly, but also kind of cool little traditions. I don't know. I thought that was a really fun video as well. Is anyone doing... Okay, so Veneti's getting marked out of the game a little bit here, but that's okay. It's Spurs, you know? They're a bit better than Shakhtar Donetsk. Although, actually, I suspect they're sharing a relatively similar part of the league table right now as it goes. That is going to be the highlight as well, isn't it? I can feel it. Wait for it. Oh, no. Or even worse is when you have a shot like that or ball roll straight out of play, you do get a continuation of the highlight, but then it will cut off randomly in the middle of the pitch for no reason. Wide centre-backs to covering wide centre-backs. Interesting. It's definitely... I honestly would have left the centre-backs alone, probably. because that will sort of, you'll find that it will, I mean, it's clearly worked though, so hey, what am I to say? I find that I tend to like be quite happy with my centre-backs, and when it's like on the edge of the box, I tend to find that you're better off having a midfielder drop into that space rather than getting your backline pulled out. But if it works, right? This is a very long highlight, because I think this has all come from that ball out of play from the Tottenham left-hand side. Oh, lovely link-up. Is Olafemi John. I score! That was such a nice piece of play. That is such a nice piece of play. The link-up there was absolutely wonderful. This came all the way from our goalkeeper. I'm pretty certain basically every player on the pitch touched the ball on this particular play. Oh, my DM. If they're by themselves, basically screening or pressing is the two I would try. I use a screening defensive midfielder in my system at the moment. This is lovely from Naeem as well. Wait, this isn't even the highlight. This is... I wish I could watch the whole thing again, but the entire highlight is just going to be... They're going to play it all the way back, aren't they? Or is it this highlight here? Is it this? Oh my god. FM. This has definitely got worse since the most recent update to the game, where it starts showing nearly the entire highlight from the beginning to the end with goals. Not every goal, for some reason, just some of them. This is it. I think. Or is it? Please tell me this is it. It's not, is it? Oh no, it is, yeah. Wait. What are we doing here? Football. Ridiculous. It's fine. I'll capture it up. That's going to take a long time to... The thing is, if I was to go out of the game, come back in and watch the highlight, it would probably be shorter than that. Because at least it wouldn't be in slow motion. We'll go back from CM... Oh my lord. To give you an idea, in our current setup, when we're out of possession, our centre back he just shuffles across. But in our old system, we have both of our central midfielders dropping back into that space. What it also means is that you might actually be able to catch them in the transition phase, because you'll cut off the pass before the pass can even happen, because your central midfielder, whoever's dropping into that spot, will now essentially be like marking them just in the transition. Like, you usually don't have much to worry about if they're only going from one position to an adjacent position. It's where you go from, like, say, left wing to right back or something. That would be a bit more complex, I would say. Get more game time for you based on the potential since last stream. Not really. I mean, bear in mind, we just picked things up where we were from last stream, so largely it's been the same team. This year has mostly been about focusing on getting lots of game time for Kowalski and Molski, the skis. Because they are sort of the bright sparks in the team. I do feel a bit bad for Christian Gomez, though, given that he was kind of brought in to be the guy up front later. And he may well still get to be that, but he's obviously taken a bit of a backseat this year just because with one striker now, you don't need as many strikers. And I haven't really been taking Vanetti off in matches, so maybe I'll start doing that more now that I'm happy with the striker role a bit more. Screen or pressing? It depends, honestly. Like, I use screening in this shape, but I have used pressing in the past when there was two of them, because you can engage a bit more. So I would try either. I would start with maybe trying screening. If you feel like he's not aggressive enough or not covering the ground, maybe try pressing at that point. But I would say with someone like Archie Gray, he probably does have... He should have reasonably good work rate, right? So I would actually argue that Archie Gray is probably the exact type of player that could do the very role that you're looking for here. I think now might be a good time to get someone on, like a... Potentially even... Michael Pheeler, perhaps? Also, shout out to Diakite today. Spurs haven't really... Have they had many shots on target at all? 3. Is there a way I can retract that? I mean, not the keeper's fault. Very much the fault of the pud here. What is bro doing? But I can't believe this. Yeah, that ain't on the goalie, but what are we doing there? Right, substitutions now will be happening. Kwasi Pud, I rarely take off centre back. As if he doesn't get a mistake leading to goal for that. Yeah, Murphy's just slapped me across the face there, it would say. Oh, wait, we have no more centre-backs? Never mind, you stay on then. Naeem will come off for coffee because he's tired. Montparnasse has been much better today, thankfully. Hasn't scored. Vanetti's been kind of bad, actually. So is Duru. Why not? Duru enjoys everywhere, rejoice. John's been excellent. Jesus Christ. As if that's... Wow. Well, that's part of the recap now. We are very unfortunate there. But at least it wasn't our keeper's fault. However, our next... Yeah, our striker has a great name. Apparently Beat is quite a common name. I just hadn't seen it that often, but just beat Vanetti. It just works. The next one's going to be our goalkeeper's fault now. They're in his head. Now he's going to flap at one and just let a really simple one straight under his body. Hey! That's more like it. My guy is not letting them get in his head. That's a great chance for Tottenham there. Probably should have scored. I guess we'd take a draw if we had to. Is Vern? Ooh. If you had this, Vern Vanetti would be even better. I like names that almost feel like evolutions as you go through. So where the first name is like a slightly shorter version of the next name. Like, for example, Monty Montgomery. I don't know. That doesn't really work, but you get my point. I don't know how, firstly, that's even turned into a goalmouth scramble, but somehow we've come out of it without the goal. I love this, because Docampo is just as bad as he is at those situations. I don't know what he was playing at there, but he very nearly gave us the winning goal, potentially, through his own inaptitude. Like Robert Robertson, our famous player who's now out with a hip injury. Ooh, a nice little set-piece goal. Set him off. We'll take that. Beat him by the old-fashioned way with a Jens banger from distance. Or a Montparnasse banger from or somebody shooting from distance. I like how we worked our way into a worse scenario. Like, the ball's really central here. He's got lots of options. How about we just slowly pass our way into a worse shooting position? That's how we do it. It's the Wisła way. It's all part of the plan, though, for a back post header. Never mind. I'm trying to speak it into action, but that seems to only work with negative consequences. Although, the highlight doth continue. Yes. Looked harsh indeed. Michael Coyote he could have been killed, frankly. Montparnasse has now got a chance. Now, he's not missed a penalty this season, and I've now said that, and that was a stupid thing to say. I really am triggering the petard gods today, aren't I? It's fine. I trust him. He's got an assist today. He's never missed a penalty this season, despite all the other misses he's had. He's going to bury this against Docampo, and it's going to be fine. Told you. Never in doubt. Stefan Montparnasse. He misses from anywhere, but not there. Murphy can get away. I've actually got him on a different monitor, man. I'm just watching someone else's stream. Montparnasse is the man. You love to see it. That's a big bailout, in fairness. I don't know what Coyote was doing, but whatever, we take it. Or, no. It's been a bit of an ass performance, actually, from both teams in this game. It's been a lot of mistakes and just random bits of bad luck and good... Oh, go on, back post header. That should be nice and easy. That's fine. Ah. Johnny's not a tall boy, is he? Drew has done okay off the bench. Hello, Lavidio. I'm fantastic. I'm a lot more better now that we have won this game against Tottenham. Why do I do this? I'm hoping this will lead to a third goal. Because after all, I'm predicting things, which means it's bound to go the exact opposite of the direction I'm predicting it to be, right? Although it does look like it's shaping up for a 95th minute equaliser. This is where the goalkeeper mistake comes. What a save. Diakite has genuinely been incredible in this game. Without him, we probably lose this. He's made 2, at least, absolutely exceptional saves in this match. There's nothing he can do about the goal, but the other saves he's made since then were unbelievable. Why do you speak? Streamer criticised for speaking on his own stream. Useless. You sound like the YouTube comments chat. Can't be dealing with this. In the end, weirdly, the stats actually look quite normal for us, but just a bit more defensively jinxed there. I figured that I couldn't get jinxed twice. Because fool me once, jinx me once, shame on you. Jinx me twice, shame on me. Jinx me 3 times. The important part is we're not going to get jinxed again, alright? Listen to me yap. I mean, maybe? I don't know anymore. I'm never entirely sure why anyone turns up ultimately. If I knew the answer to that, I get the feeling I'd be a millionaire. But frankly, I'm just kind of happy with what we have. And money is crucial as part of that. Naeem is definitely getting a nice long sit down after that, though. Nobody did anything off the bench of use. So that makes my life a lot easier. Although I do need to actually remember to grab these out of matches sooner. So we can get a little update here. Grab that.
You know if there's a
unlock
train
the
coming
match
anytime
stuff
soon?
there.
Oh yes, very soon. They
Grab
are
that
building
in there.
it
Read
now.
the statties. Geo60. Good name. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, Resinops. Or Resinops. Resinup X. I'm sorry if I missed that. Was that when I was in the bathroom? But thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate that, friend. So we got Man of the Match award, presumably. Or did we? Yeah, Montparnasse. Never mind. The Mompa gets it. So we'll have Man of the Match. Boom. And apply the pointies. Good to go. Just, Geo60, it sort of reminds me of the sort of thing I would see written on the side of a van, but in like a way that's like, that's a highbrow company that knows what they're doing type of thing, you know? It's got that, they lay cables type beat. Right, okay. So fantasy, yeah, it's back open again now. So we're the only one playing today, right? 15 points will... Nah, top 8 you need more than 15 usually. The rule I usually give is for each state you want... So for top 24, double the number of matches plus 1, so 9. Top 16 generally is sort of... Not double the number. It's the number of matches plus 1, then it's double the number of matches... Or wait, no, what do I usually say for that? No, it's this one, it's double the number of matches plus 1. So top 8 for me is usually about 17. If you look at like recent seasons of the Champions League, you sometimes do see less than that, but I often find that you want really... So 16 got you in that year. 16, that maybe 16 is a bit more reasonable. 15 that year. Maybe 17 is a bit of a stretch. 17 that year. 16. So 16, 17 is about what you want. We probably want another win to kind of... Never updated. Wait, did he? Did he? 1 second. So I'm not going to dwell too much on this because ultimately Did it never give Montparnasse the extra points? Because he was the man of the match, wasn't he? So alright, fine. I'll just manually add the... Wait. Because he got on a golden assist in that game as well, didn't he? Yeah, you're right. It never actually gave him any points for some reason. That's strange. Yeah, it didn't give him any points. Right, I'll quickly change that, but I'm not going to do that too much just because I want to sort of be quite hands-off with it if I can do. Oh, it just will not let me give Montparnasse any points. It just fails to log column, so I literally cannot give Montparnasse points here. So 8, and then 1. No, 8 and then 1 for that, so it's 12 points. I should be able to do it manually, perhaps. That might have done it, hopefully. Let's see if that fixed it. I think it did. The buttons weren't allowing me to do anything. Now it says he's got 20. I'm confused. Definitely should have been 12. Or did he get points already? I'm not sure. Forgive me, chat. It's sort of out of my control slightly. It's that JSON thing seems to be the issue we had last time as well. But yeah, he now has more points for sure. I think it was just showing him a 0 for some reason there, but now it's updated properly, so he should have your points back. I definitely added 12 for him there. Right, so, us points, we go. Is it getting quite tight now at the top? I should look myself now. Oh my god. Yeah, that's all the Montparnasse captain have, as I suspect. That was likely to happen. Is one of those 9-way ties Daz? Oh, as if it's not. I've got to stop checking that screen at that point because it breaks it every single time. Right, Thursday matches. No, Wednesday matches first, in fact. Right. So who we got? Jagiellon away at Ajax. I think they're cooked. Motor away at Anderlecht. There is points on the cards for them there and there. I'm going to go bold. I reckon we get 7 points as a nation from these. Genuinely. I reckon they get a draw and the other two both win. This is where they all lose and I look like a moron. Well, I look like a moron anyway, but like more so than usual, I suppose. You don't look especially excellent, do you, friend? It doesn't even look that bad, but I suspect he'd probably be better served by being released into the wild of Polish... not the Polish winter, of course. Oh, dear. To be fair, our under-19 squad is not the best these days, because anyone that's good from it is promoted to the first team squad. 3-0 win. As if they've won 3-0. Gordy get a draw. That's fine. Poland are genuinely good. That's another 5 points earned as a nation on that match day alone. And technically 8 if you include us. So now, Motor have got 10 Champions League points. That's it. Motor are through. They're in the knockouts of the Champions League. They are the first Polish side, other than us, to get to the knockouts of the Champions League in this save. And they've done it with 3 matches to spare. Incredible. And Jagiellonia are still not cooked. They're getting a point a game. They just need that one big win and they'll be done. Gornik, 7 points now. One more win from their final 3. They will probably get through as well. Come on. This is massive. I'm so surprised at how well they've actually done. Particularly when you see Spurs are down here. Hello, Harv. Thoughts on the West Ham performance at the weekend? Makes you Geralt. In fairness, our central midfielder does start to have Geralt-like tendencies. Right? Kowalski's got that big old flowing hair. He's Polish. How witchery is he, is my question. So, James, I was watching the Spurs game on Sunday night with a Spurs supporting friend of mine who came round, and he was having a nice time, shall we say. It was just nice to see him happy for once about Tottenham. About Gomez, Christian buddy. Honestly, one season loan. Wow, he's looking really good, actually. I wouldn't mind a quick loan for him in January, maybe. Not with the long-term loan as part of it. Because at the moment, he's not going to get a lot of football with Duru being here as well. Or is this wonderful screen where I can't... Oh, no, there we go. Can say it. Lovely. A lot less, really. Yeah. I did not enjoy the weekend. We haven't really talked about the football at the weekend. Let's do that. Just with the Fulham thing. I know that apparently I heard that there was a virus that went around the Fulham squad. Possibly lasagna. Who's to say? But... Oh, new manager of Cracovia. It's the Servette coach. But even so, our lineup, I looked at it, I was like, Harrison Reed in the midfield was a little bit terrifying. And then, yeah, we just didn't show up. We were so bad against Arsenal. And it sucks because I genuinely thought, there you go, Questa's been sacked from Brookbet. I just thought there was a chance to really do something, particularly with the way that Arsenal are susceptible to that specific pressing style, and by that I mean the lack of pressing style, it actually lined up perfectly with how we normally play. And then just nothing. Absolutely terrible. It was such a nothing performance. It absolutely was. They just rocked up and had their bellies rubbed for 45 minutes at least. And at that point, just literally, Pog and I turned the game off and ordered a pizza or something. Just watched something else. What did we watch in the end? I actually forgot. Nope, it's gone. That's how... It's completely gone from my brain. This is why I never remember anything. I can't remember what movie I watched on Saturday night at this rate. But yeah, it was just awful. Yeah, the extra classer is, as usual, extra classing. It's never going to get dull, is it? Yeah, I must admit, I thought Chelsea might struggle a little bit against Forest in places, but to lose that easily in places... what is wrong with Chelsea at the moment? Like, it seems like the sacking of Rossini has not had the effect that they were hoping it was going to have. It seems like there's much more issues from even from a dressing room level. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not even their starting 11 and they're winning that easily. It's very surprising. Gallagher looked really good because it looked like he's just been told run about loads and press, which is what Conor Gallagher's so good at. And also, I think Polinia seems to have caught a lot of flack at times from Spurs fans, and I don't really know why, because I think that, and maybe he has been bad in places, but he just always seems to give it 100% all the time for me when I watch him play for Spurs, which isn't frequently, but I still see Fulham Polinia in him, right? And that's the player you want. Will he get promoted? I don't think so. We had a bit of a finally someone a bit different happening before, but it seems like this kind of last six form. By the way, this soccer stats site, James, is fucking fantastic. I remember it was you that actually showed me this originally. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Yeah, look how bad we are as well, by the way. Like, we're just so mid, it's actually unreal. 1 goal scored, 5 conceded. How boring is that? And like, Jesus Christ, worse fucking hell. It's the number of conceded goals too, more than anything else. I mean, it's actually in my notes today. I made a specific point in my notes to talk about Hearts because I'm excited. Progressive ability of Frank. I think, yeah, I was going to say, that feels like a tactical decision more than it is a Polinia thing, because he was still quite good at that with Fulham. He ran with the ball more than you'd expect from a player that like him, you know? Let me just check who's the favourite for the job. Or no, you can't see that anymore, can you? Or maybe it's in news. It does sometimes say it in news, doesn't it? It gives you like the... this one. Right, pundits are Mravitz, so Malmo's manager. Ilhan Palut, who is the manager of Kaiser Risaspor, and then Steve Cooper. I would really like it if Steve Cooper took over as Brookbet manager. Please let this happen. This would be exceptional. That would be so good. Yeah, we had a look at the Gibbs White injury earlier, the actual aftermath of it. Yeah, I'm surprised how quickly they've got to grips with this Zerbi style. Yeah, apparently he's been there for a while, and that means he's presumably manager in real life at Brunswick, which I didn't realise. But I'd love it if he went to Brookvet. Go on, Steve, get yourself in here, bud. Right, just as for the second tier, like the question asked. So yeah, Lech Poznan, who should not have got relegated in the first place, flying up. The only team of these bunch that could come up and be a new team to the top flight as far as this save is concerned, and I'd have to actually change my logo map, would be Polonia Warszawa. They've never been up in this save, but look how dull they play. 15 goals scored and 12 conceded. They're going to bore their way to the top flight. That's wild. But the thing is, Lewis, though, that's still a good performance. Like a 1-1 draw against City is still good progress. Like you beat United, draw with City. It sounds like the tactic is starting to chef a little bit without massive changes. Oh, Jose, that literally... just snooze that for a minute. We talked about Fulham. I'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Snooze that. Talked about that. Snooze that. Snooze that. Forgive me. I mean, Spurs... Like, so... I had the score notifications set up for the Hearts Rangers game because I really was genuinely interested in what was going to happen there. And when they went behind, for some reason, my brain went, no, I feel like they're actually going to come back and win this, and this is going to be a pivotal moment because, Scottish fans, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but I think this is correct. Celtic and Rangers are playing the Old Firm Derby next week, right? And if Rangers win, they essentially probably hand Hearts the title, most likely. But ironically, the only way for Rangers to still technically be on a chance to win the title is to beat Celtic, because the only way they can do that is to win both of their games and hope that Hearts lose their one, right? So they're still in their interest to beat Celtic, but doing it would most likely hand Hearts the title, not on a plate, but give them an incredibly strong chance of getting it. Try with that one? Oh, man. I mean, it's likely to happen anyway, because he is technically a Scourge player. Yeah, Europa check. Good point. Yeah, I'll do that while I think about whether I got that Scottish situation correctly. I believe that's the permutation, though. I always preface this just because reasons. Because even though coming from a Hibs family, it still would be great to see someone other than those two win it. And for it to be an Edinburgh team as well. Even if it is fucking Hearts. I'd still take it. What are Hearts' last games? Because is it 2 games left or is it 1 game left? Because I think it was 35 played and there is a 36 or 38 games in Scotland. 2, yeah. So yeah, they're at 36 now, yeah. Or is it 34? Regardless, I always forget. Falkirk. Motherwell aren't bad though, are they? 38, that's where it always throws me, because it's a 38 game league, but it's got splits. What was I doing? Europa League, that's what it was. Just like this. On the last day. Oh yeah, so what actually is the fixture situation then? Motherwell, Falkirk, Celtic. Right, okay, that makes more sense. I mean, Motherwell are decent. Falkirk, they should be beating, right? Beat Rangers yesterday. Did they? Southampton top of the Europa League, by the way. Arca finally won a game. Now it's coming back. So Arca beat Union. That's not a bad result. Brookvet lose again, but they've got more points on the board. So it's still chefing a little bit, but not quite as much as you'd think. Which is weird, because both of these two are actually really good teams. But they are both qualifying as things stand right now. Celtic have Rangers, Motherwell, Hearts. Oh, wait, they're playing Hearts in the final. Oh, I see. Yes, I remember now. Because the whole point of this was that because of their goal difference change, there is a chance that they won't even need to not lose on the final day because of the goal difference swing potential. If they're 3 points clear or whatever, they could still beat them. Or rather, not, you know what I mean. Either way, that's dope, and I will probably find a way to watch it. Because it would be very cool. Also, it would be the worst thing ever if they then end up messing it up against one of the teams that, like, so for example, like a Falkirk. Hibs fans are like, no, I bet they didn't. And obviously, I'm not a Hibs fan. I just have an affinity for Hibs for family reasons, right? But I just like Edinburgh as a city. How about that? Is that allowed? It's not. Arsenal the title now. No, but it's obviously got way more likely. The reason I think that they haven't won the title now is because if City can slip up in that form against Everton, there's really nothing to suggest that Arsenal can't do the same thing, as we've already seen from them. They're very gettable yet again, although they did look a lot better against Fulham. However, I suspect a lot of that was Fulham being like, actually no, we've decided we're a tennis club now. Little column A, little column B, I'd say. I just hope everyone has fun. That's what I'm out there for football for. Rangers beat Celtic and Hearts win the next two, so they win the title and Celtic have to give them the Guard of Honour at Celtic Park. Yeah, that would be quite funny. Massively open it. Well, you say that, but like, that would still require a 3-goal win on the final day for Celtic to overcome that. Which obviously is completely in the realms of possibility, but winning by 3 goals against a title rival is not especially easy. Particularly as they would most likely be shutting up shop quite a lot. And, yeah, so I'd never even heard of Jesse Derry until this incident yesterday. Was this actually his league debut? Jesus Christ. That is memorable, I suppose, for everyone else. I can't imagine he's going to remember it too much. This is probably likely to be... I might actually drop Naeem for this one game. Get Coffee in, just to allow Naeem to have a slight rest. And... what's the bench looking like for this one? Because this is kind of reverted back to... I knew there was going to be someone missing. It's Gomez. And then we will add in... who are we bringing in? Kotovar? No, he's injured as well. So we're seeing actual goalkeepers there now. We'll bring Damašević on. Why not? So, did I also read correctly that Barcelona are still not moving back into the Camp Nou? They've announced when they were... is it 6 years they're going to have been out of their stadium? Set this image. Feels like a personal decision. He's just a happy man, right? Like, look at him. Doppelgangers in many ways. Lazy journalism. That'll be an issue. I'm really excited to see what Coventry are going to do next year. They're just a fun team. And also, congrats to Ipswich as well. Probably one of the most understated kind of just, oh yeah, promotions to the Premier League I think I've ever seen, actually. To the point where I completely forgot that they were even promoted. And I know they only just recently got promoted. It just seemed so anticlimactic, I suppose, right? I will instant result this one. Get the boys going again. Unfortunately, I think you're right. I think a lot of people get underestimated like that. I think there's a lot to be said that being conventionally attractive, or at least sort of in that sense, is a huge bonus in terms of in life in general. You can just... things will just be different. I wouldn't know, of course. One day I hope to find out. Sheeran on the pitch. Yeah, he had very short hair. I've not seen Sheeran's hair quite so short like that before. We've not exactly done them a favour with their new manager yet. Not that they have a new manager yet, I suppose. What did Push to do? They drew again. They did score a goal, though. First time ever, in fact. Right, 3-1 for us, though. Good result. Diakite still drops an absolute clanger. There you go. Our boy's back again. Didn't take long. Man of the match for Jens as well. Hopefully this time it will actually work. If not, I will... yeah. We'll have to accept that the fantasy is going to be a little bit jank sometimes, and that's okay, because it's going to be steadily improved, and I think, like, honestly, what Clates has managed to do with this so far is genuinely incredible. So, we'll just have to accept that occasionally we're going to have little things happen, and that's okay. We'll just put that in there as well. 38 shots is a good sign. Hello, Gato. That tactic, that's the revolution, my friend. Welcome. It's our latest attempt at trying to be absolutely murderous, and it seems to have worked. We finally found a setup that genuinely seems to do the job. Right, that's a nice one. So Jens is going to get a good little chunk of points in this game. It will still throw the JSON error, I suspect. What am I doing that now? Interesting. I'll get that in there like that. Nice. Update the table. Oh, we actually have a clear leader now with Lewis. Thanks to Captain in Jens. I immediately respect you more. Right, this time I'm not going to go off of this screen. I'm going to do it like that. There we go. So weird seeing his hair so short. Yeah, I didn't even recognise him at first. So, coefficient, largely thanks to our performances in the Champions League with the other teams, is actually somewhat steady. But you see, this is the thing. We just can't afford to fall out of the top 4 this season. But with both Germany and France there, they'd still need to outperform us by like 6 points. Which they're capable of doing. We need to be sort of looking for 15 points this year, maybe? Which I think we'll probably get just because of qualification points. If we do get all 4 Polish sides through in the Champions League, that will probably do it for us. Hello, Paul. Small procedure. Oh, damn. You've downplayed that, so hopefully that means it is just like a chill little thing. It's going to be absolutely fine. Bro, I didn't even start you in the match. What are we talking about here? It's Napoli next anyway. Shit, I didn't realise that. That actually was a... I thought we... Bugger. I forgot with the way that the fixtures were scheduled. There was... okay. It's Napoli away. We definitely haven't lost there in the past. Last season. Lol. Yeah, I hope you're going to be okay though, man. Hopefully it is just like really small stuff and you're going to be chill. We'll be here wishing you well regardless, right? Because any medical procedure has always got an element of danger to it, right? But yeah, hopefully it's nothing serious and I hope you're going to be chill. Let's just get rid of... Wow, he's really good. Who is this guy? I mean, he's a Tunisian striker, but that's just fun. We always wish well on medical procedures. Get a surprising amount of them, but I guess it's just like with any group of people, statistically, right? Well, the Hearts guy's keeping a bit of his PA, which is good to say. What about you guys at the very top? Anyone in here that's... Joao Hunka. Oh my goodness me. 61 million release calls might be a little bit out of our reach, considering the money I've just been spending. Who is what and why is if when? It's strange, man, no? Like, I both don't know what you mean, but absolutely weirdly do know what you mean at the exact same time. I appreciate the sentiment somehow. It's like, yeah. Just run through the code. If danger, wish well. That's just how my brain works. You're very good as well, I'm assuming. Jesus Christ. He's not going to be at Lens for much longer, is he? No. Although Marseille are interested in him, which is surprising. Marta is really chefing there. Sangare is at Lecce. How's he developing, actually? 32 million. Bloody hell. Fair play. That was a player that we wanted to sign, and they got him instead. Real Sociedad. Okay, where's any players that we could look at here? Circle Bruges. I'm actually not sure there's a lot of players in here for us. Yeah, all the good ones are actually already left. Any freebies in here? Aha! Okay, right. Oh my god, he's actually quite decent as well. Sorry, it wasn't even that I clicked on him. His name is Apollinaire Bakermenga. I've never seen Apollinaire as a first name before. It's wonderful. I wish more people should be called... I will start a petition for more people to be called Apollinaire. It just has so much like... Oh, okay, but I actually got to pay for Apollinaire. Weird, I feel like it should be followed by shortbread, and I can't quite work out why. We'll have that. No problem. And what about you, Mateus? When you have loads of apples. When you're in the 1% of apple owners. Very orchided. Orchided. No, that doesn't work. Blessed by Apollo. That actually is most likely where it comes from, I suppose, but it's still dope. And that sounds even better, actually. We need more names like that, where they've just taken things and amalgamated them into something lovely. How do you like them apples? Quite a lot, it would seem. I also like it because it implies not that you eat loads of apples, simply that you are in possession of loads of apples. So you're sort of like a hoarder of apples. Some people keep newspapers or old children's clothes and toys. This guy, just keeping all the apples. Bookie Baby knows. Oh, mate, I would just put a poll in chat, get on the FM regen train, and we'd be good to go from there. And then probably divorced immediately when Pog realises what I've done. It's the circle of life and all that. Bit of that. Actually, what I was going to say is, on the Spurs thing, are they now likely... What is the run-in for the well, Spurs and West Ham, because they are literally the only two teams left. Wait, did... Oh, hang on. Whoa. Did I just see GK Stakhovica got a takeover? It says consortium. But what does that actually mean in this context? A consortium led by Vilnius-based investor Romantas Mikulauskas has successfully completed a takeover of Górniczy Klub Sportowy Katowice, replacing former director Marek, that guy's name. The turmoil is unlikely to be over, with rumours that new director will want to replace current manager Enrico Maaßen. Well, they are bad. Strong business ties with Germany in the past is believed to want to install Stefan Lurch as the new GKS boss. Has been delisted from the stock exchange with immediate effect. So firstly, who is Stefan Lurch? The guy that's just taken the job at Polonia Bytom. So have they got money now, or what? It was sort of unclear as to what type of takeover this is. Consortium. So not tycoon, I'm guessing. But they may still have some decent cash to their name, which will be very helpful for them in the second tier next year. Oh, well, have you? Have a harder run, do they? In that case, I suspect that... I think... This weekend, I think, was the pivotal one, with West Ham being so sort of bad, really, at Brentford, and then Spurs actually pulling a really solid performance out the fire, obviously against a Villa side that weren't really interested, but still, you have to win, right? It does seem like this is the moment where it kind of just flipped around. We've been good today, man. We've actually won every Champions League game so far this season, despite playing our new overly aggressive, complete wood chipper of a tactic. And not just that, the other Polish sides have been absolutely crushing it, especially in the Champions League, weirdly. Less so, actually, in the other competition, for some reason. Europa League's been a bit weird this time. Scott, thank you very much for the follow, Scott. That's very kind of you, my friend. Who do you support? 80% chance that two people having the same birthday. Yeah, I've read about that sort of paradox, I suppose. I can't remember the exact whether that works, but I mean, hey, if Pog and I are in the same room, there's 100% chance of us having the same birthday. So, there you go. Arsenal chasing Diakite deal. Oh, yes, please. 132 million. Amazing. Feel free. And Al Nassr chasing. We could make a lot of money in January, I'm suspecting, at this point. Which is good, because we'll need that money to fund my spending habits today. Because I have, if you missed it earlier, I may have spent £30 million already today on stream. Okay, that's fine. Mostly because I spent... Oh, yeah, I actually, if you missed it earlier again, I signed a overpriced Belgian for £22 million. He's not here yet, but I have signed him. And he will be joining us. Because I felt like 10 years in, it needed to happen. It's quite detailed maths, man. No, I can't actually remember the reasoning behind it, but it is like a genuine thing. Right, we haven't done VOD comments. Speaking of, actually, that'll probably be a good time to quickly do that, since we've got a few today. In fact, shout out to the volleys. So, with regard to this one, the reason we don't focus on the second team to get them better and make them the league a top flight side is because it's literally not possible. One, they can't be promoted to the top flight, although that is actually the second tier. Regardless, it would never happen anyway, because they'd have to come from an unplayable league. And as a result of that, because they're further down, the game tends to use reputation to promote and relegate to that league, or promote from that league, meaning that they would never have enough reputation to actually get organically promoted in this save. The only way that would work is if we'd had the other league switched on, but because they're not in the base game at the time of release, we weren't able to do that. So as a result, there is the chance of our B team essentially being promoted from the third tier into the second tier is essentially zero as a result of that. So that's why we haven't really focused on it. Believe me, were that a possibility, I'd 100% be doing that. It's why I've kind of used Push to Neapol Mitza like our B team, essentially. They did clearly find him, is what I would say. But luckily, we're safe now because he's now Robert Robeston, because I can't spell. Yes, Jasper Citizen is manager at Corona. I did spot that at one point, but for some reason it didn't actually come out of my mouth. Yeah, the VODs now go up basically within an hour of the end of stream. Not always, but I'll try to get them out as soon as I physically can at this point. It's the best I can really do. Plus, I'm in control of it more, so it means that there's just less likely things for YouTube to mess up in the way. So that's the other thing. Freiburg are definitely... I think that's the thing. They're signing Scourge guys, and they're just kind of good as well in the Bundesliga on top of that as well. Totally get the fantasy thing. This is one of the reasons I actually brought this up last stream as well. That's why today I've tried to just make it so that it's a fun thing what they're doing, but I'm not trying to focus on it too much. Like, it's always a tough balance when live streaming in general with the VODs in mind, because I know that that's an important factor. So it's just one of those things that I do have to try and balance as best I can. And when something's new and I'm still unsure what I'm doing with it, it does tend to find that it takes up more time than perhaps it should do. But I feel like today's been a better balance of that. I'd like to believe, at least, anyway. And hopefully as that sort of smoothened out a little bit more with regards to the automation side of things, it should become even smoother. And it's just something that runs in the background, I suppose. But yeah. But don't worry, I am cognizant of that. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go about that, is just to search for that. So Arda Güler, who's kind of crushing it in real life, he's presumably just not playing. Is he actually even at Real? I like this. A genuine look up for Arda Güler. It's rare. Usually they're just purely for the memes. So I'm guessing he's been transfer listed as the club no longer require his services. Actually, didn't we know this already? Because I remember us looking at him in the summer, I think. The biggest issue, of course, being his wages, and the fact we don't really need him right now, because Montparnasse is possibly better? Barely, but possibly better, and a lot younger than him as well. So I'm assuming it's just because, yeah, his game time at Real Madrid has completely dropped through the floor the last few seasons. He's barely playing. This year a little bit more, but they're just not using him at the moment. I mean, just out of interest, would he join us? Yeah, star player, wage that's way beyond what we can offer, but still. That's a good point. Can we compare it? Yeah, we could, couldn't we? Wisła Kraków, Stefan Montparnasse. I'll tell you what. Montperousse is better. Long shots is one worse. Technique is one worse. Corners is one worse. Free kicks is one worse. Slightly worse on mentals, but he's just better. He's just better. Contract up in the summer is certainly interesting. What I might do actually is shortlist him so we get notified about that and can just engage with the player and see if there's anything to be done there. But the issue will likely be his wages. The only way to get him really cheap would be to have him actually leave Real Madrid, because I've noticed that when players leave their clubs like that, so if you trial a guy and offer them a deal using that same system a week before they leave their club, when they're about to be set for release or whatever, they will often ask for sometimes up to 180% more money. It's always better to have them as a free agent entirely, and then you can do all sorts of cool stuff with them. Wait, did we just miss a match day? Oh no, we just watched this, didn't we? Yeah, of course. Stefan is definitely the better player, I agree. Right, so Coffee out, Naeem back in. At least he had a rest for the last game, unlike the rest of the team, but that's okay, because I'm going to start Alvarez here. Montperousse could probably do with a bit of a rest as well, but we don't really have that luxury today, I'm afraid. Who else is missing from the bench? Just Tomashevic, who unfortunately didn't make the Champions League squad, which is a bit of a shame, but we had no space for him, unfortunately. Right, who else makes the bench here? Uche and Hernandez, I guess, come straight. Oh no, probably Abdullahi, just in case. Hello, J-Tux. What was the last thing you saw? I can catch you up, other than Malta? Poland is chefing again. World-class freebies. Yeah, we kind of did that a bit with Malta towards the very end with Sirens. Some of the players we'd bring in and just fob off for huge money a year later was fun. Almost to the point where I don't know, honestly think we'd need to do that in this save, because we've got better ways of generating revenue, just because we've got so many good players now. Right, this is the lineup I want, right? Love to see it. Let me just lock the fantasy for this one so we don't get any cheaters. There we go. Right, love to see it. And let's go. I wonder if I'm very after revenge for this game. So basically what's happened since then, J-Shucks, is I've spent £30 million on players, including a £22 million Belgian guy whose surname is Marabbit. So there's that. In addition, we beat Tottenham, despite a catastrophic defensive error, where the goalie wasn't at fault, although we did have a great game. The other Polish sides have continued getting points in Europe, especially in the Champions League, and now we're at a situation with Napoli where I'm after battering them, basically, because they had no way of beating us last time, and they did, of course, but there's no way they should have beaten us in that tie, let alone 5-0. Expand the stadium. Honestly, with stadiums, I tend to just leave it and let them do it themselves, because they will at some point expand the stadium for sure, but at this stage, they'd probably still play the same crap about how we're probably not selling out for league fixtures, and ultimately, with how big our stadium currently is, they probably won't expand the stadium because I don't think we actually have any expansion cap. I think the only thing we can do is build a new stadium, which would cost a shitload of money. And I'd honestly rather just spend that on players right now until the board go above our heads and decide to basically do a new stadium themselves, which they will 100% do. I'd rather just leave that in their hands, get a bit more money up in the meantime. Yeah, Brighton have been absolutely on fire this season in the Champions League. I think at one point, the only 100% record teams in Europe, in the Champions League at least, was us, Real Madrid and Brighton. The big three. The Mount Rushmore of European football. Wisła Kraków, Real Madrid, and Brighton. Final third training on Molsky. Yes, he's definitely doing bits. But honestly, I don't know what else I'd put him onto, because final third training is one of the ones that does really well, and anything else is probably going to be less effective. And I don't think he's got good enough in that yet that I want to take him off of it, honestly. I'm not sure what else I'd put him on. But we'll have to have a look after this match, because he's probably getting a bit more game time soon, given that this is our last Champions League game before Christmas. Attacking movement. The thing is, attacking movement hits a lot of the same things, but you're probably right. At least mixing the two up a little bit. The thing I like about attacking movement is I believe it does hit more attributes, because I think final third only hits 2 things, and the other one hits 3. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I think one of them hits decisions on both. So why a lot of my players end up with such good decision making, because both attacking movement and final third, I think, click decisions, and therefore all of our guys end up with stupid levels of decision making. Like, they should be around the nuclear bunker, you know. We've been a little average in this game at times. Still getting shots away and defending reasonably well, but not being quite as wood chippery as normal. That's a nice little... Right, chance for a breakaway now, though. So many runners. Just need to make the right passing decisions here. There we go. And look, he's got a little underlap from Alvarez as well. He might be able to go alone here. Oh, go on. All the way through. That's a really bad effort on goal. From Tromsø. No way. That's awesome. Where's my Tromsø scarf gone? I've lost my Tromsø. Oh, it's there. There's the Tromsø scarf. Just peeping out from behind the Wisła scarf there. Jens has been fantastic. He is one of my favourite players in our team because, firstly, he's the only like non-regen, as you can see here, in our starting 11 these days. He has this incredible ability to just bang long-range goals. Essentially, just constantly. He's got 5 goals from defensive midfield in the Champions League this season. He's just next level. Striker not being central. Right. So the reason for that is because the way that the tactic plays in possession is you end up with basically the advanced wing back as the wide man up here, the other one up here and cut across. But the channel midfielder moves into this sort of spot, and when he was central, they would be sitting in each other's pockets essentially. So, and we noticed that it was badly affecting our strikers' ability to link the play up because they were just getting in each other's way. But also, with this guy being offset, it was creating too much of an overload in one place and a little bit of weakness down this side. So we had him offset to this side initially, but then we moved him to the other side, and all of a sudden he's just come to life as far as his ability in matches. So that's the reason there's offsets. In addition, the DLP is set for longer range passing to allow him to essentially prioritize this sort of area of the pitch a little bit more frequently, which is why you'll notice that the ratings don't seem to get affected by these two being so close to each other. That's the logic to it, at least, at the moment. But yeah, Jens is my guy. He's been exceptionally fun to play with in this save. We've had him for a while now. Like like 6-7 years, perhaps? Essentially, it was a case of we did a bit of musical chairs with the striker, and eventually that's just the one where the music stopped. Ball control. I really don't like ball control as a training one, just because I don't find it works that well, realistically. Maybe it will now, but I just don't know if I want to waste his youth on that kind of training. But we'll have a look. We'll actually have to have a look at his attributes afterwards. But maybe the issue I had before was that they work from a really young age for certain ones, and then after a certain point, maybe like 18, those ones seem to tail off, and you have to go to like the big 3 that I normally use after that. So maybe that's my new plan in future. Players under 18 get a bit more of a wide range of different individual focuses, but then when they hit 18, they go straight to either final third, attacking movement, or defensive positioning, because those are the big 3 that work every time. And maybe I need to do some tests on that. Right. Jagiellonian are shitting the bed, but that's okay. We're doing okay. Those are the big 3 for me. Yeah, defensive positioning, attacking movement, and final third. They never fail, pretty much. You will get bonus training out of those guys with those ones on. Unless they've got like no PA to give. And even then, sometimes it feels like you still get a little bit of a bump with it, which is pretty cool. Right, I've done vodka. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, I actually don't know what to make of the... They just do the basic thing. But we have had some success with the quickness training that we put on our youngster. So I do wonder if... Because I always just dismissed a lot of those ones, but it seems like it works to a certain point, especially with the quickness one. Till technical. Interesting. Well, and then after that, mental, perhaps. I think I'd maybe do it like physicals till 18. Oh, look at him go. Maybe technical till 20, then mental. But that's probably not a bad little methodology, actually. IRL job in foot management? Nah. I mean, realistically, ain't nobody hiring me. I have no coaching badges, and I honestly don't think I'd want to be a real-life football manager. This was way too easy of a goal. So, like, what are they doing here? They just allow Naeem in off this spot. Thank God he's been working on his finishing. That's his 12th goal of the year. I say that I've not really done a lot of work on the main training. I mostly just do the individual stuff. I still have the training schedules that Sam made for me that I haven't actually had a chance to input yet. And I think that could give us an extra bump when I finally get around to putting those damn things in. Because that would just affect everyone in a good way. Hopefully get their training numbers up a little bit. Diakite's, he's saved the one chance he's had today. Kowalski's definitely improving, yeah. I'll show you after the match, but he has it. We've seen an uptick in his pace and acceleration for sure, which shows that it definitely does do something where it wouldn't normally. Monperus has been ass today, but that's okay. We're only 1-0 up. I probably shouldn't risk him here. I actually got a Bradovic on to play a bit. No. Herrera. Oh, well, yeah, fuck. I've made the decision now. It's happened. We are still in the middle of a play now, aren't we? Maybe now feels like a Duru moment, perhaps. One of these two should probably also come out for... God almighty. I don't want to make too many changes just in case. Dushan's on. I should do that for the time being. Sometimes I accidentally, or not accidentally, I get sort of lulled into making more subs than I realistically need to or want to in moments, and will bring players on for the sake of it without actually thinking long term. Career track and recruitment. Yeah, I mean, look, the best example of that would be Aaron, of course, who you know, has pivoted. Although he does still do content sometimes. I think he streamed the other day, didn't he? When you give the goalkeeper the eyes so much, he dives the other side of the post the wrong direction. That's some tomfoolery right there. Yeah, we have seen Diakite's big matches, and he does like them. We think it's the consistency, perhaps, that's what's really doing it for him, unfortunately, on a negative sense. But yeah, I mean, Aaron's parlayed that into his analytical career with Southampton, which is dope. I found that agility and balance, on 24 at least, worked really well when players turned 31. Or, like, became, not even 31, just became older. That was the one training schedule, or, like, individual focus that would still give options for you and give improvement in the latter stages of players' careers, interestingly. So, Arsenal are apparently interested in Diakite for 130 million in Jan, which would be good because it would fund my spending habits, as we did already spend 60 million on a new keeper who hasn't joined us yet, plus a further 30 million on players today. We are going to need to pay the bill for that at some point. Oh, look at this from Alvarez. Dushan can flick this on. What a goal. Please tell me this is onside. That is such a lovely piece of football. EBFM training thing. Yes, yeah, it's like Max found. Yeah. This is such a lovely goal. Alvarez just yeets it over the top for Obradovic, of all people, into the channel, who then, a little backwards flicked header. That is brilliant from Dushan. And Duru, off the bench, scores. I think him just being offset works so well there. I love it. 100k trail race. That sounds amazing. I would ask you what your time is, but I bet you really don't even care about that, do you? It's more a case of just like, you did it, and that's dope. I'd love to do something like that. One day I genuinely would like to. Like, I've never done anything more than a half marathon, but I feel like the things I would enjoy the most are things like long distance trail races, where you've got like views and things to look at, and it isn't just about purely speed. You get to actually enjoy it a bit more because you're there for longer, right? Or go on, back post. Dushan. Have I just unlocked a different side of Dusan Obradovic? I'd never thought about maybe playing him as the number 10 in this system at times. But he does look kind of goated there. He does have height as well. It's great from Naeem. He's got another assist for the season, but it's a lovely cross. And he's just got up to the back post and gone back across the goalie for some reason. Nobody scored. Like, he's got a goal and an assist now off the bench with his head. It does at least give me options for where to bring him on in games beyond just as a central midfield option. And it's nice to have that kind of definition. I love that for him. I was worried that with the way that Jens has found a new role in this team, that Obra might have started to lose his effectiveness in this team. But I'm starting to think that actually I was very wrong about that. And maybe this is where he needs to be all along. Wow, Carlos now. Sure, 4th goal here. Really bury him. Oh dear. Less of that, bud. I was kind of hoping we could hit the 4-0. Finishing 11 hours. I couldn't imagine. I bet it was fun as hell though, right? If you don't mind me asking, feel free to not tell us, of course, if it's like doxable. Which, where were you running? Like, sort of where, what, like, area, I guess? If it's too local, obviously, feel free to not tell us. Go on, one more. 4-0 here would be really satisfying after what happened last year, because it would show that we should have done it and could have done it. Oh, I don't think this is done yet. Joao Carlos turn and spin. Oh, off the post. What a guy. I don't think Obra's going to quite get man of the match here, because it is yet another Naeem masterclass, but to come off the bench and drop a, what's that, an 8.2? Thoroughly deserved performance there. In the end, yeah, the match momentum, weirdly. Apparently that was during a period of their dominance. Dominance I do not remember happening. Because they just stopped there, apparently. This is right around the time that Dushan came on. Sort of just reinvigorated us a little bit, if anything else. Plus, I didn't use a lot of subs in this game either, which means there's even less players for it to look at here. We take that. Basically, everyone's got some kind of bonus there, which is dope. Let's have a little look-see-looks. Oh, I just tried to save the image instead. Right, it was a 3-0 win, wasn't it? Yeah, which means we get that. I'll unlock that in a minute. Drop that in there. Get that. Nice. Yeah, they just sort of turned it on, which is nice. It's what you want. Having players that can do that is just very, very nice. Maybe we'll get some people picking Obradovic in fantasy from now on. How many games? You got 10 points from that game. I mean, Naeem's still absolutely chefed, of course. Enjoy the 19 points for Anwar Naeem. Because, of course. Right, that should have gone through now. Hopefully. Just refresh the page. Oh, 3 people tied at the top as well. And Daza is still actually technically 5th as well, so... If you were wondering, Daz won, I think, the thing by 18 points on our F1 league table as well, which is kind of fun. I think he's the only person that scored in every single race, so to speak. Right, what a great performance. We're also 6 out of 6 in Europe now. I don't think we've ever done in this save even close to that. What was our best finish in Europe in terms of the actual league stage finish? I think we got... Did we get 20 points one time? It was quite a lot. We got 17 last year. 20, yeah. We got 21 year, 15, and that was it. So yeah, our best record is 20, which I think we'll probably get. 1 a.m. Menorca. Oh, damn. Oh my god, that sounds incredible. That just sounds genuinely amazing. It's a great way to see places as well, I would have thought, right? Temple on 5th place. That's a lot of 5th place points being handed out, I suspect. Just crossing the line like that would be quite difficult, I suspect. Right. Speaking of that, crossing the line, the F1. That actually had, there was racing and stuff in it. I quite enjoyed the bits of the race I was actually able to see on Sunday night. Like, it looks like the gap has... I know Mercedes haven't brought their big upgrade or whatever they're doing yet, but I was starting to fear that it was going to be completely just Mercedes dominance. I know they still won the race, but things were getting a bit closer, at least. For a little bit. And that Gasly one where he flipped over, that was wild. We could do some transfer in for wingers. Unfortunately, I can't use the prototype that I've got there. I'd have to use a different one because the one I've got set up there doesn't even technically work with my coordinates anymore. That's the bit of maths that I still need to update on the latest version of it to actually get it to work properly. I've not quite figured out how to do that. I'll have to go back to an earlier version because I changed over the way that I was coding it. Just like it was going to be more useful and easier to work with long term, but ultimately requires me to change a lot of stuff around to begin with. But it will make it way easier for me to make changes soon. Right. So that was the Wednesday game. Everyone else is now played, right? Wait, no. Oh. So there's just a giant gap. We just get to play like a week earlier for some reason. Champions League's all over the place this season. That's fine. Right, so the other two, they're both in the first team. Plus, I want to look at this team anyway, just to see where we're at stats-wise on some of these guys now. So Mob Bruce has still got the most XG of the team. And he does need to catch that up, man. He really, really does. But now we've got Naeem on 12, Vanetti on 10, getting along at a decent rate, getting lots of assists as well. Like 16 goal contributions is very, very tasty for him. As for the youngsters, 3 assists for Molsky is actually not bad. Development's looking decent on him at the moment. Composure, decisions, he's not like... Yes, his composure and decisions are okay. If I move him to that, it would at least improve the off the ball and his anticipation for a little bit. So yeah, that doesn't really make sense to keep him on that for the time being. But what we wanted to look at more was the success from... Kowalski's the best trainer at the entire club with a 9.7 at the moment. And look at the upward arrow. You can't really quite see because my face cam there. It's a direct green upward arrow on his pace. So I don't think it's gone up hugely, but it's improving. Like, I don't think it's gone up amazingly. God, I wish you could just clear this off. Either that or it was just really, really slow before and I've underestimated just how slow he used to be. Right, so let's turn on pace and acceleration. So yeah, I think he's at most gone from 9 to 11 and 10 to 11. So he's definitely not gone up as much as we thought. And ultimately, I think it might behoove us to keep him on there for a little bit longer for the time being because he's still only 16. And we said we were going to do physicals until he turns 18 anyway, so it might be best to just leave him on that right now. Given that he is seeing increases, but I don't know how much he's going to increase by. It's not quite as dramatic as we thought. To be fair, Naeem on the left, we kind of do have. I just think that the tactic lends itself more to the right-hand side, but just because it is no longer a symmetrical system. And the other thing is, the left-hand side, I tend to play different players there more frequently. So when you actually look at their combined numbers, Naeem has 12 goals this season. But then you look at, say, John's got 5, Alvarez has 4, so that's 9. Admittedly, Kofi has 3 as well. So they're doing okay. There's 9 goals from there and also 8 assists. So the right side is definitely slightly more dominant, but they also play more minutes. Then again, John's played a good amount of minutes too. Yeah, Molsky getting the stars at least up is decent. I get the feeling that Molsky probably doesn't have quite the ceiling of someone like Kowalski. But he is also older and should maybe get there a little bit faster. By the way, I'm still happy with them, though. They're both developing because they're getting game time. And more important, that's the most important thing. I don't know if there even was any Europa League games this week. Because our random schedule has just put us into a bit of a weird spot. Was there any? No, there's literally not been any. Oh, no, there was. But I don't think any Polish sides played. Let me just check. So there was... So there's games on the 14th of December. There is a couple of 6th game plays as well. But I don't think any of our guys played in those matches. Brookbet have got 5 games. Arca 5. So no, they've got some games presumably next week. They're playing away at Athletic Club, though. That's going to be damn difficult. What about Arca? Who are they playing? Where are Arca? Away at Slavia. Ooh, that's going to be tough. Being third in the league, the biggest surprise after all the turbulence they had. In real life, yeah. I mean, I say biggest surprise. The biggest surprise is probably Spurs being in the relegation zone, or was in the relegation zone, perhaps. But it's certainly a hell of an uptick in form for Manchester United, especially with them, like, quite, not easily sweeping aside Liverpool, but it could have been a lot better for them. Like, it seems like mistakes are the only reason Liverpool really got back into that game at all. They definitely don't look like the same team. They don't look as fragile, although still in places did. But they had the resiliency to come back from it, which I feel like in the past, Man United wouldn't have done so. Oh, God, Monperus is injured. That could be bad. It's a tight fly. We're good. He's avoided it. Hello, Hayden. Southern fried chicken baguette and cheese. Oh, that sounds bagging, honestly. It's the one thing I'm missing here. There isn't our local Greg's, and I would like that. That feels like it would complete me inside. Like, I'm not going to pretend that Greg's sausage rolls are the best by any means, because I really don't think they are, but the price alone just takes you to that level. Yes, you can, Dan. Absolutely. We'll give you the happy birthday wishes that full of mature shit didn't. Chat, can we get some BBBBs in chat for Mr. Dan? You'd love to see it. Change for Abramovich. I mean, Abramovich, I'm definitely going to start. The problem with it, of course, is in a lot of the rotation matches, I've been preferring Molsky as the backup just because it gives him game time. But Obra is 100% now an option for multiple substitute appearances in different positions. I'll be able to bring him off the bench more, is what I mean, right? Imagine if I just said no, screw you. I'm a mean bastard at this point. Have a bit of that. So, I obviously was away this weekend. I went back to back to my hometown to see my parents and obviously hang out with friends. And it was one of those things where we were all sort of back in town at the same weekend because none of us live there anymore. But went to like a local pub that we used to go to back in the day, and it was just like weirdly not nice and nostalgic. It was nostalgia, obviously, but particularly walking back, a journey that you would do quite a lot because it was a decent distance away. Because where I used to live is really long, and a journey that you've done loads of times in the past, but you sort of got used to it. And then I'm walking back, getting random hints of deja vu of many various trips back from the pub. So, you know, when you're just in that slight stage of drunkenness, but you're only really just like on the level. I'm just looking around me at my friends being like, I haven't done this in a very long time with this group of people as a complete sort of set, so to speak. And it's like weirdly like nostalgic, but also weirdly kind of not hollow, but a sense of ennui, I suppose. Particularly as I'm sort of looking at it and thinking back in a kind of like almost like a montage sense. And my friend, nothing had changed, but then all of a sudden this time around, she's like literally carrying a child. And I'm like, wow, you sort of blink and life just goes by a little bit. And it was very, very strange. But I really started this story because we saw a lorry crash into a bridge. The twist you did not see coming at the end of that tale, let me tell you. You're like, oh, this is good. And suddenly, bridge crash. I like to keep you on your toes, set you up, and then take a little turn right at the end, much like that lorry. Greg sausage roll comment immediately. I think like they're good. I think they are good, and the price makes them even better. But I don't think like the best sausage rolls I've ever had. You know, as a sausage roll enjoyer, that's for me. I know my stuff, man. We have a sausage roll in Moat after all. Who is the lorry? It'll affect me. 100% fry. So I don't know if you saw a couple of weeks ago. I thought that Roy Hodgson had died. Because of Sai had posted in our group chat a article about him joining Bristol City, and I completely misread it and thought that he died. And I noticed, I then got to sort of do a trial run of how I would feel if that happened to Roy, and I was realised, wow, that would actually hit me really, really hard. So, for this game, Monperus is injured, so I want to try Obradovic in this game, in this role. Next match only. Can I even do that now? I think it might still let me. It usually does. Let's try that. And then I'm going to get Kowalski a chance to start here, because, you know, Jens could do with a little resty rest. Where's my boy? He's usually further up. There he is. Like, they are really good, and the sort of... They are elevated in their levels of quality by the price, because they are extremely reasonably priced. The crazy one. I mean, they are both kind of crazy, but I believe, yeah, Joao is the one who's better for that position, but I kind of just want to test Obradovic there, because Joao just does such a really good job in his current role that I'm okay with him staying there for the time being. Mana could probably do with a little rest as well, but... Actually, it's the league. Who could I bring in? We don't really have the other guys back yet. Molsky. I guess, but this is not really a role that I want. Molsky, for me, is a number 10. That's the role he needs to play. So by bringing him in at a different position, I feel like it would make us worse, and I don't think it'd really get much out of him either. Like, he is very much a number 10 type of player, because he can't get... He doesn't have a foot in. But maybe for one game, just to try him out there. But I don't think that's really what I want. I certainly don't want to play him there long term. He does not have the attributes for that role at all. Right. Unavailables, because there probably is a couple on the bench I need to sort out. Yeah, a couple of little cheeky ones here. We'll have Uche to the bench, and I might need to leave a space, actually, won't I? 1, 2... Yeah, I'll have to leave a gap on the bench. That's fine, though. That's just pushed it. You'd think that, but then... I always hate to defile their defensive record, but I feel like we've got no choice here, do we? So, yeah, well, that's exactly what people said at the time, Don. I think it's because the age... It said Roy Hodgson, former England manager, and then the line break said... The next line just said aged and then his age. I missed the end of the previous line because it got cut off, and I just immediately jumped straight to that. Didn't actually read the article, don't be silly. I just read the headline, and by that I mean half the headline. Yeah, I'll go with that for this game. But we'll actually watch this one, because obviously we've got the no more Champions League matches, so we may as well watch these games. Photo black and white. No, it wasn't, but it was one of those photos that, while not being black and white, conjured the same vibes, if you know what... If you catch my drift. It had the same kind of Happy Roy-looking photo. Don't even use black and white photos of that kind of stuff anymore. Usually at like a proper event, it'd be like, you know, the in memoriam stuff. Actually really good. Yeah, I've heard about those as well. I mean, they always seem to be selling out, which is always a sign, right? Okay, we got a bit of snow, a bit of push near Purmitsa. I'm really kind of cute. Matlow? Wait, I didn't realize they had him. Is he there permanently, or did I loan him to them as part of the batch? I think he's there permanently, you know. Actually, wait, is he? I don't know for sure, because the game actually, as far as I realise, doesn't actually show you anymore, does it? No, we have no way of knowing. I don't know if he's there or not on permanent deals, but Matlow was one of the guys we got in our intake of quite a few years ago now that we were somewhat excited about. I mean, he's not been amazing compared to what we were expecting, and... Oh no, he is on loan. This year. Because he spent ages at Gornik Wenchner, down in the second tier. And now he's got a chance at the top flight with them. Maybe. You never know. What a guy. Oh, you want drugs? Yeah, fair enough, though. But did Bristol City actually finish the season quite well, if I remember correctly? All he's not the man for that job. That is very much Monperus's territory. Not that we score a lot of those either, in fairness. I would be... Oh, they've got Bill Smith in goal as well. He's the American keeper they've got with the really normal-sounding name that has been electric in net for them this season. The only reason they're even close to being able to survive currently is because of Bill Smith and I think it's Nuevo they've got. That being said, they are certainly murdering this game. Completely strangling this one. 20 minutes in and we've only managed 3 shots against Pushchin Yepur-Mitsa. Energy to Hodgson. I mean, yeah. Roy's... I know Liverpool fans will disagree on this one, but I think a lot of different football clubs, probably not Watford, will have good opinions of Roy Hodgson because he's still, to me... Some of my fondest memories of supporting Fulham come from Roy Hodgson's era in charge of us. The fresh Duke of... I think he's from... Is he from Santa Fe or something? I don't know if you can see it in the middle of the game. But I believe he was from LAFC originally, I think. So I believe he is from California. Which is a shame, because he does have a kind of old-school cowboy vibe. Fair enough, right? I just think that Roy was the wrong appointment for Liverpool. He was just not the man that they needed at the time, really. Some of the signings that they made on him as well were very strange too. Coffee all the way across and it's cleared away again. I think that I don't think there was any scenario where he was going to succeed at Liverpool in that sense. And I really wish that he hadn't gone and had stayed at Fulham, because Fulham's relegation capitulation a few seasons later largely was about that eventually, because the next manager that took over, which I believe was Mark Hughes, despite getting us 8th in the league, it later transpired, from what I've heard from various former Fulham players talking on podcasts, is that after a while the players basically got so sick of the football that Hughes was trying to make Fulham play that they essentially just stopped listening to him and reverted back to the tactical style that Roy had played when he was Fulham manager, and that's why Fulham shot up the league table and got 8th at the end of the season. And then obviously Hughes took all the credit for it, but then it went really wrong after that, because I believe he left the club because he thought he was too big for it and tried to take another job on. I forget where it was. And yeah, little did the club who hired him knew that in fact the next job was very much not on him. Should have got Scott Parker. I wonder where Scott Parker rocks up next. I would have loved it. Was it Stoke? I think it was, right, yeah. Which is strange in that scenario as well, isn't it? But hey, no disrespect to Stoke. Big club he hates. But yeah, I think some managers are not... They're just not cut out for those jobs. I think Thomas Frank sort of seems like an example. Sometimes managers do make that step up sometimes, but it just seems like it doesn't happen that frequently. I get the feeling that Marco Silva would be another manager like that. He's maybe a little bit less likely, but I feel like if he did leave, the most likely destination, actually, I think if he was to leave Fulham, would be somewhere like Newcastle if they got rid of Eddie Howe. That's the one that scares me. Particularly with, obviously, him having no contract at the moment. Vanetti, pulls it back, and Coffee smashed it in. Love to see it. Finally. Parker to West Ham. Yeah, to be fair, if West Ham did go down, which unfortunately does seem more likely now, Parker wouldn't be the worst appointment in the sense that you would get promoted. The football would be absolutely awful, but you would get promoted. Now, you'd get relegated again immediately because he would do the same thing in the Premier League because he never seems to learn his lesson, but you'd at least get to win a title while you're there. Until at least some point in this. Is that because of like the rules around they'd have to defer any payments to so it comes out the next season or something? Bournemouth and Marco Silva. I don't know why at that point. I don't feel like that would be a big enough jump for him to actually be validly doing... I mean, he might well do. Scott Parker decided that was a reasonable decision, didn't he? But I think that Bournemouth probably wouldn't... Not that Bournemouth could do better. I just don't know if that's really the play that Bournemouth would want to make at this point. Also, haven't Bournemouth already decided that they are appointing Marco Rosa? I swear that's already... Or has that not been announced yet? Just having faith. I don't know. It just kind of looks like things have got... I know that Newcastle won on the weekend, but I always forget how far Newcastle are down the table. I've spent the entire season in my head being like, oh, they're just going to bounce back and come back up or come back towards where they were. And they just kind of haven't. Yeah, I thought Rosa had been confirmed at Bournemouth. They'd moved quite swiftly on that one, which I suppose is what you need to do with this kind of contingency planning. I suspect they've actually known for a while that, he's in again. Coffee with 2 off the bench. Not off the bench. 2 in the first half for Coffee. That's nice. For the weekend results, possibly, yeah. But that's partly just because of how many points the relegation candidates have and also how few points the European candidates have. It's kind of wild how many teams... That mushy middle is just so inconsistent. It just seems like no one's ever really out of it. You see one win and all of a sudden you're back in the European places again, out of nowhere. And because there are so many European places too. Just positionally. Yeah, I think it's because, as you say, like, there's so much swing. You could move from like 6th down to 14th in one weekend pretty much. Molsky with an assist, which was nice. Even if it was just that I give you the ball and you do the rest. But hey, someone's got to get the assist. I mean, Palace finishing 12th. I don't know if they're actually good enough at this stage to get 12th. Then again, they lost quite comfortably to Bournemouth, didn't they? Who's the next Palace boss? Have they announced that, or is that not something that's... What's the rumours on that one? Hello, Peast. Honestly, today, we've been kind of cooking. We are still 100% record in the Champions League. 18 points out of 18. Other Polish sides, I would say at least 2 of them are looking very strong likelihoods of qualifying for the knockouts. One of them is basically guaranteed already. It's looking very good. Europa League less so. They've definitely let the side down a bit there. I think they will both eventually get through, but I don't know if they're going to do much beyond that. And in other news, I've spent another load of money again. I've spent a £22 million Belgian midfielder. and a Norwegian 16-year-old for 6 million quid, who we took a huge swing on, but he had like 2.5-star CA at 16 in our team. So we thought it would be worth it. Penalty against Bournemouth. Oh, well, yeah, I didn't really think that was either. They do seem to be giving them for anything sometimes. It looked... I still haven't seen enough angles of it, admittedly, because I only watched the highlights like once, but I still couldn't quite figure it out myself. What was even going on there? Oh, slide him in. That's a lovely ball for Dushan. He's a bit wide, though, but he's going to find Coffee, surely. Oh, he's unselfish from Coffee. Should have gone for the hay. What's he thinking there? Axel van Dongen. Yeah, I wonder if that's... Isn't that a real player? Which is rare, admittedly, at this station to say, but I swear I recognise that name. Yeah, Amaricio van Axel Dongen. Probably one of the few Amaricios still knocking about in the save. Frank could be one to look at, yeah. I agree, Andrew, on that one, honestly. I thought it was weird when the commentators were saying, oh, it's inconclusive. I could see that it changed the direction of the ball. You can literally see when his fingers touch it and the ball spins differently. So, yeah, I was very surprised by that one. I don't think it was that inconclusive. Particularly as I thought they had like a black and white rule, which is if it touches your hand on the way, it's just always disallowed. But hey. Okay. I was literally trying to look for the push to near Paul Mitza score. And yet, we're bang on our XG today. Dominant in terms of possession. Vanetti and Molsky linking the play up nicely. The left side's been a little quiet, but we'll give him a chance. What are your playlist songs? This is from Smart Shuffle. So basically what I do is I put the stream playlist on Smart Shuffle because it just throws in occasional extra things. I don't think this is a song request from what I can tell. It's kind of a bit of a bop, to be honest. That and it tends to bring in other random stuff that I listen to into here. So occasionally you'll just get a random metalcore song thrown in here, even though it's nowhere near the playlist. And the same with stuff like this too. I've been developing a playlist that I call 2026 Bops, and I just throw any new song that I really like onto it. It's all genres. And then I put that on Smart Shuffle when I go out and just keep adding more and more stuff to it to build this like eclectic musical empire in my head. We've listened to some strange stuff, Daz, and Spotify just gives me the weirdest things lately, I've noticed. It has been throwing strange things at me. Pog and I were, again, doing that exact same thing, and it went from suddenly like metalcore to just throwing Spandau Ballet on at one point, which I'm absolutely fine with. That's a transition I didn't know I needed, but realised that I actually needed it in my life a lot more than I did. Oh, go on, Obra. Pull it back. Where's Coffee when you need him? Schwalker! I feel like he misses those quite frequently. A little too frequently, if you ask me. I also realised I never actually finished the story about the lorry hitting the bridge, did I? So, there's a low bridge back in Essex where I used to live. And there's signs everywhere and there's like routes and everything that says, hey, if you've got a lorry or a bus or whatever, then don't come through here because you will crash into it. It still happens very frequently. Coffee has a hat trick. Of course he does. It's a hat trick for Abu Coffee. What a player he is. Do you know what? He'd probably be a comfortable starting level player for us if it wasn't for the fact that that Naeem existed. And yeah, so we're just sat outside the front of this pub, chilling, drinking our pints or whatever. And I didn't even hear this at the time. A lot of my friends like start looking around like meerkats to some sound that they've heard in the distance. They're like, did someone just hit the bridge? I was like, no, can't be. And then this lorry starts coming past us with a digger on the back. And they're like, surely that didn't hit it. And then it stops directly outside the pub. Turns out it was like an army lorry. And they're obviously transporting equipment. And a very sheepish guy in military camo got out, climbed up onto the top of the lorry and was like frantically examining the like hydraulic bit on the top of the digger to try to figure out how bad the damage was. Now, clearly it was a scraping effect rather than a full-on catastrophic smash. But that has happened in the past as well. But still, we just thought that was rather funny. Meters down in feet? I believe so, yeah. Not only that, it's got... I think it has, yeah, feet and meters. And it's also got, like, please go this way to avoid the low bridge. Because it's not that low, because it's a railway bridge. So double-decker buses generally sometimes can fit underneath it if they're a certain height. But that's also happened in the past as well. Those, you know those extra tall lorries? Not the standard Arctic ones, but the ones that have got that sort of extra with the curved bit on the front. You see them with that Argos and stuff. Those ones very much cannot get in there. Oh, Molsky. Oh, under the bar. It's nice to see him getting involved, though. I'll leave him on. And I will change up Alvarez, who's been very poor today. And Mana could do with the rest as well. So we'll get... Oh, dear. Who will we get on? The bench is looking a little thin there. Probably Uche. Even though, weirdly, he can't play centre-back. He should be able to, though. Joao Carlos as well. We'll get you out for... No, I'll get Mikic to run. He always makes the bench, but never gets on the team. Oh, he was 100% shitting it. Because what, Viking, obviously, from chat, one of my best friends, he's former military, and obviously with a name like Viking, but he was like, yeah, no, that guy wasn't the one driving, because that would be the commander or whoever's in charge of him, who's now going to be the one responsible for the fact that he was probably doing the navigation and has chosen his, what, the private, or was actually driving the lorry, who's crashed it into the bridge. So he was the one that was actually up on the top, while the others were sat in the cab like, Yeah, so I believe this is one of those ones where they've had several different signs. There's signs coming in, and then there's also signs on the bridge and right next to it too. So, yeah. Although it does sound like an Auto Shenanigans type of video. His latest one about the toll road, the Kelson toll road, that is one of his better videos as of late. I mean, I still really like that channel in general, particularly the one about dildo shops on the A1, but I really enjoyed the toll road one. They've still done a pretty good job defensively against us, despite all of the things we've got against us. Aware of Dead Pony. See, I'm not really into new metal kind of stuff. That's that one genre in there that I've just never really been able to vibe with as much since I was a lot younger, at least. Like, I grew up on your Limp Bizkits and your Linkin Parks and that sort of style stuff, but I just never really... A lot of the bands I listen to now, I actually... If they do have new metal elements, that's usually the part I enjoy the least, to be honest. He's miles offside there. I'm a hater. It's true. I hate... As we already established as well, I can coexist with horses, but I can't be in the same room as them. And as a result, I suppose if the pony's dead, not even then, I'd be creeped out by it. Screw horses. Don't do that. Unless your name's Mr. Hands, I suppose. That's a deep cut for you. Right. 3-0 victory. Good for us. Let's take that. People even come off the bench and doing very little, in fact. But that's okay. A 10 out of 10 rating for Abu Coffee is never a bad sign. That is a thing of beauty from him. Particularly as I don't know how many of you would likely have had coffee in your teams. A couple of them, perhaps. Let's see. Try to throw the... The horse in the river, yeah. I'm not that... I don't have that level of upper body strength, unfortunately, as you can probably tell. From, you know, looking at me and knowing everything about me as a human being. A big day for Abu Coffee enjoys there, though. And that's going to have changed things a lot, in fact, because that's pushed James to the top of the leaderboard by 1 point. Presumably because of, I don't know, not really much happened there. Pogs just sent me another photo. Will it... I can't see the photo, it just says photo. The question is, chat, is it more geese? Genuinely terrified. Right, thank you, J-Jokes. Yeah, I just do not get on well with horses. I've ridden them in the past. I do not find it enjoyable. I find it scary. You have John. Rip. Nobody had coffee. I can see why you wouldn't want to do... Wait, GKS have sacked their manager. But they won't be able to sign the other guy because he's just taken a new job. So I have no idea who they're going to appoint now. I look forward to finding out. Has its own Wikipedia page. Ooh. So, Montague Street Bridge. Oh, low height clearance. Yeah, okay, that is very low. Yeah, you wouldn't get much beyond a large van under that, I would have thought. What's this? How many times has the Montague... See, if my hometown wasn't a tiny village in rural Essex, they'd 100% have a site like this. I always felt like I should make it. Oh. You got to be careful with the transfers. They'll get you. That hopefully will change. Oh. Movers that don't have full control of their body. Yes. A little bit like when cows get excited, you know. I recently found out and enjoyed the fact that cows just really like jazz. As he's from, obviously without being too specific, sort of right in the corner, like the Cambridgeshire corner of Essexy bit. Sort of Stansted Airport type of way. But not, well, kind of. You like jazz? Apparently cows like jazz. I've seen evidence of it. Just people going up to fields with cows and just playing loads of stuff. But the second they play jazz, the cows are like, let's go, lads, you know? Getting down there. I also saw the most chronically online comment on one of those videos. It was basically someone being like, well, actually, cows don't clearly enjoy jazz. They just really like the sounds and resonant frequencies that the jazz music is being played at. And I'm thinking to myself, yes, that's how music works. That means they like jazz. That's just called enjoying music. What else are we doing with it? Jesus. Could rock up to the barbecue. Well, that's fine, but my barbecue wasn't in Essex. My barbecue was back here. So we didn't have a barbecue in the end because it started to get a bit... temperate in terms of the weather. So in the end, we actually just... Turns out, because it was Eel Day this weekend. Yes, that's a thing, and it's great. So they had like, festivities all around the cathedral, so we went down to that, which was dope. Then went to the pub, different pub. Don't relate with the lyrics of jazz. But now I am, little man, you know? That's what I do. I'm a man of the people. And those people are Australian in this case. Until they're not. Till I revoke their citizenship personally. And we'll do reasonable. Still some quite interesting players. There's another dude at Bodder that I'm really kind of... Egil Holm. Probably not as good as the other fella, but still could actually be decent. Norway are going to be great in a couple of years in this area. It's what we've established here. Oh, 100% Hayden. Bean soup theory has never been more of a thing. I actually think the least favourite thing about the internet is comment sections on TikToks and stuff. This is always one. Eels are dope. Like, they're just cool. The best part about Eel Day, though, is that throughout the weekend, there is a literal giant eel that goes through the city. Like, loads of people in a giant eel costume. It's amazing. It's as janky as you'd expect it to be, and therefore brilliant because of it. Right, Hearts dude is now fully scouted. Anguilla, is it? Was Roy an eel all along? It's like, that's what... Yeah, exactly that, yeah. It's like, you don't like cake, you just like the taste of sugar. It's like, well, yeah, there's... I mean, obviously there's other factors to it too, but it's like, yeah, but that's what makes cake taste good. Yeah, Icelandic Scottish. Does even have... Oh, he does have a second nationality, Scotland. Born in Edinburgh too. Christian Tor Samuelson. He's only 16, so he may not be willing to join us yet, but he's 100% going on the Santa Baby. For later. I like him. He's fun. So then he's 24 years old. Whilst he's a good player. Whoa, he's fucking cheap though. I like him. But with Montperouse, over being further up, and Molsky, I don't know if I want to spend... I mean, not that it's a lot of money, but he would expect first team football. Let me just look. He's another older player, and by older I mean 24, that we wouldn't be able to register for Europe with those kind of rules that we've got in place. Loan maybe? Well, there's no point in us loaning him, is there? Like, he wouldn't play for us. Montperouse is better than him, obviously, but then... He's one of those players that if we needed a guy in this role, 100% I would go and sign because we actually have the space, but we don't at the moment. Loaning him out, he's 24, he's not going out on loan. This is, if people think they're going to sign guys like this on at 24 years old and sign them out on loan, they are mistaken. That will not happen. Most likely, yeah, that just would not happen. Is out of contract? He may well be out of contract, but it's irrelevant if we don't have a place in the team for him. There's no point in signing players to not have them play for us and just have them sit in our squad and do nothing, because we couldn't register him for Europe for next year anyway, because we wouldn't have enough spaces in our squad, because we're still trying to step back and go from there. But these kind of players, while good, I just don't think it'd be very useful for us. I might still shortlist him just in case a space does open up, because obviously we may make some sales, but right now... Oh, as if FM! Oh, this was... Oh, no. This was the rabbit, by the way, that I signed earlier, and I've just realised he's no longer 5-star PA. That's what I get, really, isn't it, for signing an overpriced Belgian? It's... I deserve it. I take my punishment in the face. To the second team. Maybe. Do you know we should put him in the B team and get them promoted? That's what we're going to do. He's at Espanyol. He is at Real Madrid. He's at Al Ain. What do we know about him? Newcastle dude. Oh, it's Lavia. He's 25 million. 7 million. Rosenborg already. Okay. 4.5 star. I thought he was like... whatever. I like him. I think I have seen him at 5-star when I saw him originally, which is the reason I was so interested. And then actually had a look at his attributes. So we'll see. I have faith that he could one day be 4.5 stars again. Maybe. If there's time. But I think the other thing is I really did want to prioritise signing players that are 18 and under just so that we can have them qualify as homegrown for us now. Because that's the sort of thing that holds us back. Like, I want to be in a position where we can sign guys like him occasionally because we've got so many homegrown guys that we're never going to be having that problem in the Champions League. I can't remember who this is. How has he joined us in December? I mean, he's here, I guess. But surely he had a club. All right, fine. A guy's just joined us in the middle of December. Things you'd love to see. How did that happen? Unless he just left his club entirely. Maybe the Costa Rican synergism finishes early, but I still don't think he'd be allowed to... I suppose if he's out of contract entirely. By the way, dope. Another one for the Lone Farm. It should now be Champions League Day, I think, for the teams that haven't already played. See you later, Mushroom Man. Ooh, new car. Interesting. That's... Hang on. Also, Mushroom Man. Was it you that had the missus who was waiting to give birth but still hadn't yet? Or was that someone else? Forgive me if I'm wrong about that. Has that happened? If that was you? Underpaid. 3-year deal. I like him, but I don't think I'd want to underpay him right now. I might just skip on by that for the time being. Yeah, he just hates Costa Rican Christmas. I get it. No Feliz Navidad for him. Amaricio Penis is injured. Will it be... Oh, no. It's a moderately strained Achilles tendon. Damn. That's what happens if you reach down too far. Like, he was reaching a little bit too far for his own good. But as we've learned, with Achilles tendon problems, just run it off, mate. Problem solved. Ooh, I didn't know we were actually up to that. I didn't know we were like that, Hayden. But yes, let's have a little looky look. Reject. Yeah, reject all. Screw your cookies. Let's see what we got. Wouldn't it be awesome if the picture they used actually showed the kit and not just his upper torso? Sick work there. 83 kits. Is this ranking them in any kind of order, or is this just a random list of them? Because I'm not a fan of that. That looks like a training top. That's a really blurry image. That's kind of clean. Don't mind that. That's actually not horrible. I like an Adidas kit, to be fair. So that was going to be an easy win for me. Oh, Capelli Sport. That's a deep cut. My Atromitos shirt is Capelli. It's a little dull. Maybe there's some blue accents. Can't really tell. I do not like that. Just giant flag right there. It feels too big. And just kind of... I honestly think that if the flag wasn't there and they had like an Turkish FA logo on the side, it would look much better. That's... Puma are just boring as hell, right? That's much nicer. Love the pattern. Shame I can't see the rest of the shirt. Saudi Arabian. Ooh, I quite like the trim on that. Interesting choice. That is... Not a fan of that. Maybe it's just the kit sponsor is maybe not the one. Ooh. Don't like Puma a lot of the time, but that one is better, I would say. Vladislav Ganchev, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Who do you support? Welcome on. We're just looking at World Cup kits before I get us to some youth intake stuff, potentially. That looks kind of similar to that one, actually. Did they just... it's Puma again, isn't it? That feels like a proper copy-paste job, even though they've just changed the texture slightly. Turkey, I just don't like this. And also, the red on red, I feel like looks a little bit strange. Some hair going on here. That's... I'm not a big fan of that either, actually. And that one is just an inversion of the other one. Australia, that's clean. It's just kind of nice. Ooh. Might be a little too busy, not sure. There's a lot of Puma kits, I'm realising. That one feels a bit dull to me. Oh, good lord. I like Umbro normally, but I'm not sure I'm vibing with that, to be honest. That one almost looks like a... Is it Deportivo Guadalajara kit? Maybe I'm wrong about that. It just looks slightly Deportivo Guadalajara. Ghana, oh dear. No. No. Not a fan of that either. That's a little busy. But maybe it's just the resolution of the picture. That one's at least a bit tidier. The texture's not too overpowering on that one. And I know it's still Puma. Are they all bloody Puma? Yeah, the Paragon one is old school. Does it have a collar on it? If that had a collar on it as well, like a proper, movable collar, that would have been perfect, I would say. Like that. That I fuck with. That is nice. Subtle, clean, nice trim. Back to Puma being ass again. What is going on here? You just can't go wrong with Adidas kits a lot of the time, right? It's just so nice. Don't know about the white trim on that one. That's an interesting choice. Central badge for everything is... I don't know about that one, honestly. That is dope. It's almost... Honestly, I think this one, if it had that setup, would probably be a little bit better. I feel like the double central thing is not amazing. That's clean. That's not too bad, actually. It's not too busy. That's boring. It's okay. I think maybe a little bit too much going, but at least they've got the... Yeah. South Africa. The fact that they've got both on there. Although, wait. There's a lot going on with it, but it's Adidas, so I just like it immediately. Oh my goodness. There's a lot going on with that as well. Ooh, that's a decision. At least it's trying something kind of cool. Oh my god. At least it's... the Umbro ones are quite busy down in the sort of midriff area, aren't they? I don't think I like that one either, actually. That is nice. That is sexual. I love everything about that. Might be my favourite one so far, honestly. I hope that the away one is like an inverted version of that. Because that... Yes. Ooh, I like the retro Adidas logo on it. That's sick. I might go through them a bit faster. Forgive me. Japan usually cook, but I don't know if I like the central logo. I really don't vibe with both of them being in the center like that. Panama. Actually, that like reminds me of like an old... I'm thinking like 90s, early noughties England kits. That's nice. Also, it's nice to see Reebok in here as well. I didn't even realize they were still making kits. Croatia, that's okay, actually. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, Sweden away. That really is nice. That's a good point, actually. Because they don't have sponsors, it seems like they are missing a trick a lot of the time. Don't know if I like that one because of the central stuff again. That's nice. I love the retro Adidas badge. I think I just prefer it. The England ones are nice. Well, that one is at least. It's a bit clean. That one's maybe a little on the dull side. I know that the Norwegian flag element of that is kind of cool, at least. I don't know if I really like it that much. That's lovely. Very bottom one. I guess this is the Reebok element of things. That one you can't really see properly. Oh, wow. Okay, that with the offsetting numbers, I actually don't mind that. That is kind of sick. Very different. Netherlands. The badge feels really weirdly low there. That's nice. I like that sort of, like the weirdness on the blue. With that sort of the lighter bit in the middle. It almost looks like a lightsaber up the middle of the shirt. That's kind of sick. Oh, wow, that's kind of nice, actually. England's ones are a bit dull, I feel like. Oh, don't hate that. Can't really see it very much. That reminds me a bit of the Turkey one. Not sure I'm a fan of that. That I kind of do like. Oh, yes. Okay. That is fire. So I wish they had the retro logo on it, though. That's a bit dull. That's kind of nice, actually. I know we're getting a lot of Adidas towards the top here. Okay, don't hate that. France is kind of clean. What is going on here? Is that like a Henley? I really don't like that. That's quite nice. Where's the Belgium away? Ah, man. I was kind of hoping they'd have a darker away shirt with like some black on it or something, but it reminds me of an old Japan women's kit. Nike one's okay. Oh, it's very swirly. Don't know if I like that much. That Mexico usually cook as well, to be fair. I don't hate it. It looks like a prototype car paint scheme or something. Curacao, that's clean. I haven't seen the other Curacao one yet. Is that up here as well? Japan away, classy. Yeah, there's a lot in there to like. As usual, I tend to just levitate towards Adidas kits in general. I just think they are the best. And Nike are usually pretty good too. Right. Basel. No, not Basel. Where are we? Wait, have we got no teams playing today at all? Oh, they're all playing tomorrow. Gornik are hosting Feyenoord. Most of Lublin are hosting Marseille. And then we've got... Did I miss Shagaloni? Oh, no, they already played, didn't they? Shit. Right, let's go. What's the link now? Oh, hang on, wait. Oh, wow. Tamar. That is nice. I haven't been to Cornwall in a very long time. I say, oh, how I? Usually Devon. Used to go to Cornwall away a lot as a kid. I realize I haven't even mentioned Holy today, other than actually making a Holy for myself. So as always, but I appreciate your support, chat. Exclamation mark Holy. We'll get you know what to do with that, right? You know? And I appreciate you guys still using the codes and re-upping as well, because I see a lot of repeat orders too, which is a good sign, I suppose, that you actually do enjoy the product, because I genuinely do. And this is just a really cool bowl. I've still got so much syrup to get through as well, which is dope. I have no idea what flavour to try next, because they last so long. Like, I've had this one canister in for such a lot. I have got the setting turned down a little bit on it, so it's getting less flavour through, but that's okay, because it means I have to do less, and you know I like doing less. So I think we've still got another bloody league game all the way up to here. In fact, there's a cup game in a minute. But I want to make sure we get the youth intake preview done today, because our new head of youth development, who I genuinely have forgotten who it is, but if I remember correctly, they're absolutely brilliant. It's coaching staff, right? Who is it? Oh, it was this guy, Cardellini, the model citizen fella, who's from Luxembourg. I'm praying that we get some Luxembourg talent in our intakes here. And because he's got that beard combination. He deserves it, just for that alone. Linda's brother, indeed, yeah. It's Scooby-Doo and Scooby-Don't. That's kind of sick, actually. It seems like it was very Puma-dominated, from what I could tell. It felt like every other kit was basically Puma, and a decent amount of Adidas in there too, which I'm fine with. Right, so Naeem should be able to come back in now, for the Naeem enjoyers amongst us. And Alvarez for Johnny Boy. Montparoos now, even though it's a cup game. God, they're going to get absolutely slaughtered here, aren't they? A little bit tiredness at the back there, but that's okay. We work with that. Was it actually? Maybe it's because I don't notice the Adidas one as much because I like their kits so much that I have less of a problem with it, I guess. Right, our next match only, someone random to the bench. Oh, no, I can't, can I? Because it's technically going to count as extra picks because there are players picked outside that might jump in there anyway. But that'll be okay. Chance for Naeem to cook again. Oh, shit. We have to have in the playing 11. In that case, where's Kowalski when you need him? Yeah, I'll start Kowalski. Says he has to be in there. Does he count? Yeah, he does, of course. Nice to see. Starts falling off the Christmas tree. Yeah, I mean, we've had multiple fullback hat-tricks now this season. I think Naeem's got one, obviously, to his name. But the fact that Coffey's got one as well. And in a league game, no less. 2-0. Wow, really? Full-strength team and we win 2-0. Little bit concerning. Particularly against a second... okay, we're kind of embarrassed. How did we only win 2-0? Complete dominance. But somehow just the 2-0. So the Malteser guy... He mostly plays goal for our B team, or is it our under 19 side? But he has played okay in like the nations, the youth league and stuff. So he's not bad. I think that what happens is it seems like it takes a minute for them to actually start getting those call-ups to the main national team. So he's probably not going to see it yet, but he can't be far off of it, is what I mean. Right, let me get those guys in. Because there's quite a lot of first teamers in this. I'm surprised they haven't stat padded as much as I would have expected. From their 0 chances, we'd find a way. With Diakite in goal, the odds of us conceding are slim, but never 0. For some reason, it felt like Puma had way more than that, but they've obviously just got some really good relationships to be able to make that happen. So lots of people got points in this game as well. So clean sheet, yes. Wait, was it a clean sheet? Or did we... That was 2-0, wasn't it? Man of the match, yes. Which means loads of points for, would you believe it, Stefan Montparoos. What a guy. He just does the business. Hopefully that's allocated those correctly. Naeem actually did not cook particularly much in this game as it happens. How much does that change things around the top of the league? A lot of points being handed out today. Jesus Christ. Aha! We've all got the same player people are right in there. 169 points. I don't think we've ever had anyone crack 200 yet. Right. There we go. Eckham's back. Multinational team. Let's go. They've probably got a couple of guys that, like a guy that's randomly genned in Italy or something that's most likely holding down the fort for them. So at the moment they've got Luca Camilleri, who actually plays for Zabar, and yeah, and he's got actually no caps yet, but he's in the squad. Then they've got James Galea at Hamron, who has 3 caps at the moment, 24 years old, has played for 3 different clubs though, and he's Spanish Scourge. So they've got a Spanish Scourge keeper still in the queue. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. Yep. Sometimes when they come through in the chat and I just see them straight away, I just jump straight onto it, but it reminds me to look at the queue anyway, so that would have come up next. And Zach Muscat, who has 30 caps for Malta, but actually doesn't even have a club at the moment. How's that even possible? I might just trial him to hope that a Maltese side picks him up, to be fair. Not Maltese side, sorry, a Polish team. So Ike Rumba is at Athletic Club. And, of course, he is the most successful of the Patreon regents, I would say, in terms of his career thus far. Particularly when you factor in how he managed to play for 3 different sides in the same season at one point. Which I still really don't know how that happened. Actually, no, did he? Nah, he just had... Oh, no, yeah, he did, look. Had 3 different loan spells in Spain in the same technical season there. But since he's solidified himself in the Athletic Club starting 11, he's just been all over the top. 53 caps for Mexico as well. Like, 4 more years on his deal. Huge release clause. He will most likely win that record. He's got 307 appearances in the league as well now. Kind of chefing. Right, let's do that. And anyone known world? There'll be lots of teams probably with that in it. But I don't know about people. No. Closest we're going to get is Wold. Doesn't quite count though. It's been unleashed. That's a good point, actually. Like, you're not going to catch him, but your attributes are pretty decent for the level, and it seemed like you'd basically played every single match for Radomiak since joining. Now, where are they in the league? 4th. I'm not saying that there's a coincidence there and that you're a part of that, but you never know. You've certainly not harmed their chances of doing well, I suspect. Anyone new on this one? Oh, wow, we are just into a complete dead spot of team report scouting right now, aren't we? This is probably that second batch of teams I added in here a lot lower down. I still can't believe we only won 2-0 in the cup. Right, is this the one that's got our Polish sides in it? Yes, Motor hosting Marseille, so it's a Polish rematch here in many ways, because Marta's in charge of the Marseille lads. And Górnik are hosting Feyenoord. Come on, points, please. Make it happen. Okay, forgot about Muscat. I desperately need these points. I mean, we've already performed well above what I was expecting. But they're just so close. That one extra win for both of these teams could make a huge difference. Okay, Górnik draw. That's... What the hell? Words escape me. We'll circle back to that in a minute. Górnik won. Oh my days, they should have done better there. I mean, Górnik should have absolutely hammered Feyenoord, really, and failed to do so. Is Steve responsible for this? No, Steve's at PSV, isn't he? Never mind. But Teo Trau was in that team. Another of the Patreon regions. But who cares about that? Motor, on the other hand, just absolutely embarrassed Marta's Marseille. I like that they scored 4 goals in the equivalent of 5 minutes of the game time, technically. Latifi, Avia, and then Trevino. What a result for Motor. They have a real chance at top 8 here. See, that's a punishment for playing Mason Greenwood, to be fair. Regardless, Motor are sitting 5th in the Champions League this season. They've got 30... I said 14 points for all of them combined, and Motor have nearly done it by themselves. Great work, lads. What about Górnik now? So they're on 8. 1 point probably from their next 2 games. They'll be fine. Jagiellonia are the one team that I think might just slip out. But that's fine. That's so good. So what have they got in total now? So 5 points. 13 points. 26 points combined between the 3 of them this season. This is far beyond what I ever anticipated. If they get top 8, think of the cheaty points we'll get for them getting top 8. And doing so will likely be at the expense of English teams. Jag season 1. Was his name Simeonets? I feel like it was Simeonets. Yeah, it was... was it Marek Simeonets? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Wow. So yeah, he left Jagiellonia upon relegation. Went to Brookbet for not a lot of money, really. Then went to Wisła Łódź, where he now plays in the 2nd tier of Polish football. Never got a starting... Like, he never got a single cap for Poland either. And I'd say at this rate is unlikely to. My guess is what happened with him is he had crazy high... crazy high CA when he genned, but never had the PA to go with it. Unfortunately, the only Seaman bank we've got is obviously our Mr. Brookbet man. It is a shame, though. I was kind of hoping he'd become like some Polish legend, considering he was, what, 5-star CA when we scouted him in the first season as a regen. It's weird to see him just disappearing entirely. I think Stasiak might actually be at Brookbet still, as it happens. Does he, man? I wasn't sure. But yeah, there he is. He's still at Brookbet and is playing a good amount. He's actually been joined at Wisła Łódź by Karol Stasiak. One of our sort of, again, earlier... He was in the same class as Damasiewicz, wasn't he? He's played around a bit. That spell at Zag was certainly doing goods for him. But now he's under 3 years at Wisła Łódź, oscillating between the top flight and whatnot. Did get 6 caps for Poland. I suspect that he's fallen by the wayside now. But it's not bad progress for him, really. Right, we'll let the Europa League matches happen, then we'll check the coefficients, because that will be the last little set before Christmas. As long as we can just stay with France and Germany for a little bit, which I think we will do, just because of all the extra points we're going to get. Also, think of the money that Motor are getting for all these extra wins and draws that they're nabbing in Europe. That's going to be good cash. I think we also may... Oh. He's going nowhere. I think we might also still be the only team now that's got a 100% record in Europe. Yeah, the other two have both got 16 points. So that is our first... We are now the only team with a 100% record in the Champions League. I reckon we could do the whole thing. Plus 17 goal difference as well. And that's without beating Jules Gordon by 8-0 or something. Now, has the results happened yet? Arca won. Brookbet lost again. Lads, come on now. Brookbet are now right on the bubble with 2 matches to go. 7 points is still good, but they both need to get their shit together. They're doing okay, but I do worry about them after Christmas if they can't get like one more win. But it's more points for Poland, which is always the main thing. So, where does that actually leave us in terms of the state of European coefficients properly before Christmas? So we've got 6. Germany, we've got a bit less than France, but we're doing a decent job. And we'll also get some kind of extra points after Christmas anyway. So I think we're going to be okay to hang on to the top 5. Yeah, what are their actual games, though, I suppose is the question. Who have they got to play? Benny! Thank you very much for the follow, friend. Who do you support? I'm going to guess... I don't know, I'm guessing French. I'm going to guess... I like doing this. I'm going to guess Marseille for some reason. Out of nowhere. Right, so their last 2 games are against Athletic Club away and Rapid Wien at home. They have got to beat Rapid Wien at home. Absolutely must beat Rapid Wien at home. And Arca, on the other hand, they will have games against Slavia away and Rebel Salzburg at home. They have to beat Rebel Salzburg at home because we need them to win the Energy Drink Derby. And Slavia away, they should at least get something there. I think they've probably got enough in the tank. Much silage cut. Sounds like a capture code answer that you should get. Thank you for the follow, friend. Also, who do you support? Right. The one last thing to see, though, is that Youth and Take preview. Because I'm pumped to see how this is going to stack up. Ah, here it is. Speaking of the Youth and Take preview, it's arrived. Hello, Ollie. Just in time for the Youth and Take preview. So remember, we appointed a new head of youth development. He's... Treaty United, no shot. Really? That's awesome. I loved my Treaty United save on 22. That was sick. I've always got a bit of a soft spot for Treaty United. Shame I'm not wearing my Treaty shirt, actually. Matt has a new best friend. Yeah, you predicted it. Model Citizen, Luxembourg as well. Not that we'd find out today anyway. What do you reckon then for the preview? Because I think the preview just gives you the rating, doesn't it? I'm going to go... You know what? I'm going to be positive about this. I reckon the new guy is going to cook and we're going to get an A-rated Youth Intake preview. Let's go. Is there a way I can get a refund on my new head of Youth Tech? Maybe he needed a season to get control. So a C-rated centre-back. What's it saying then? Carol Machong has the ability to get up to top speed very quickly. That can't be a centre-back unless he's got really good acceleration. Then David Kroll. Youth was their willingness, especially when things aren't going well, to rectify the situation right up to the final whistle. And then Casper Kulpa. Right. Yes, we've got Carol Mahjong. It doesn't bode well. 3 of... Oh, my life, that's appalling. We've had 2 good years of Youth Intakes, in fairness. But I was kind of hoping with the new guy we'd be able to cook a little bit further. Narrator, they did in fact not cook. What a disappointing way to end today's stream. Good Christ. So, what that means is for next stream, what we'll do is I'll get us through to the Champions League matches after Christmas. So we can start with Sheriff and Bayer Leverkusen. And then maybe get to Youth Intake next stream, honestly. Depending on how things go with us in Europe, we should be in a good spot to do that. And maybe finish the season in 2 more streams, frankly. Because that'll be a 5-stream season, which is much more on the line of what I want to be doing going forward. Particularly as it's easier for me to do the match highlights now because I figured out a new way to do it. So, it's easier to make. And it means I can make the videos faster too, which is good. Next stream will be on Thursday. So Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, it's 11 a.m. UK time to 3 p.m. roughly. Sometimes a bit later. And then on Sundays, it's 10 till 2. And yeah, too fucking raw. All right, Gordon. Right. So, who's live today? The question is Zealand back? Because I know Zealand's doing this weird, like, 100-hour transfer. Oh, he's not actually. What? Actually, before we go, because I'm probably going to raid Kempi today. But what's going on with... Oh, he's in late. So what? How does that actually work, the thing that Z's doing? Because I thought it was like a 100-hour stream, and I thought, surely he's not doing that. Or is he just doing, like, every day for, like, a stupid amount of time? And it just so happens to be the one part where I'm not streaming. So, hey, you know what? I'll take that. I'm sure he's definitely done that on purpose. It's definitely not just because, you know, it's the middle of the night, practically. F1 standings. We had F1 standings on the start of stream. So... But that was from last time around. So, I mean, this is the F1 standings from the end of the last fantasy thing. Dazza obviously got the dub in the end. But the winner today, I believe, was in fact loads of you with 169 points. I will just quickly show you, actually. But yes, today's winners of fantasy. All of you got number 1, which means 25 points. And then Rob and Anarith snuck... Oh, no, Rob, Anarith, and Choppy. Rob will get 2 points. Anarith and Choppy sneaking in there with 1. Of course, Dazza's in that top spot. Somebody stop him. Oh, that will be a nice easy graphic to make for next stream, won't it? Christ. I don't know how well. I think it's just because lots of people kept winning differently, and it meant that your win managed to keep you in there because very few people managed to get consistent top 10 finishes and stuff other than Daz. And he must be stopped this month. I'll have to think of a proper prize for the fantasy points for this month. So, still can't. Who's at the very bottom? To be fair, Leafy joined late, so let her off on that one. Right. Now I can actually find the raid. Oh, I literally already typed it in. Melon. Deary me, chat. Right, okay. Your boys... I take a weekend off and I'm still just as useless as I was before the weekend. Was anyone that shocked? Not I. That's not how you type words, Matt. There we go. At the end. Aye. And now the F1 score's back. Oh, damn. He's going to be knackered doing that. Would have won. It's true. If I'd been around during the Fulham Europa League final, I'd have won the game for us. I'd have stopped Diego Forlan from scoring that. Andrew, though, thank you very much for the follow. If you are new and you've enjoyed the weirdness of today's stream, God, my hair's weird today, drop a follow. I really would appreciate that. We'll be back on Thursday for most likely youth intake, January transfers. All of the big boys join us in January as well. So remember that. We've got a stupid amount of crazy high talented players joining us in January. Trying to slot those guys in. It's very bouffant today. I'm getting a haircut on Saturday, which means 1, I'm getting a haircut, and 2, I'm going to see Emma, which means I will be bringing back stories. Maybe I'll have to record them so that she could actually tell her yourself. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. Vibes have been fantastic as always, my friends, and I will see you lovely folks over in the VOD, which should be up in like an hour's time. Love to see it. And yeah, I'll see you lovely folks on Thursday. Tomorrow I'm working on the Lone Farm video. Should be able to get that, maybe even out Thursday morning, actually, as it happens. If provided I'm distracted by something crazy. Yeah, I will see you guys very, very soon. Hold your guns. Capybara. Bye-bye.